snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 3. Yeah, day 3 of Verdict Watch in the Karen Read case. Today be the day? I don't know. Hopefully something will happen today. At least give us a question so we can kind of guess what you are discussing in there. Hey Dodo and the Coke Fairy and Jessica Thomas. I was talking a little bit with my mods yesterday about how I see it. I don't think that the 9 hours of Verdict Watch we have had so far is a long time for a 32-day trial. There's a lot of evidence to go over, but I also believe that 9 hours to me indicate that they are not going for the second degree. They are, if I'm guessing, reading the tea leaves, and I have no special insights or knowledge about anything, I think they are discussing the lesser included in the it just went live. Are they arriving now? But I'm thinking they are probably hanging around discussing the lesser included in the second charge. That's where I have them. Do I know anything? No. Do you know anything? Maybe more than I do, but that's a very aggressive OnlyFan today. She's shaking all over the place. Odds of a hung jury, you never know. Right now, I would say it's low. If they don't come back with a verdict today before lunch should be at 1:30 like yesterday. After lunch today, I think we are getting closer to a potential hung jury. Why do I say that? Well, lunch today, we will be close to 15 hours of deliberation. Remember, Bev said they can't return a verdict between 1:30 and 2:30. So if they are working through lunch, it must be because they are hung up on something. The last time it took them 27 hours. They returned with the first hung jury in 17 and a half hours. So again, it's not uncommon. Remember, there's tons of evidence, but if it had been a quick verdict, they would have been guilty, not guilty, no problem. But I still believe that we are in the territory of second degree isn't on the table, but manslaughter is still on the table. That's where I am at. And if we get a verdict today before lunch, then of course we won't have a hung jury. But I would say if we get after lunch, I'm leaning more towards they might come back at least once being hung.
Well, I was just going back through my notes and I was trying to kind of think of, all right, if I were in the jury, what would I all be looking at? And the first thing I'd probably do is I would say, okay, where do we agree? Where do we disagree? Because the way that the notes were done, the way the witnesses were called in the state was so very higgledy-piggledy that, if someone has like, okay, what did Nutley say? Ooh. And then you have to go to like day one. And then, oh, what did Pasca... It's like a PH, but it sounds like something else. There was
Who?
not Nutley, not firefighter, no friends, female. What was the other EMT?
Fanning. No, Fanning didn't testify this time. Not all and no friends McGee were the only two EMTs in this trial, right?
Yeah.
Flammati.
Flammati was the name I was thinking about. Yes.
Phallus, Venus.
That was the one, Lesko, with a PH. You get
Well, there's
me.
a lot of Venus-looking people in Canton.
There are.
And I saw a few people say, well, it's not fair if she gets an OUI. She wants an OUI. She wants to be, she would rather be found guilty of an OUI than any other thing or a hung jury. Well, most of all, of course, you want to be found not guilty. But if that's off the table, give me an OUI every day, all day. Because what does OUI mean? It means she walks out of the courtroom.
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Unless Bev tries to make a point.
Yeah, and then Bev will be overturned instantly on appeal. So
fair point.
And I know people, because they were watching Marilyn Little's big show with the 7 lawyers who said, well, Bev will throw the book at her. She might. But the standard for a first-time offense OUI in Canton, Massachusetts, is, I believe, Jess found it to me yesterday. I think it's like 60 days suspended.
Yeah.
So that even if she goes all the way ham, she might get 60 days in the pen. So she can't. I think Bev could have possibly swing it to give her a little time in prison. But first of all, she's been out on bond in 2.5 years. She's been through two trials. Paul O'Keefe slammed into an old man. He got nothing because Karen Reed bailed him out. And you have the Albert who killed a man. He got 6 months.
Well,
So
also Jim.
And yeah, Jim didn't get anything for his. I think he got a suspended license for a year, 2 years. So again, there's no way she's going to go 2.5 years to prison for that. Even if Bev make that ruling, she'll be out faster than you can spell, given McDonough. By the way, McDonough said yesterday that we had a verdict. I always listen to him. Remember when he said the feds will never let this go to court?
Now, call me crazy. I
She can't sue
happen to.
Proctor anyway. She's not
I
gonna.
don't.
I know everyone has said she's gonna own Canton. She's not gonna sue anyone for anything. Everyone who is a police officer or a court worker has a wide discretion of immunity. They haven't done anything illegal because it's not proven that Proctor planted evidence. So how could she sue him? You will have to have some other officer, Bukaki, testified that Proctor planted evidence. It's not going to happen. Karen Reed will walk out of this not guilty on OUI will be the same as not guilty. And I don't like to be a Debbie Downer, but that's just the facts of it. A lot of people will sell you the cat in the bag and say, well, she's going to own Canton. She's not. She can sue the state for what? Well, a jury didn't find her guilty. We still believe a grand jury indicted her. Sadly, that's the reality of this case. Even though we know how crooked everything is, ain't nothing going to happen. Bev's not going to get fired. Brennan is the one making all the millions. He's going to laugh all the way to the bank. Lally is 2 cycles down the road. He's going to run for DA and probably become the DA. And everything will be hunky-dory. Nothing's going to happen. Sadly, that's how it is. If she's not guilty, can the O'Keefe still sue her in civil trial? Yes, they can. Yes. OJ. But if she's found not guilty, there will be a higher likelihood that the bars will, if she's found guilty in the OUI, the bars would probably be found guilty in over-serving her and make a plea deal. If she's found guilty of an OUI, the bars will most likely, I don't know, I'm just, as we call it in Denmark, a punch on the back. Not that back, Brandon. They'll probably pay like 50,000 or 100,000 each, their insurance companies, because their insurance company doesn't want to be going through a trial. They'll pay them like 50 or 100,000 each and say, yeah, we overserved. We don't accept any liability. Here's a check.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, if she comes back acquitted of everything, then that means, again, even with the lower stakes in a, civil crime, enough people, less than 51% of people think that he was hit by a car.
Yeah. Verdict before lunch. Before lunch, that will be plus 4 hours. That's 13 hours of deliberation. I'm not betting that.
Yeah.
No, the bars got sued as well. The bars got sued for over-serving her, and she got sued for causing the death. But if she's found not guilty in causing the death, she can still be sued because come on, it's civil.
Bev, your continued avoidance of a brush is making me side with Brandon.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni.
That you would rather watch OnlyFans than Bev?
Hold it in Dedham within and
No, that it's illegal for legal ladies to use a comb.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
If there's another hung jury, Lally has said they will try her again. Karen Rintala, they did it 4 times over 11 or 17 years.
Massachusetts, this court is in session. Please be seated.
Doesn't matter. She admitted she was drunk, and they have a botched BAC reading that the jury can use to find her guilty. Again, we can sit here and say all the things. Doesn't matter. The jury is the ones who are going to go back and say, well, Karen admitted she was drunk because she talked in the interviews. Stupidest thing ever. If Hank Brennan didn't have those clips to play, nothing would have happened in this case. He would have nothing.
And you honestly have to try to figure out, who's going to have a forceful personality? Who's going to be the one that's going to stand up and say, hey, no, we need to sit back and look at this? Because everyone has that idea that they're going to be that person in the jury, but it's a lot harder to sit there and say, hey, we actually need to look at this. We need to look at that. So it's really going to be interesting to see how this jury works. And they haven't been able to talk about any of this. I mean, we've had a daily being able to unload and, talk about the ridiculousness of an SUV in space and Blue Man Group and all of this other ridiculousness. So this amount of time isn't worrisome to me.
No. If we get through today without a single question, I will begin to feel this could probably go really every way. I would like in about an hour we have a jury question so we can kind of suss out where the jury is discussing. I would like that. Come back, talk about the BAC reading. Come back, talk about either of the crash reconstructionists. I would like a question and kind of showing that one.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded.
Please hit the like button on most streams.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
Well, again, her interviews weren't played in context, and that's the problem. And again, the jury doesn't have to come back and say, we point at this evidence to find her guilty. Well, that evidence doesn't exist. We don't care. That's the big problem. Everyone here, we know it's bullshit. But the jury can do whatever the jury want, and there could be 5 crusty panties on the panel. We have only had Sue, NBC Boston, Machado, and sometimes Aiden talk about the juries.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either, so.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's see the recess.
Again, the jury can do what the jury wants to do. The jury can come back and say, well, we think she was hanging out the window screaming, die, MF, die. And you can look at them and say, are you crazy? But that's the role of the jury in the American justice system.
I mean, they could, they're not supposed to. They're told they're not supposed to, but they could honestly take the fact that they saw the interviews and that Karen didn't take the stand to correct any of that, that she has something to hide. Yes, they're told, all the words, don't make any inferences. But there might be someone on the jury who was waiting for Karen to take the stand to kind of explain herself. And that didn't happen.
Yeah. And again, we all, when I do my poll, 97% of us all believe that there is reasonable doubt here. But we don't know. We know the jury has been paying attention, which is good, in my opinion. The facial expressions, but again, remember, it's from biased sources. It's the same coming to me, having me evaluate the evidence. I will see them in the light most favorable for the defense. Go to Plevin. Don't go to Plevin. Go to Twisted Tragedies and hear her talk about how she's disabled and why you should pay her to stream. Mental illness is apparently also a disability. And they would look at the exact same evidence and tell you how it's bad for Karen. We are all biased in our reporting because this is kind of how we grift. Because, of course, I'm talking to a pro-Karen Read group because I'm a pro-Karen Read channel. They are talking to the opposite side. So we will read it with different eyes. Everyone who has been reading the jury, and again, remember, I give absolutely zero to people who claim that they can read people by just looking at them. What they have been saying is they have been attentive, they have been taking notes, they have facial expressions have been against the Commonwealth. But does that mean that they go in there and they don't say, well, they wouldn't have charged her if she wasn't guilty? And we know this is how a lot of jury think. The state wouldn't charge someone if they weren't guilty. Just think about Kyle Rittenhouse, a case that's very polarizing. There's a lot of people still believing that he unalived 3 black people after illegally transporting a pew-pew across state lines.
Yes.
Because they were watching channels that they liked who had that point of view. No one, when we say, well, one of them was a PDF file and everyone was white. Yeah, but you're lying because you're white supremacist. No, that's what's actually been said in court. Well, he's still guilty. No, he's actually found innocent. And that you can't reason with that. And that's the same here. No matter what they come back with, I will still believe that Karen Read didn't kill John O'Keefe. No problem in that for me, even though people will yell at me. I don't mind we have different opinions. Me and Sue is arguing every time I say white, she says black. Every time I say green, she says blue, because Sue doesn't like me. But that's why I still keep her around, because she's the mom of the Sue bird. Minus 2 fingers. It doesn't matter. You have to understand it doesn't matter. You can say all of this and it doesn't change the case. The jury can find her guilty in anything. If the jury wants to come back and give an interview and said, well, we believe she was jumping on his body, that's why he got the scratches. That's what the jury believes. It doesn't matter.
There is a reason that even the dumbest among us, Darrell Brooks, appealed to jury nullification, because a jury can absolutely just nullify, go against the law. They don't have to use any law as a basis. That's in fact why they tell you you can't do it, because they know you can.
Yeah, of course it will be appealed. But again, an OUI won't be appealed. I can guarantee you that, because an OUI, she's free. Reckless endangerment, I even think she might even take that one, because that will be very low as well. But yeah, if she goes down for 2nd degree, of course it'll be appealed. But does that family still have the means to fight it? I'm not saying that it's right if they come back and find her guilty. I've actually been saying for the last 23 minutes that I think it would be wrong. I'm just saying the jury can do it, even though there's no evidence sustaining that belief. Was there any trial analyst hired by the defense? We don't know. They had a juror from the last trial in helping them with picking the juror for this trial. The jury is significantly younger, but it's also a totally different defense case this time than the last case. And is it good that it's a younger jury? Some people will say where they're more tech literate, they are perhaps better educated, but they're also lacking in life experience. Some of them, let's say it's a 22-year-old, might believe that yelling at someone over the phone means that you unalive them, because they have never been in a relationship that lasted more than 6 months and know that, yeah, sometimes the water's hot, sometimes it's cold. It happens. So all of this will just be, I can take my magic 8 ball and we can ask that, because we don't know. It could be that if you had like totally not a Russian bot on the first trial who could tell them about the 227, who could understand the text streams, you would probably have had a different outcome. If you had had me on it, I would just sit in there and say, I smelled toast when when Mr. Green was on the stand. So again, it doesn't matter how old or how young. We can only make assumptions. And what I see on Aiden's rundown of the jurors, he liked most of them. Does it mean anything? Well, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, let's talk about perspective. You've got the mainstream media, talking about how Aiden ambushed Didorto, Doofusnace,
Did Petro?
Yeah, if you notice, DePetro was engaging with Aiden. Aiden was just kind of standing there. So it's all about perspective, and it's all about the way things are being portrayed. And I really, even, some mainstream media that I thought would be very kind of even-handed have not. So I think there's going to be another disconnect if the narrative in the mainstream is different than the one that is actually reflected by the jury. That being said, Law and Crime and even Court TV, who are usually very pro, state, pro Commonwealth, have been decidedly on Karen's side. And I know that they said that the Commonwealth would retry. I just don't see, again, you've basically thrown everything at this case at this point.
You got a worse case this time. The first time you had Trooper Paul testifying, she hit him when there was the slight deacceleration. That was indication of a hit. This time you had a guy saying, well, she had her throttle at 70%. So when did she hit him? I don't know. You had Brennan in his closing say, we don't know what happened. If you don't know what happened, that's reasonable doubt. But sadly, yeah. Breaking shocking news. In an unprecedented action, Supreme Trial Doink has bestowed the honor of a lifetime and named John DeMicropene the title of Commander Towel. Legal pundits will discuss this in perpetuity.
For years and years, it made history.
That clip I put on X yesterday from him, how legal scholars will discuss the closing from Brennan. I wasn't a fan of, I was a fan of Alan Jackson's because he changed it a lot from last time. But I could see some slight twist that could have made it better, in my opinion. But that's my opinion. You can love it. I got a lot of flack for that. But Brennan, I wouldn't even put him in a low C, because he admitted there was reasonable doubt in the case. He admitted he had no knowledge about this. And he just sat down. It felt so defeatist. When you turn the case over to the jury, you should say, we got her. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. We have her BAC levels were 2 times the legal limit. The indications that she hit John is clear when you look at the taillight. Look at what the ARCA provided. It's clear that the taillight could be broken in the way we claim. It's 100% an indication she hit him. Yes, she didn't hit him in the body. He might have staggered a little bit before he fell down. We can't tell that because we can see movement on his phone, but we have her. So the only reasonable thing is for you to go back in the room, come back, find her guilty on charge 1. There are no reason to go any point beyond that, because this lady is guilty, proven by her own experts. If you won't find her guilty and don't believe she intended to do it, charge 2, manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter is the charge you must find her guilty of. John isn't here anymore. Instead, John was 46.
Yeah, well, that, and let's call a spade a spade. I think we can all say that Karen didn't look good in those interviews. She's got an aggressive talking style. It's fast. It's kind of brash. Apparently, it's, Massachusetts for you. But to try to make Jen and Carrie, who are on record basically telling Karen to F off, shut the hell up, not giving her 1 ounce of comfort, to try to cast them as angel soccer moms who didn't even know each other and then suddenly came to the, aid of, insane, hysterical Karen. Like, there's a lot of things you've asked us to ignore, and I don't think the resting bee face of every single woman from Canton is something that the jury's going to ignore.
And if the OBI is true, anyone can come and knock at your door. No, because there's, I think that's the Sixth Amendment. They can't just come to you and say, hey, we think you drove last night. They have to have a reason. Karen Read had a blood test drawn, and they had witnesses testifying Karen Read was driving a car. That's why they could use it against her. But yes, they could have done more to dissuade that, saying, well, Karen, when she got home, because she was so angry and she has a bit of a drinky poo problem, downed a quarter of vodka. We have had cases in Denmark where people were found not guilty because they hit something, drove home, the police picked them up at their house, and they said, well, I don't think I hit anything, but when I came home, because I had been at the gas station buying some vodka, and I just drank the vodka. And blood tests can't prove that it didn't happen after, but you have to put it in the defense that they drank after, and they didn't do that. Alan Jackson did it in the closing arguments that she could have kept drinking. We don't know that, but closing arguments are not evidence. We have to remember that as well. It's just a summation of what we've been through in 32 days. So, yeah, it would probably have been better for her if on one of the phone calls you could hear her slur her words a lot and say, oh, you effer, you're not coming home. So you could say, well, Karen got real mad and she went to Mimosa Town. Well, everyone in that town apparently drinks and drives. So again, John O'Keefe had he's a dead person and we all feel sorry for him, but he had indications that he had a very high alcohol use as well. He was a fit guy, 6'2", 216, not a big guy, but his artery was 76% clogged. We have text messages saying he just got sober at 4:30 in the afternoon the day before. And that's with minors in the house.
Yeah, that's the part I don't get is where, just having the cold or whatever I had, I was down for the count. I can't imagine being hungover and trying to parent.
Thank you, Mspire, for gifting a Valhalla Awaits membership.
And that went to Be Kind Tiger. You are now eligible for Fluffy. I was going to say, I know it's not the one that I think it is, so which one do I always think it is?
I'm the fluffer. The goat is Fluffy.
Ah.
Yeah, he said, I just woke up hung over, and that was 4:30, because I remember reading that and saying, oh my God, this relationship, I can understand why it was so rocky, because he was drinking a lot and we don't know how much she was drinking, but apparently she was going along with it. At least going to bars with him and having some drinks. So that's why I didn't put much into those texts, because the ones in the morning where he got angry that she gave Duncan to the kids. Yeah, if you're hungover and you want to be a strict parent and you're hungover, you're going to be the very strict parent and say, you shouldn't be giving them. And I told you 1,000 times that you're just trying to buy their love. and all of this crap, and then go back, sleep on the couch, find out, I was kind of an asshole this morning, but I'm too proud to say sorry, so I'll ask her out tonight. Again, that's why I want people who have lived a little bit, who might have had a little bit of a bad relationship, because I think all of us who have been in relationships where the other part might have been kind of a douche canoe, we know that those conversations can change a lot in the span of a day. You can start out very angry at each other, and yeah. I myself drove to the cinema, drank a bottle of vodka, got arrested for being in charge of a vehicle, and won my case. I fell asleep in my brother's car once in the passenger seat, but I had put the key in the ignition because I was listening to music. And the cop who woke me up, he said, because the key is in the ignition, I could actually have you for drunken driving. I said, but I fell asleep. He said, yeah, but as soon as the key is in the ignition and you turned it, you're potentially driving the car. And I said, but I'm just a reminder. So I've never done that again.
Good idea.
Yeah, and a lot of them doesn't even have to see stuff. They come into a job where you have a culture. And I think a lot of these cops have a really unhealthy culture. You can see it in the way they cover for each other, and everyone has a very high use of substances. Remember the guy who lost his badge and pew-pew in another man's car? Remember they've been in New York drinking all day and then goes home. Instead of going home to your son's birthday, you go straight to a bar. I think a lot of this case is because you have a very, very unhealthy culture in the Massachusetts police forces.
Yeah, I think because if you noticed, all the hangouts were, hey, we're going to have some drinks. Hey, you want to bring some drinks? Hey, you want to come over and meet us for drinks? Again, maybe that's just the culture around there. Maybe that's how everyone was raised. You always just had a drink. But it almost seems like even kids' birthday parties, like things that I normally wouldn't drink at, like kids' birthday parties.
Yeah, and we heard that from was it no, it was it Carrie who said and then they came over and they brought some drinks, and then they came over and they brought some beers. Everything is alcohol related, and when everyone is drinking around you, it just becomes the norm. I had to change my life because I was in an environment where every day was a reason to have a drink, and one drink turned into 5, 6, 7. And if you have to, I'm a big guy. I can function fine on 6, 7 beers, go home, get sleep, go to work. But it will get you at some point, because if you do it every single day and every weekend you go out partying, and that's 20 to 30 beers instead, your body can't keep up. I had the beginning of we call it fatty liver. You call it.
We call it fatty liver too.
Oh, you call it fatty liver as well. But I had to change my life completely, because I was just in a group of friends, and I wasn't drunk every day, but I drank every day.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Yeah, there's the same thing. Once it's normal and it's okay around your friends to have that, drink right after noon, and no one's going to say anything if you maybe have it at 11 now.
Yeah.
That's how it creeps.
And that's
Me too,
like
Duck.
when I was in the US, yeah, we were day drinking, hanging out, having some beers. That's vacation. There's a reason why I don't drink on streams. There's a reason, because once bitten by the snake, you have to watch that snake. And I wasn't an alcoholic. I was just in an environment where you drank a lot. But I didn't touch a drop in 2 years because I couldn't handle it. If I was with my friends, I was drinking. Not because I needed it, but because that's what we did when we were together. So I moved town, I got deployed, I stayed away from all drink because I thought that would be the best for me. And since then, because I had my kids, we got divorced and all of that, I've never drank when I had my kids because I don't want to waste my time on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are all overpaid. They make more in overtime, most of them, than they do in base pay.
Morning.
Yeah, talking about day drinking. Mr. Valhalla.
How you doing? I heard you needed an expert.
Yeah. Well, we don't want the expert. He knows nothing about drinking.
No.
When we went out drinking, it was always the preggo who drove us. Yeah.
That's not fair.
Of course it's fair.
You can't drink in the preggo.
Guaranteed
I'm not
sober.
staying awake to babysit drunk people unless I get paid in chicken wings.
I can work with that. B-dubs?
Sold.
See?
Marissa is in a drive-in at Duncan where someone just hit a pole.
Nice.
To be fair, that's usually me. My spatial awareness is that of, well, a blind Shetland pony.
Yeah, this thing happened to my my buddy's dad. That wasn't a fun house to come into. So yeah.
Well, yikes.
Valhalla, any predictions about verdicts today? Do we get one?
I have no idea. I don't know what they're talking about in there. It's been driving me crazy. Turning into the predator. My hair's just
You
down.
drive me crazy.
I don't even have a hair tie in here.
Don't start dancing with knives, Valhalla. We need you.
Be the best knife dance you've ever seen.
Well, yeah.
The designated driver usually gets free non-alcoholic from the establishment. That's a small bonus. Yeah.
That's true.
I did a lot of the driving when I stopped drinking, and I got stopped every weekend. Hey, you've been drinking? Said, nope, not this weekend either. Hey, you stopped me last weekend. Yeah. Gonna do it next weekend too. Well, see you Saturday.
You get a lot of
he stopped me next
bars.
Saturday.
Yeah. Working at the bars, driving home at like 4 a.m. after you got to clean everything. You get pulled over a lot. No, lady, I'm sober. Leave me alone. Just going home.
They did ask you about the body glitter, though, Valhalla. That's why they kept pulling you over.
They usually don't ask about it. They just kind of smile a little.
Oh, no, I would have. I'd have been like, sir, questions. Rainbow, does that glow in the black light? How do you get that off?
Well, there was definitely glowing in the black light, but that was something totally different. Oh, I'm still tired, y'all.
Oh, it's never been cool. Was it a hot cup? Was that why you were? Oh, let me be the designated driver. Hey, Mr. Officer, you can frisk me right now. But jury's out, 9.5 hours, and we're just waiting. So let's wait with the good people of South Carolina, where apparently 22s are fired in cul-de-sacs all day, every day. And
Baker, we have a olive green tie with a chessboard with a purple shirt. Where is his wife, and why did she leave him?
Again, this is 1995. It's totally okay for 1995. Yes, I know this case started last week, but it's South Carolina. It's 1995. South Carolina is still waiting for Britney Spears to get her big breakthrough.
Ooh, Oh, they're gonna love the Brittany Justin denim outfit prom dress thing. They're gonna love that. VMAs.
Terrible.
I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but Madonna, Britney, and Christina Aguilera is gonna kiss at the MTV Music Awards.
What was her name?
Christina Aguilera.
Okay. Why did they all
Big-
turn into W's? I thought you guys didn't even have the W sound.
Well, I'm trying not to be racial insensitive by speaking Spanish. Do they often separate defendants in trial over there, try them together? Depends on what trial it is. The most annoying thing is when they try them separately, because then it's always a hassle getting them from different jails, or if they're out, they don't show. I have a case right now with 3 co-defendants, and they're charged with beating someone up in prison. The first trial, one of them didn't show up, and then one of the other people said, well, I need his testimony to prove my client is innocent. And the judge said, well, if someone doesn't show up from the defendant's side next time, we're just going, because we have a rule that if they have had a proper warning, we can just do the trial if they don't show up. Because we could see that this would probably be every time someone would be away, so they could say, well, I need his testimony, so we can't start the trial. And then all of them showed up at the last trial, but the victim didn't show up. So now we have an arrest warrant out for the victim and these 3 people. It's a hassle. But it depends on what it is. It depends on how high in the system you are. Like if you're a member of a gang or something. If you're just the street level thugs, they'll probably just try to round all of you up together. If you're the one who runs the show, they would most likely try and get you. I had a case where a kind of big guy within a certain community that was started by WW2 veterans around motorcycles had a. They had
The Shriners.
Yeah, the Shiner. Yeah, the one in the little car.
That wasn't it. That wasn't
No.
it.
I know.
But
It's the
they had a
Kiwanis
really
Club.
good business of leasing cars. Well, they leased cars to people that they had bought in Germany.
Ah.
Well, again, most of these cars probably weren't German, but they had a new engine plate. And then this guy got like 6 years, and we had to deal with some of the people who helped him find German cars. We had to sit and watch one of them dig through an Audi TT. That's my favorite car in the whole world. I want one, but I don't have the money. And
Wait, it's called a TT?
an
It
Audi
should be
TT.
everyone's favorite car.
I see what you did there.
Call it double D's and it fits a whole family. That's what their SUV is.
Isn't that the little rally car looking thing?
No, it's a little
it kinda
two-door.
looks like a rally car. It kind of looks like a little rally car.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, I always wanted one, but I don't have money, so I can't get one.
Yeah, that money thing kind of stinks.
It ruins a lot of things in my life,
Yeah.
not having the monies. Hey, Reby, are you starting gang? No, I already am a member of Esten Posse.
He's got a shirt and
EP for
everything,
life.
y'all.
Yes. Don't let Fannie Willis see you. She's going to start a RICO case on you.
I remember that car from Gran Turismo. The video
It's
game.
not a hairdresser car. That's a Toyota. Toyota Supra is called a hairdresser Ferrari in Denmark.
A Toyota Supra? That was a badass car, man.
Why are they called a hairdresser special? Do they look like a new Jaguar? Is that what you're saying?
They were cool little cars.
It's the same all over Tennessee. They were driving around these Jeep Wranglers. Most men driving Jeep Wranglers in Denmark is also hairdressers.
That's not how it works here. We use them to climb things.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say
these guys
that
climb
in-
things as well.
Here, I got it. So the Toyota Supra was out right about the time that Fast and the Furious was real big.
Oh,
So this is the Toyota Supra. It's a badass little car.
Well, this is the souped up version.
Well, duh.
The one they had, I think it wasn't even the Supra. I think it was the MR2 AR2, something like that. It was the cheap version of this one, and that was a hairdresser Ferrari.
okay.
Because they
If you're
always
not
all got them
racing
in
it,
red.
do you need the black thing on the back, or does that come with it when you buy it regular?
That's called a spoiler. In this one, I think I would like a spoiler on it.
I would
It's
want
to
a
keep the
spoiler
tires
this
on the
car.
road.
Yeah. It
Okay,
puts
okay.
what it does is it puts downforce on the back end so you get more traction on the rear wheels.
Yeah, I don't drive that fast. Although I always
Physics
wanted a
and
PT
stuff.
Cruiser. Again, I am the wrong person to ask about a car.
Thank
A
you,
purple PT
Spire.
Cruiser with flames on it. Look,
That's terrible.
I have horrible
Terrible.
taste.
That's not even terrible. That's just terrible, Mo. That's
You
PT
know,
Cruiser
Mr.
with
Mo
flames.
married me in spite of me declaring this. That's true love.
Gifted membership went to Sugar Battle Bros, Super Battle Bros, because I can read. Thank you, M Spire. Appreciate you. And of course, long live Fluffy. I'm so proud of Mo, by the way, for saying Fluffy earlier. I heard it.
You
Hey,
can't even
I
get
was
the
like,
TT
crap,
anymore.
which one is it? I know it's the one that I always
Get wrong.
get wrong.
They stopped making the Supra like a long time ago now. Or at
Yeah,
least
because you can't sell those souped up cars anymore because environment. Damn you, Al Gore. Why did you have to make global warming?
stupid Al Gore.
Yeah, it's the MR2. That's the hairdresser Ferrari.
I'm not even sure what that
Thank
is.
you, Phoenix, for being a member for 9 months. PT Cruiser is a horrible. That's the most ugly car in the world.
They really
I
are
know
terrible.
they're ugly. Look, something about it, I just love it.
Yeah, I was watching your stream this morning and I didn't see any Valhalla on it.
Yo, no showed. I get a message like 3 hours before the stream starts. It was like, hey, we're doing a stream tonight. What the hell? I didn't agree to this. I didn't know we were doing a stream. I had things to do last night. I'd been streaming for 8 hours yesterday. Plus, Mrs. Valhalla didn't get home till like 9:30. Hadn't seen her all day. You guys can get wrecked. I was hanging out with my wife.
The Fiero. What's
The
that?
Fiero. The Fiero was it was a horrible design, but it was a cool little car. It had the motor was in the front.
PT Cruiser
back.
or El Camino? I'm just saying.
El Camino.
All day.
Well, yeah,
every day.
I mean, but I was trying
It's a way
to
better
work
option
within
for
my
a PT
family's
Cruiser.
imaginary lotto winnings that I thought we had when I was a 16-year-old. Because
Who made the Fiero? It was a Pontiac, wasn't it? It was a Pontiac. I nailed it.
I still want this car. It's the duckbill platypus of cars.
they did
Give
that
me a
on
second. I'm
purpose,
doing
and
things.
I say that
Good image.
pun intended.
That's a Fiat Multipla I always wanted. I had its cheaper, smaller brother. It's really good because it had
Hold
sliding
on.
doors, so you could put your kids in. You could put the baby stroller in. You didn't have to put it down. You could just put it back in the back.
You
That
know
car,
why, right? Because it's a mom car, Baker.
Do you know how good it is to drive? It's the
No.
best car ever driven. I
This
love
this would literally be something a hairdresser would drive in the US.
This is the, but
100%.
this is
What
kind of
is-
like the Cybertruck. It's so ugly, you have to love it. It's kind of like when, if you get like
I
a
disagree.
if you get a
It looks
cross-eyed
like
kid.
it's growing a tumor out of its forehead.
It's like they took two different car models and were like, it's close enough.
It's a cool little
Top off of
car.
this one, the bottom off this one. Well, it'll work. It'll work.
It had a 1.6 liter engine. it could probably go 140.
I think my Dyson does too.
Well, in Europe, we can get more horsepower out of smaller engines. We don't need 5 liters like Americans because they can't figure out how to make the horses come out of the
People
barn.
actually paid money
but we're
for
going to
this?
use it.
But this is an amazing. I think it had like 14-inch wheels. It was so ugly, and
It's like if Duplo made a car.
yeah.
Right? It's like they
It's
took
the Weebles
kids'
car. Oh my
drawing of a
god, it's
car.
Weebles, Wobbles, and they don't fall down car.
They took some little kid's drawing of a car and were like, yeah, we could totally make this.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, we could dress up like the Pope.
I want it with a sunroof because it was a full
bubble.
roof sunroof. It was. There's so many windows in it, and again, you can't really tint windows in Denmark, so you would be burning up on a summer day. But just look at you. Who wouldn't love that face?
I wouldn't.
Well,
I wouldn't. I think I would rather ride around a moped than that thing. M Spire says, no, that only a car its mother could love. Lol. 100% agree. That thing is hideous.
You would never lose it in a parking lot. You would try to lose it in the parking lot, but not even thieves
would never
would
be
take it.
stolen. There was never one of these cars that was stolen in the history of their manufacturing.
it's
Not
a
single
cool
one.
car.
Fast and Furious came out, or what was it? Gone in 60 Seconds, and they're like, and this car.
Yeah, it's kind of like an old Renault 4. No, not Peugeot didn't really have anything like this, did they? Wasn't a Renault 4 that looked like this?
I don't know what that is. I'm not sure.
It's because you don't know cool cars.
I know cars. This was the Pontiac Fiero.
Yeah, that looks just like the Toyota MR2.
Does it?
Paint this Ferrari red, and every hairdresser in my town had
most
that.
of them were red. Like 90% of these things ended up being red.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the fun part about it. Because you can't drive without mufflers anyway, so you can't hear the engine really. Remember when we got the new, well, not new anymore, but when they came back with the Mustang, and the Americans had the 560 horsepower engine. I think the European model had 150 because the environment. Damn you, Al Gore.
Terrible. It's a car that has foreskin.
Well, in Europe, it's the exception who gets circumcised. It's not something we do like America. I don't know why you got into that habit, but we don't do it in Europe. What was that car called? The Fiero, the one on the screen, or Fiat Multipla was the one before?
Multipla?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's called a Multipla, but that's the name.
Because
Yeah, but he took
Abomination
cool cars away
Against
from
God
Europe.
and Camaro was too long.
Dutch Arrow. '60 Lincoln convertible with deletion doors.
Those are the ones that open backwards.
We call them self-deletion doors. I have that
That's
on
what
my.
that's what we call them as well.
I have that on my Opel.
We call them the S-word doors. They open.
Yeah.
You have them on your Opel?
Yeah,
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
it's really easy to get people who are hard at walking in and out of the back seat. It's really easy to chuck your shopping in there. I like self-deletion doors.
You want to see the coolest car I ever owned? And I sold it. And I'm sad about it. It's not the exact one, but this is the car. Not my car, but this is the car I owned. It's a 68 Nova. I love this car.
That is cool.
It was a badass car.
I had a 1984 white Chrysler New Yorker with blue crushed velvet interior. And y'all have met me, right? So I'm blasting Weird Al in this total pimp mobile. I confused a lot of people in that car. Mostly
sure.
because you don't expect to hear, Amish Paradise from a blue crushed velvet interior, New Yorker.
But tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699.
I'm not gonna. I'm not sure if I should show you my first car because there might be flood warnings coming on because it's a Daihatsu Charade.
I bet you fit in that fabulously.
I was skinny back then. I was a svelte
I was about to say, Baker,
160
you were in the
pounds.
back seat.
I actually tried to have smacks in this car. Yes, with a girl who was
so
taller
sorry
than
for
me.
her.
I can't recommend
So
it.
sorry for her.
Yes, we were sticking out of the car.
The
And
optimism
it was in
of
January.
teenagers. I love it.
I
The
bought the car.
dedication of teenagers.
I bought the car for 5,000 Danish, which is, I don't know, 700 American. Yes, cars are expensive in Denmark. It came with I bought it from a Muslim, so I kept the prayer bead because that's the best anti-theft device in Denmark is just keep the Muslim prayer bead in the windshield. And it was with a tape recorder in it. So I had a tape deck. And yes, this was bought when you couldn't buy tapes anymore. You only bought CDs. It was a year older than I was. And
Nice.
on a good day, it could hit 100.
On a good day.
Downhill, wind in the back, and the sun behind you.
As long as it was a little cold outside. Had to be a
Yeah.
little cold. Had to get that oxygen rich.
I blew the exhaust pipe, and I didn't really have any money to fix the car. I had to go out drinking as well. That took a lot of my disposable income. So what did we do? We just put earplugs in driving around because police probably won't mind if you do that. I got pulled over a lot in this car.
The car just screams 16-year-old kid.
Well, you can't. Back then, you couldn't drive till you were 18 in Denmark. But yeah, this is a first car. Again, I paid 5,000. That was that's not a lot of money for a car.
I like how this witness is silently judging us for our first cars. Like,
I think my first car was an 89 Cutlass Supreme. It was dope.
no, I had a New Yorker. It was pretty cool. 973 feet long. With an 8-track.
Oh, I had the cutouts in the back but the guy who sold it had taken the stereo out, so I just drove around with two big holes in the back.
Outstanding.
Well, a Toyota Hilux, you haven't even started to drive it if it's only at 250,000 miles.
How did you get a Toyota Hilux in the States? That's dope.
You can't destroy those cars.
No, they tried. What's the car?
Top Gear.
Top Gear. Top Gear tried to do all kinds of things to it. It just drove off. Those were preferred by the bad guys overseas, and for obvious reasons.
Mitsubishi Mirage didn't stop well in the rain. The rest of the story kind of tells itself. Yeah, probably ended in a wall somewhere.
Where did you send it, Livid?
I had the big stereo in my basement because we never got around to put it into the Golf. Golf, my brother is a big Golf fan. He had the Golf. I think the first one was the Golf 3, and the only other car than the Volkswagen he ever had was a Ford Mondeo, and Ford is the only car that spells shit with an F and D. because in Denmark, shit is spelled Lort. So that's why it works.
Ah.
Doesn't work in English.
Yeah.
It barely
Ford
works
Fiesta.
in Danish. For Fiesta.
That was a cool little car too. But that you can see there's a little difference what Danish people had as their first car, probably about this size, and what Americans had.
What was that other dope ass car I had? I think it was like a '89 Chevy S10.
Ooh.
It was all
My
jacked
first
up,
car,
had a roll bar.
no, my second car
So-
didn't have an ignition. I started it with a screwdriver. That's a fun car to be pulled over with over in by the police.
Oh
You
yeah.
just did the whoops! I slipped the clutch because you didn't want to do the. I'm just taking out my screwdriver. RX-8 is pretty cool. I'm not the biggest
That's
fan
dope.
of rabbits. So I can kind of guess how old Serenity is by Golf 3s.
I had that pickup truck. It was a Chevy S10. It was like an '89, I think. It was so rusted in the back. I couldn't I was scared to put anything in the bed of it because it would just fall right through. It was terrible. Had a big roll bar though with the lights on the top, jacked up all crazy. It was an awesome truck.
What was it AMC who made the? Was it the Pinto that blew up?
That was a Ford Pinto, but I don't think they blew up. Everybody had a Pinto back in the day.
Which
Yeah, I
one
think
was it that looked just as ugly from the front as at the back?
Edsel?
Pacer, AMC Pacer. What am I thinking?
That might have
about?
been it. That might have been it.
There was a car they designed to go as fast backwards or forward, or they tried to do it as aerodynamic. It looked like crap. Yeah, Ford Pinto did blow up if you hit the rear. Yeah, there's something about the placement
they?
of. It was kind of an
Yeah.
urban legend, but you didn't want to go in a fender bender and be the front car. The Pacer is the ugly one. Yeah.
They're not cute. That and the Gremlin. Remember the Gremlins? I can't remember who made it. AMC Gremlin. It was an AMC. These cars were hideous.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Okay, this one's actually kind of cool for what it is.
1993 Pinto Brown. Oh,
Nice. This was the Ford or the AMC Gremlin.
it's such an ugly car. I
It's
would love
so
a car like
hideous.
this.
This one would be cool though, right? Like the green and the what the hell? The
Trick
Hemi?
out
That's
trick
a
out the
Hemi
wheels.
pickup? Yeah.
Those 12-inch wheelbarrow wheels it has. Let's trick them out. That's
Terrible.
It's so ugly.
yeah, but I like
These-
ugly. I'm not a big car guy. I don't care about cars. It's something you use to go from A to B in my world. But if I'm gonna buy a car for my own pleasure, and I would buy something like this or the Fiat Multiplier, or if I win big in the YouTube lottery, a Cybertruck, because they are all so ugly that you have to love them. And I would get the worst decals on it. It would be like Pimp My Ride.
Oh my gosh. You guys are not going to know if I hit it big, but when I come to meet up in my PT Cruiser, there may be signs.
Yeah, it has go faster paint on it.
It does have fast paint. That paint is super fast.
That's 10 miles per hour. That paint, at least.
That's at least 10 horsepower minimum.
And the racing stripe?
What the hell is that from? It's from like the Hemi paint back in the day. It's a specific car that used to have this paint scheme. I don't know, Barracuda maybe? What was it? Somebody's a motorhead in here. What car is this that I'm thinking of?
I was just about to say with this one, T-Rex set trannies are way cheaper.
You gotta find them though. You gotta go find them. That's the
Well,
problem.
they
You gotta
are at
locate
most
them.
truck stops he comes at. So
Yeah.
And, then you have to look up Carfax, and they always lie on their Kelly Blue Book value.
yeah, we had a car dealer in my
Roadrunner.
town that got pinched for the good old turning back the miledometer or whatever you call it.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
illegal.
wow.
Yeah, that's highly illegal. Nowadays you can't really do it, but back then he would just shave like 15,000 kilometers off. And it was the most shitty car in the world. So you looked at it and said, "It got holes in the button." And you say it's only 100,000 kilometers. Yeah, driven by an old lady to church every Sunday. No old lady goes to church every Sunday. We live in Denmark. We go at Christmas and when we're getting
We're
put in the ground.
Keisters. Christmas, Easter.
The stripe is on the Dodge Charger Daytona.
That's the one. I was gonna say it's not the Roadrunner. I looked it up.
73 Dodge Charger. If this thing drove out from nuclear power plant, I would assume they had an accident at that plant. It does look like a mutant.
Look, it's a Pinto that got mad. You wouldn't want to see it angry. It hulked out.
This car was so crazy looking, y'all.
But I think this is the one they made aerodynamic in the back so you could go backwards faster. And I'm like, who want to go backwards because you're sitting there? No one wanted. Well, Karen Reed apparently.
Mater from Cars.
Yeah,
That's
but he's
true.
cool at. Yeah. Mercury Capri. Yeah, I remember those.
Here, this is what that
Oh yeah, it's Wayne's World that drive around in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Here's
where
what
I
that
remember.
paint job is supposed to be based on. The 73 Dodge Charger Daytona.
Ah,
This car was flipping cool.
well, yeah.
Anything's possible, MG. Anything's possible.
But anything's possible. I mean, we heard that from a real physics-ologist.
Ridiculous. They used to put let me see if I can get a different picture of this. They used to put these crazy front ends and spoilers on these cars.
Just to keep it in the same color scheme, this was the car that every motor guy would have when I was a kid. That's an Opel Kadett.
Okay.
I used to drive to culinary school with a guy who had, not in this color, he had it in the dirt brown. Every other person had it in. But if you went over 100 kilometers an hour, it would shake so hard that you had to sit and hold the doors because they could go loose. The windows would drop down. It was about the worst car in the world. But everyone, because it had European standard, pretty, you could touch the motor up a lot. So everyone was driving this. It's a 76 car, and everyone drove those in 96 because it's such a cool car.
So,
horrible.
Baker, how many times? So you drove over 100 every time you drove it. You're like, even though
Yeah, because we had to drive like 200 kilometers to go to culinary school. So of course we did. And we might be
100.
drinking while we did it. Well, the passengers,
that's,
not the driver.
safety first. You have
Yeah,
to holding those doors is thirsty work.
Let's just say not all of the seat belts might have been installed in that car either. So, and he had, I believe, he had a 4-door version. And yeah, if the car swings open and we're going 100, we're going to get sucked out. But we still, we can hold it. Doesn't matter. Let's get there. Well, I went to school with some people who, one time they were driving home, one of them said, think fast, and he just yanked the steering wheel from the other guy. They flipped 3 times into a field. We weren't smart guys. We were fun people, but we weren't smart. That's that was our problem. Oh, that's such
I
a
suddenly
horrible
regret having the
car.
number of boy children I did.
That car was so awesome. You know how expensive this car is? This car has got to be ungodly.
And the
Over
spoiler
100K
doesn't work
probably.
for anything. It's pure dressing.
What do you see how high that spoiler is? Of course that's doing something. Man.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
See how
This
pointy
has
the
no,
front
it
end is?
doesn't. This is a song about the car. A famous Danish rapper from the city that Jinx is from made a song about it because it was the car you had back then. So, and he sings it in a very hillbilly accent. So that's and it's about having smacks in the back seat with Connie. Connie is the name of you probably like in America you would like a candy or any girl who ends in a Y is kind of like a Connie. Connie is more like she'll sit in the back on your moped, get into fights on the weekends, and yeah, that's a Connie. Yes, we are getting a little PD, but first we got a little car happy because memories pressed between the pages of my mind. Memories smelling through the just like wine. Memories. Yeah. Yeah, but that was the racing spoiler, not the vanity spoiler on that one.
I'd like to show one more before we
Also a task force officer
Oh, they didn't put on a defense. Interesting.
with the United States Secret Service's Cyber Fraud Task Force.
Really?
How long have you been a supervisor of the Criminal Intelligence Unit?
Only a year now.
What does the Criminal Intelligence Unit do?
So our unit will assist other investigators in corroborating information that they have learned during an investigation or help generate new leads through analyzing digital records, social media records, cell phone records, things along those lines, or digital evidence recovered from devices like cell phones, DVRs, computers, vehicles, anything that controls an electronic component.
You said you've been the supervisor for just about a year. How long has the unit been in existence?
The unit's only been in existence for a year.
So you've been the only supervisor so far.
So far, yes.
Prior to the unit being established, did you do the same type of work, just not in a specialized unit?
Yes. So I've analyzed social media records, geolocation data, cell records since 2019, and I've done digital forensic works, actually pulling information from devices and examining it since 2021.
So what type of training and experience have you had in the field of
Makes
digital
sense.
analysis?
So I have gone through approximately 126 hours as far as analyzing cellular records, social media records through various different companies. And I've also attended about 80 hours worth of digital forensic courses. I'm sorry, 120 hours of digital forensic courses for various different devices, both from private companies and the United States Secret Service.
I'm just gonna
Into a tower that is operated by their towers. I do.
And approximately how many sets of such records have you analyzed?
So sets of cell phone I'm familiar with is
This is just
18,
a
19.
proficiencies test, so yeah,
The data stored in computer code on the phone, it's turned into words on a screen for us.
that's how
That you
Just
Cellbrite works.
recertified?
recertified and change,
You-
extract that information, be able to parse it out or use
Let's just get to this
health
case.
data on.
Health data.
Not healthcare data?
Yes, sir, I do. All right.
He's no Garagos.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, sir.
Good. Thank you for being here. Just want to make sure I got some timelines right.
Mhm.
So you started in 2021 in digital forensics, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so murder that we're here to discuss today occurred on October 2nd, 2020, is that right?
Correct.
You also tell us that you started your exploration or learning about Cellbrite that was in 2022?
No,
Appreciate you.
my use of Cellbrite started in 2021. My
Had a
use
friend
of
who's
cellular
followed that
record,
happened.
analyzing cellular records started in 2019.
Okay. Yeah, well, I thought you
Yeah,
testified that
little,
you
but
started
we
to
popped
utilize
it.
the program Cellbrite in 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so what I have for you guys is records from Cellbrite. You said you used Cellbrite in this case?
No, I did use Cellbrite in this case.
Okay. You did use Cellbrite.
I did use Cellbrite in this case. That's
Okay. Can you describe, I've heard about what sounds to me like education you acquired since becoming an officer. What was your formal education?
I've got the highest formal education I have is an associate's degree
Okay. And where did you do that?
or Georgetown Tech College,
And what was the major?
just in general criminal justice.
Criminal justice. Okay. All right. So your Cellbrite certification, didn't that, can I have you?
Thanks.
Let's just make sure we're clear on the Cellbrite certification. That's about how you
Well, that would be hard because we are at 10 hours and 13 minutes in the verdict. Oh, or in this case,
talking
well,
about this
if they go to a verdict, please no spoilers because this is going to fill my verdict watch time.
use the data, right?
It's the
Well, there's a retrial starting today at 2, I think, from South Carolina. It's a retrial where someone he got a hung jury because his wife either got strangulated by a garden hose or she self-deleted with a garden hose. So, but it's a retrial. They got hung on the first time. I don't know.
The old
And
Sandra
again-
Birchmore route, huh?
I'm just because garden hose in Danish is a garden snake. Funny little thing.
proper use of the tool to download, image the data, and then to look through and explore the data that's actually being parsed out so that you can sift through it and separate the different items.
That's a
For
ruined
instance,
house.
Text messages will end up being in one category, so you can easily find them. Images will be in another. Device logs will be in a third, and so on.
Okay, so explain to me the science, the methodology behind the extraction.
That I can't, because that particular information is proprietary. Cellbrite doesn't explain to us how they download the information from the phone.
That's right. So you are purporting to be an expert in something that requires you to use specialized knowledge to download something, but they don't even tell you the mechanism or how you do that, correct?
That's correct. They do not explain to us how they do that.
Someone call Whiffen.
So
Where is
if you
Ian
don't
when I
have
need
the
him?
methodology or how you do something, then you can't be an expert in it, can you, sir?
They explained to us the process that we need to go through to use the tool, to download the data, and to analyze that data. The specific coding that they use to access the phone, bypass certain security functions, they don't explain that to us.
And you would agree with me that you are, just while we're, did you do what kind of abstraction did you do here? Was it a physical or logical abstraction?
For which device?
For Megan Jackson's phones.
So Megan Jackson's phones, I did not download the data from.
You did not download the data from Megan Jackson's phones.
No, Lieutenant Ben Wells' sheriff's office downloaded that information. I used the information to analyze and corroborate other information that I particularly obtained through search warrant and then analyzed for this investigation.
Okay, would you be able to tell me which phones you Cellbrite or a comparative platform for?
There were a number of devices that were collected during this investigation. Initially had not been processed because we did not have the support at the time to process them. And I processed them recently once we obtained the tools and the support to be able to do so. Several USB drives. There was, I believe, a download for, it was a list of about 15 to 20 items, and unfortunately I don't have all of those in front of me, so I hate to misspeak and tell you an item that I didn't, but there was a number of them that were done.
Okay. Could you just identify for me any that you might remember involved?
I believe there was a device for Erica Dantel. There was an iPad or two that were collected from Gregory Rice's house or from one of the scenes from the search. Unfortunately, I don't learn a lot about where the devices were collected, just they turn the items in for processing with the appropriate legal authority, and I download those devices and then look at that data.
Okay. And you didn't, so when you say, because I want to make sure I'm getting the right terminology myself, extract versus download, just, so when you say you downloaded, when you said just use the word downloaded, is that the same as extract or that's something different?
So it's a very similar term. Sometimes I'll say image, sometimes I'll say download, sometimes I'll say extraction. It's all the same thing. We're taking a copy of the data that's on the device so that we can analyze it. It's not removing the data from the device. It's just making a copy of it.
Okay. And again, how are you doing that? What is the methodology for that removal? Okay.
It depends on the particular device and support. We have several forensic tools we have the ability to use.
Apparently, John DePetro is at it again today at the courthouse. Yesterday, he started screaming at. Oh, we missed one.
Aiden. Why don't foreskins ever make good friends? Because they always split when things get a little hard. Thank you, Umpire. Appreciate it.
But apparently, yesterday he was getting into it with Aiden outside while he was on court TV, making Julie look like she, kind of like the defendant in this case. And today he was filming Jess Machado and starting bitching about her being there. She had no right to be there. To a court officer who actually ended up standing between them because he got loud. So and there was another guy, not John DePetro, who was, I talked about it yesterday, that someone had filmed inside the court room, but apparently they also, again, it's a Twitter rumor, filmed the jury bus when it arrived.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Frank Carlisle. Sorry. Have a great day.
For instance, I use Gray-Key on a few of these devices and Celebrate UFID on several others, depending on if it's an Apple or Android. Some one of the companies may have more support for one than the other. So depending on what level of support they have, what's the highest level of a image or extraction, the amount of data we can obtain, we'll use that particular forensic tool so that we can obtain as much data as possible.
As we sit here today, are you familiar with Toll, Sutikino, and Iqbal Bustami?
Not
any of their work?
Are those people?
Those are people.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you haven't read the capabilities of Celebrate Universal Forensics Extraction Device and Mobile Device Forensics?
I'm not familiar with that article or.
Okay. You would agree with me. You're familiar, aren't you, with the criticisms of Celebrate and the Celebrate software?
Not familiar with the criticisms. Can you be more specific?
Sure. Inaccuracy is criticism, sir.
Not familiar with it, no, sir.
Okay. Have you taken the time to do any of your own independent study of Celebrate and similar platforms?
No.
Don't you think if you're going to be an expert in it, that you ought to have that knowledge?
In using Celebrate or knowing exactly how it works?
In knowing what its recognized flaws are.
In its recognized flaws, during our training, we're explained what we should be looking for as the extraction or as the imaging occurs and as the parsing occurs. And we're provided indicators if certain things are not working correctly.
And you stated, and one of the criticisms is, and you stated it, but is that they will not teach you the methodology about how to utilize the software itself.
No, the specific method that they use or the specific coding that they use to access the phone is considered proprietary, and they do not share that with us.
And in this case, although it sound like maybe you're not even the witness I need to speak to in terms of Megan Jackson's phone, but what steps did you take after you did any of the extractions that you may have done in this case to verify this, to make sure that they were actually accurate extractions?
So the information that I did use from the extractions from Megan Jackson's phone, I was able to validate I used geolocation data for starters. And the information that I obtained from her phone, I was able to validate with both video surveillance that was obtained and cellular records.
And so I think you misunderstand me. I'm not asking about, and I apologize if I didn't ask a good question. What I mean is, you guys set up material from either the extraction or download, but did you take that to another system and run that same extraction and compare the two for any discrepancy?
No, what we ended up doing is using a separate set of data to validate that data. So there's several different ways you can validate information when you're downloading or extracting something, imaging something from a phone. You can use a separate tool to try and validate that information. You can pull up the device itself and see if the device is displaying the same information that you downloaded. You can look through the computer code, read the binary, and see if it's saying exactly what it should be displaying on the phone or the image. Or you can use a completely separate independent piece of data to validate it. For instance, if I've got a geolocation data from a phone that says that you're at a particular gas station and at a particular date and time, and I go to that same gas station, pull up digital video, and I have a video that shows you standing there with your phone in your hand, that video has validated the location information pulled from the phone.
And that's specific to location. But what about things? These are massive, right? These are massive bits of data that come out. It's not just GPS location. These are text messages, images, right? This is a full panel of information from this, correct, sir?
Correct.
And one of the things that you could look to see is, are there any duplicate messages, right? And that's a telltale sign of there being an inaccuracy with the download.
No,
that, sir?
I would not agree with that statement.
Okay. Did you tell me you did a logical or physical extraction data for the devices that you did do?
Well, that would depend on the particular device. Again, I don't have that list in front of me. The majority of them, I believe, they were full file system extractions.
Okay, and is that, do you categorize that as being physical or logical?
So that would be just under the physical range.
Okay.
Logical would be at the bottom range with the least amount of information that you could get a physical extraction would be the most exact bit-for-bit copy of the entire area of storage on a phone or a device.
And you would agree with me that if you ran that physical extraction, that because it's, as you said, a little more complete, you should still be able to recover deleted items.
So when we do obtain a full file system from a device, that does contain that unallocated space or space where deleted items could be stored, yes.
So I just want to make sure it's clear, you didn't cross-validate any of the extractions that you did do in this case with X-ray, magnetoxin, or oxygen forensics?
None of the extractions that I did in this case, I validated with another tool. That's correct.
And just so it's clear, because we sit here today, you can't really tell me which phones or electronic devices you were involved in the extraction of, but you did roll out those and negative gases.
Yes, I did not extract any of the devices or the devices that was possessed by Megan Jackson at the time of this incident.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't like to make an argument about this possible. All right. Yes, sir. What you've heard from Detective Marcus. Sergeant Marcus. What you've heard from Sergeant Marcus is he does not have the methodology. The science behind being an expert is to have the methodology. It's literally in the rule. As you have identified earlier, when they put up an expert that we do not contest qualifications to, they're here to be able to explain the science behind something. And he has just testified under oath that the science behind what he's attempting to perform, the company will not provide it to him. So he does not have that science. He has no ownership of that science. He has also testified that
You're not going to win it. He's a Cellbrite expert. They're going to use it.
he himself did not do any
Yeah, he doesn't need to know the proprietary things.
Yeah, he
It's
just
already
needs how
been
to read it.
qualified.
This is a wide area of his expertise in Cellbrite.
But I mean, he has to try, and he's made an actual fairly good defense, even if I think he's just smarmy to me.
Well, this isn't Matthew McConaughey. This is the little brother.
Yeah, I know, but they all just come off a little too smarmy for me.
Yeah. But most of the defense lawyers we have seen in South Carolina is kind of douche canoes.
Yeah, maybe it's a thing.
Megan Jackson's phones, he can't tell you which ones he did extract or do extractions from, and he didn't cross-validate those with other similar platforms. And so there's no way for his testimony to be deemed reliable, Your Honor, in terms of any kind of digital forensic extraction.
I find this witness to be an expert over defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But they wadered him in front of the jury. That's new.
Let's get to this case. Were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
And so before we get into the forensic work that you did, are you familiar with the term NamUs?
Yes, I am.
And that's NAMUS. Can you tell the jury what NamUs is?
NamUs is a program that's sponsored by the DOJ for missing and unidentified people. It's a networking platform. It's online. It allows officers, medical examiners, hospitals, even the public to network with each other across the country. We can take a person who's listed as missing or someone who unfortunately is deceased and we have no idea who they are, enter them into this system, and hopefully get information to help us identify them or return them home.
And I apologize if I missed this, what type of information can you put into NamUs?
So demographic information about people, their name, address, where they were last seen, clothing, contact information for family are all items we can put in there. Circumstances about their disappearance. We can even go as far as entering in dental records, listing contacts for familial DNA if we need to go that route to help identify someone.
Did you enter Greg Rice into NamUs for this case?
Yes, I did.
What information did you enter for him?
I ended up entering his demographics, some case details about his disappearance, a photograph of him, and dental records that were obtained during this investigation.
I am showing you states, it's already been admitted, Your Honor, States Exhibit 13. Are those the dental records that you received and used to enter Greg Rice in NamUs?
Yes.
Why is it important to get, for instance, dental records?
Like I mentioned before, unfortunately, sometimes when people go missing, they've end up deceased in different places of the country. Someone may recover someone's body, and one of the ways that we're able to identify someone is through dental records.
Switching gears a little bit, the jury's already heard that Greg Rice went missing on October 2nd of 2020. When did you first become aware of where he was killed?
Late October, early
Not
November.
where he was found, where he was killed.
Oh, most recently, very recently.
Okay. Where was he killed?
That would be along was in the village of Arrowheads in the Myrtle Beach section of Ward County.
So now let me get into your forensic work a little bit. As part of your involvement, did you try to corroborate?
I love these the online cope from all these anti-care reads. I love that I so love that Jen McCabe took and passed the lie detector test, and Karen Reed was afraid to go up against Hank Brennan, but confessed on national TV. Can't make this stuff up. Honey Bunny, do you know that lie detector tests are inadmissible in court because it's just like body language reading, bunk science? And do you know that Jen McCabe admitted she lied to the FBI while on the stand?
Yeah.
And if she had been testifying for the defense, she would be struck with perjury charges. No, of course you don't know that because you don't care about the truth. You just care about, Karen Reed is she's
Who
so mean.
administered this lie detector test? Was it like a Letitia Stalk thing where she went to fakelidetectors.com?
Yeah, that's... After Karen Reed, we need to cleanse our palate. We need to find a Letitia Stalk case. A case where someone is so clearly guilty and still so full
we
of
need
shit.
a Sarah Boone. We need a like douchey McDouche face. Not that I want to go with the kid thing, but you know how we all hated Adam Montgomery
Yeah.
and what's her face, Kayla or whatever, the monster woman. We need evil. That is Courtney Clenny coming up yet soon, or
No, I think that's January 2025. I've actually tried to be looking into it because there's so much shenanigans going on in that case. There's nothing really happening. The next big thing I think is coming up is the Microsoft exec who got off by his ex-wife.
oh yeah, that one. That looks 12 shades of crazy.
Yeah, and they have the ex-wife and her boyfriend, and then I think they already convicted the guy they hired to do it.
I think so. I think he turned state's evidence on the other two.
Yeah. Corey Richardson could be up soon. I don't know to where the court put the date now that appeal is denied. Well, I have the problem with Corey Richardson that I got struck on my channel for it last time. Minnesota manhunt case. He was charged with 6 counts. Which case is it? Is it the one who just pew-pewed some politicians? That's not going to be in a long time.
No.
And Minnesota is a stupid time zone.
Among other things.
Donna
But
Adels, I don't care about the Adelson case. She's just an old, stupid hack.
I honestly see that one from Minnesota going federal. I don't think they're going to want to go too deeply into it, and they're not going to want it publicized.
No, he has connections that they don't want on TV.
Other information that the team of investigators had learned.
Yes.
So what type?
Yeah, but that's, I believe, 8 hours. 8 hours from my time zone, so that means court ends at midnight every day.
Types of information did you review or use to corroborate those items?
So I used cellular records. Those are those records that are generated by cell phones, stored by a network provider. I used records from digital downloads from cell phones. I also used digital surveillance photos and videos that were recovered at different places, as well as still shots from a automatic license plate.
And for those who are talking about the jury being a bit more dressed up, I've seen that that Sue reports that, and so does Machado. But she said last year the jury did the same. It wasn't because they put on a suit and tie for verdict. Some days they came in and were a little more dressed up. Apparently, someone showed up in shorts yesterday, and we're not talking about like jorts or anything. It was just like swim trunks shorts. So again, you don't think it's like reading body language. We don't know.
Yeah.
Are those kids from Arizona going to trial anywhere soon? I don't know what that is.
I'm trying to think of Arizona. Oh, the ones that ran over the former police chief. That's
that
probably they were two youths that were filming themselves and they deliberately ran into an elderly, I think, retired police chief on a bicycle.
I remember that one now. Yeah, and they for the culture made fun of it after.
Now, if those, I think that they were both moved to adult court, but I could be wrong. If it's still in juvenile court, it's not going to be published. They're not going to live stream it. So I'll have to look into that one.
Are her hands cuffed? I don't think she's cuffed, no.
I am, Your Honor,
Oh,
going
she's
to
not
approach
cuffed.
with admitted exhibits 5, 7, 8, and 9. If you could just look at those and tell me if those are some of the phone records that you used.
Yes, they are.
Did you in fact initial each of the either discs
Baker,
or
we
thumb
have
drives?
one that I think KLF was saying it's one that I think we'll all agree leave him to the swamp puppies and never get him out. It's the Stephen Stearns from Florida, that disgusting, gross stepfather kind of guy who unalived his girlfriend's daughter, who was 13, after taking just mounds of gross photos and videos with her in it. I know, yeah, see, that's the thing. It's not stuff you want to cover, but he's definitely a douche that we want to lord. Yeah, that's where we'd need all the curse jar donations.
Yeah. What happened to that dad who unalived his 3 little kids? Did he plead
They
guilty?
haven't found him yet. They're closing in. They think he's
No, the guy who got, it was last year. He unalived them, and then the police just picked him up at the house. He didn't fight or anything.
Oh no, him. I don't remember, but I remember part of the case got dropped because they didn't read him his Miranda rights correctly.
Oh. Yeah. And that was a horrible case because I saw it pop up and I instantly went out and bought extra diesel for Lord Chippy. I can't remember names, so Chad something, Chad Dolman, maybe I can't remember. It was just a dad who, I think he just took the kids and just pew-pewed them, and then he called the police and said, "I pew-pewed the kids."
Yeah.
Or maybe he strangulated them. I can't remember.
He shot them all.
Yeah, it was a horrible case. I'm trying to think. I think Lori Vallow's done with trials for now.
Yeah, she just asked to be expedited back to Ohio or wherever it is she's serving.
Idaho.
Oh, he was convicted. Okay. Yeah, and I know everyone is talking Koberger, but it's one of those cases that's really hard because the judge has put a lot of restrictions on it. Yeah, so there's a lot of speculation going on in that case and not a lot of evidence. And I'm not much for just speculating. I like to read court filings because I can get you 25 different people on and they can tell me, oh, I know this. Where do you have it from? Well, I read it on, and I found out long ago, not everything you read on the internet is true.
Except for that one thing about Bat Boy getting married.
Next, showing you admitted states exhibits 23 through 34. Excuse me. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what specifically are those exhibits?
Those are photographs from a license plate reader system.
And you mentioned that you reviewed surveillance footage, so I'm going to approach with admitted exhibits 14, 14A, 14B, 14C, 15, 16, and 17. You can tell me if you also reviewed those.
Yes, those are still shots and video from the Abuelo's restaurant.
And then, did you, approaching with admitted states exhibits 21 and 22, did you review surveillance video provided by Just Ask Cal located in the Blue Spoon Plaza?
I did.
And also some clips from that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those exhibits what you reviewed?
Yes.
Did you also review?
Leading the witness, we just need you did overruled. Go ahead.
Did you also review surveillance video from River's Edge community?
Yes.
Showing you previously admitted exhibits 136 and 138.
Yes, I recognize those.
And you reviewed these prior to your analysis.
Correct.
And then previously admitted exhibits 44, 45.
I believe it was a trail camera owned by the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources.
And just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes, sorry.
And where was the trail camera located?
That was in the wildlife preserve on the north side of International Drive. I believe it's called the Lewis Bay
Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve.
That sounds right.
That's what I call it. Were you familiar with where the victim lived when he was alive?
Yes.
Where was that?
Flint Lake Apartments in the village of Arrowhead.
Did you have access to and review stills from license plate readers from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, they have two license plate readers, one at the entrance to from Barclay Road and the other one at the entrance off of Burkell Road.
I'm sorry, what were the entrances?
Clay Pond, I apologize. Clay Pond and Burkell Road are the two.
Showing you previously admitted states exhibits 10 and 11, of those be LPR stills that you reviewed?
Yes, they are.
Did you review data extractions performed by Lieutenant Ben Wells?
I did.
Do you
Just putting in evidence. Let's move on. Get to some testimony.
Incredibly voluminous.
is thousands and thousands and thousands of pages being introduced to this witness. This is a cell by extraction. It is incredibly voluminous. They can't object in putting in an entire extraction. There's no telling how much information in there is inappropriate, not relevant, massively prejudicial potentially. I mean, there's no way you need to know it all. There's so much there. It can't possibly be utilized, placing evidence in fullness. No issue with them if they want to show what portions of the extraction they want to use, or give some general idea, but to put into evidence an entire extraction. This could go back years. I mean, it's not appropriate.
How's it identified?
Your Honor, it is State's Exhibit 95.
State's Exhibit 95 is used in evidence over things.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did I show this? Sorry, I'm losing track. Is that the extraction that you did?
That defense attorney knows what he's talking
Yes, it
about
is.
because I'm going through every text message. I'm nosy. Be like, she stole a coupon.
Did you also obtain both Google and geofence records, or did you review Google and geofence records in this case?
I reviewed Google records that we obtained through a geofence warrant.
Okay, so I'm showing you admitted State's Exhibits 142 and 150.
So actually, you can't choose the network. I'm sorry. Actually, you can't choose device that was.
It's not contained to a specific device. It's Google records and geolocation.
This particular exhibit is the data.
And you're looking at 142?
142 is the data that I obtained during the Google geofence warrant or search. And then
Well, it's good
150
to hide the evidence. You don't want them to see.
for two Google accounts and any Google account that's associated with a particular IMEI number, which would go back to the Christopher Dontel and Megan Jackson.
Your voice up. Just for 1 minute, prior to
During my time doing homicide investigations, Christopher Dontel showed up to, and Megan Jackson both showed up to a number of scenes of mine that I worked.
and as you were doing your analysis, they were the identified suspects in this case?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is Exhibit 143, a copy which I provided to defense on Monday.
Then Your Honor, my understanding was this was discussed with the demonstrative evidence. That was just to make your identification.
I'm showing you that so that you can identify what it is.
Pull out that smoke wagon. Pull it.
You can take a look at this and tell me if this. Did I ask you, did you prepare a presentation summarizing your findings?
Yes, it did.
Is that thumb drive, does that thumb drive contain a copy of that presentation?
Yes, it does.
Did you review it prior to testifying today?
I did.
Did you in fact initial that? Do you call it a thumb drive or a jump drive?
Thumb drive, jump drive, USB drive, it's many names.
Okay. Did you initial that jump drive?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the presentation that you
Reviewed.
created?
Who's going to play her?
Your Honor, I would at this time ask to publish the presentation.
Patricia Arquette.
Put it
That
back.
kind of looks a little methed out.
I like to admit it as an exhibit.
Kristen
Remember when
Stewart.
Jodie Foster played Nell?
Jodie Foster's a little too old, I think. Well, Patricia Arquette is. I'm thinking Patricia Arquette in the Tarantino movie.
Kill Bill?
No, the one. The one with John Travolta. Well, I kind of remember the name.
Pulp Fiction?
Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
That's Uma Thurman.
No,
That's Uma Thurman.
Patricia Arquette is the girlfriend of the drug dealer.
Oh,
Isn't that Patricia Arquette?
Oh, in the very beginning?
No, the one
No.
with the needle.
I don't recall. You might be right.
Am I wrong? Put a brown wig
don't
on how she looks in that, because she looks a little methed out in that movie.
I think
Eddie
Kristen
says I'm
Stewart
right.
would be good. Kristen Stewart would make a good Miss Jackson.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. Oh, it's her sister, Rosanna Arquette.
There you
Yeah,
go.
the one with all the piercings.
ooh.
kid in not natural born. Oh, that's a weird movie.
That is.
Yeah, it's one of those.
143, Your Honor, yes.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, you might recall that before we started this trial, we had a conversation about this very piece of information. I objected to it because I had not gotten it prior to trial. It was presented, given to me on Friday, and I was told to get demonstrative evidence only, not for admission. She's not entitled to admit, Your Honor, under court's private rule.
I'm sorry, did Your Honor want me to respond?
Yes.
Well, I believe that the context of that argument, Your Honor, did say that this would be allowed to be shown to the jury.
All right.
I have no problem, if Your Honor, if their objection is that they don't want it to go back to the jury when they deliberate, that's fine.
Okay, I will call it now. I'll allow it.
Yeah, and I was just, again, I know what it says, I'll just restate for my client's benefit that this is just simply summary of it, Your Honor. I don't think it's appropriate, they shouldn't even show it, but I just want to object, Your Honor.
But it is demonstrative.
It is demonstrative, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I'll allow
Yeah,
it. That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if we just need one moment, we're going to need to get the laptop set up. And with the court's permission, Detective Marcus will step off the stand just so that he can pause and stop the PowerPoint and explain where
As
necessary.
long as he is by a microphone where the court can get that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do have one more component to my objection, which I didn't know Carter's trial right now. During the board here, he very clearly said he was not involved in extraction of Megan Jackson's sperm. You heard that. This presentation involves an exceptional amount of evidence that would have been received from the extraction of Megan Jackson's sperm. It would be improper for him to be testifying about the extraction of which he was not involved.
Overruled, I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that the microphone? I don't worry about that. You can stand right here. That would be it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold.
To the file, Your Honor.
Yes, I'll make it as we go. I just don't want to be frustrating the court or, well, the court.
I'll let you have one objection to the entire exhibit. So that'll be incorrect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Network works. Your provider owns a number of towers that they have placed all across their coverage area. All throughout Horry County.
Oh, are we gonna do?
Yes, so as you can see on the screen, this little triangle provider, in this instance, all of them were Verizon. Verizon
I was
has
promised no
each
math.
individual subscribed to
This
that
looks
camera.
Yeah, but it's
dangerously like
it's
math.
cell tower BS, and it's the same in every trial. It's like cell drive. Let's see if they
I
go
know.
to where they start about.
Looking at records like this, appearance you should have been home. And these cell phone records that I reviewed between 5 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. corroborate that. You can see here that the tower that is being used is servicing the area that Red Rice's residence is. This is where Flint Lake Apartments is at, if you're not familiar with it, and the village is an Arrowhead. These distancing lines are the distance from the tower to the phone during that period of time. Now, there is a level of margin of accuracy with that particular distancing line, but these are consistent with that device being in his residence during this time. And this is an overlay of 58 tower connections. So there's 58 data connections that were going on during this time, showing this.
What might cause a data connection?
If you were browsing Facebook, if you were pulled up a web browser and looked at something, any social media, you could have the weather app running in the background of your phone. You don't have to directly use your phone, but have something running on your phone that connects to the internet for information. That would cause a data connection.
This just in from the amazing mega attorney Wendy Murphy. The jury did not look at Karen Reed this morning. Guilty verdict imminent. Full disclosure, apparently Wendy hasn't been licensed by the bar in Massachusetts since 2005. Stay tuned, folks. Thank you, Lefty, for always being up on the newest.
Well, I'm glad she's doing so much in her free time for all of us dumb people.
Juliette Lewis, the one who always looks like she smells sour milk. She could play the defendant. Yes. Yes.
Who played in Tank Girl? Does anyone remember that movie? Also, was
Yeah.
that really a
What the hell
movie?
is her name? She was in Orange is the New Black too.
I'm just glad it wasn't a fever dream I made up because I was like, that movie existed, right?
Yeah.
Although I've seen it and I'm still asking that movie existed, right?
Pretty sure. I was sure until
Didn't
you
it have
asked.
like a mutant kangaroo guy?
I never saw that movie.
Could be. I don't really know. I think it was based
I
on a
remember
comic.
it
If I
being
remember
an
right.
awesome, what I can only assume an LSD trip was on film.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. Laurie Petty.
Sounds right.
We apparently have a jury question.
Ooh, I am intrigued.
Haven't gone to the court so far, but that's what Jess Machado has. So we'll keep it on this one. And I will need a small bio break.
I'm making a Lord Chippy emoji. Took me forever to find where the emojis were hidden again.
Oh, I know. I need to find it to put Lord Chippy in, and I'm like, oh crap, where did we put him? I forget.
I couldn't even tell you how I got here.
That's the same thing I did. Like, I found it one day, and then you had asked the very next day, like, where did those things? And I was like, oh my God.
Finding the emojis to customize them in YouTube Studio is it's like a scavenger hunt that you don't want to play.
Yes. If you've seen Good Omens, it's like playing, poker blindfolded with an ineffable creator.
Why? Oh, there's got to be an easier way to do this. I wonder what the question's about.
Yeah. Maybe they're going to want to see a report from someone.
They asked something last year. I can't remember what it was. They asked something last year, but they asked in the wrong form. So Bev just completely ignored
Yeah,
it.
wasn't it something about some kind of report or evidence?
Yeah. They wanted to see the cert report or something, but there wasn't a cert report. So she didn't acknowledge that at all. Something like that, I think. I believe, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I think I had it right. Yeah, I did have it right. Sweet.
Good job,
chat.
Valhalla.
I remembered things. Maybe they need clarification on how to fill out the form.
Yeah, maybe they're...
That'd be serendipitous, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm guessing they want to see one of the reports. So if I'm a juror... Now, Dr. Welcher's report didn't do much for me, but if you have someone who really wants to look and maybe they understand the mathology behind it and they want to do their own calculations, I don't know why anyone would, but... Please tell me they're coming back like, can we have the lady explain the waffle pancake pizza thing again?
Terrible. It's probably gonna be something stupid.
Yeah.
Like, we voted. Can we have pizza for lunch today?
Would you stop feeding us
mediocre-
from the McAlberts?
The mediocre chicken parms just ain't cutting it.
Yeah. We were told we get Long Island iced teas. Thirsty Tuesday. We have asked no more Dominoes. For the love of God, no more Dominoes. We'd like some Papa John's with garlic dipping sauce, please. Stuffed
Hey, that Papa
crust.
John's garlic sauce is fire.
It is. My kids, okay, so this is the difference between having like a small normal family and like a big family. Normally we're a Little Caesars because that's much more economical. But
Sure.
like when kids, you, I love seeing my kids when we get Papa John's because they're like, oh my gosh, this is a big treat. And everyone, like I ordered the extra garlic sauce and everything.
Nice. That garlic sauce is delicious, though.
Yeah, I think it's just liquid fat. Like I'm pretty sure 90% is in my artery right now.
It might be worth it though.
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth it. Spire, you know what movie I love that I think is from Australia is Strictly Ballroom. It is the most campy, glampy fever dream of a movie, and I love it. It is one of my favorite movies.
What is
It's
it?
by the so it's called Strictly Ballroom. It's the same director that did Moulin Rouge. So it's like a Australian ballroom dancing sort of. It's weird.
Okay.
Look, it's really weird.
Like a Footloose or
Yeah,
what's the
sort
other?
of.
Dirty Dancing? Is that the other one?
Yeah, sort of Dirty Dancing. Like the nerdy girl gets with the dance instructor kid, and they want to dance their own steps. It's very, very. I don't know. Australian is a word.
It's very Aussie,
Yeah.
like Mel Gibson.
Yeah. Before he terrified, Danny Glover all those years.
Danny Glover was pretty good though.
He was, although how does that man stay hydrated? On Predator 2, he sweat more than I do in church.
Mo, I'm pretty sure most of that was just like spray bottle water. I don't think it was real
Well,
sweat.
I'd be sweating that much if I had to go on a tower too. Like, screw a Predator. I'm not going into Los Angeles on a high rise. Are you crazy?
Mel Gibson was born in New York?
I feel like those Pace Picante salsa people. New York City.
Those commercials were great.
Those
You know what
were-
commercials I miss? I miss the Snapple commercials
Oh my gosh, the Snapple
from like
lady.
Late Night USA. Yeah, I miss that.
Yeah.
I miss those commercials. They were awesome.
I miss the shake and bake and I helped.
It's shake and bake, and I
And I helped.
Oh, the commercials of our youth.
Oh my gosh. And then all of the things you try to tell your parents that you totally had to buy, like, yeah, the incredible Wubble Bubble, for $9.99. Mom, it's only $9.99 and you can pay with installments for like 18 months. Everyone's got one.
What did I miss?
We're talking about old commercials from when we were young that bring us back. We used to have
Yeah.
these Snapple commercials on USA, like late night viewing hours. They're classic. It was those and the that weird like horror movie guy. You know what I'm talking about? Who
Oh,
he would do
yeah.
the
Sammy
B
Terry?
films from whatever it was. I remember that guy too. Outstanding.
Not gonna lie, I tried to get my mom to get one of the clappers because I was like, you don't even have to
That's
get
awesome.
up to turn on the light.
The clappers.
I don't think they ever were a thing in Denmark. When we saw it in movies, we were like, "Oh, this is magic." How did that happen?
Oh.
Tales from the Crypt. Never seen that either.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that was a show. There was one episode of that I just couldn't get through. And I don't know why, but like one episode in particular freaked me the crap out as a little kid. They were like a news crew going through a house, and like in the basement, they started finding like bodies and stuff. And I just couldn't get through the episode. I shut it off every time. That one scared me.
We are watching the fan because allegedly there is a jury question. So that's why we switched back, and because Brandon, he's in love, and she's moving fast today.
Yes, Dan Davis, Svengoolie, that guy, Svengoolie. He was like wearing like the most ridiculous like horror costume, right? With like very obvious white makeup on his face. And he would watch all the old real horror flicks from back in the day and like edit them or narrate them or whatever. I think. I never watched it, but I remember the commercials.
I actually said yesterday, I think we will have a question about 10 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock now, but still, let's see in what direction they're stuck.
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
Also watched Australia, the movie. It has Nicole Kidman and Hugh Jackman. That's a sad movie, right? That's the one where her dad likes to drink. No, that's the one with. Yeah, isn't that the one where Colin Farrell is the dad when she looks back and he drinks himself to death? Sorry, that was a super chat for Valhalla.
There's one earlier too.
Well,
if you want to watch Funny Oz movie, watch Kangaroo Jack, Charlie and Boots, and Last Cab to Darwin. Never seen any of those. Also watch Australia the movie. It has Nicole Kidman and Hugh Jackman.
It's a good movie. Yes, but she's going to show the juries first, and then she's going to read it out loud.
Not the juries, the
counsel first. I'm always right.
He's still on, Dan? That's crazy. I think they are. I hope they are. It'd be after having defense try to rectify the jury form 3 times, it would be perfect if they came back and were like, we don't understand this jury form.
That would be I mean, it wouldn't be hilarious. It'd be infuriating because anyone could have realized this was going to be an issue.
Yeah, maybe it's did we ever hear from Chloe the dog? She normally reads them out loud, but normally they will take the sides up, talk about it, say, so I'm gonna answer it this way, and then she'll read it out, and we'll agree. That's how they normally do it, except if it's something like, hey, can we find her guilty of the bad weather? Yeah, where's John's family?
That is actually really odd.
Yeah,
it might just be because it's a jury question, though, right? Because the cushions are all there.
Yeah, maybe they just told them, hey, it's just a question.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Danny G. I would never dead name Cora.
That's funny.
Cora, who now identifies as a 5-pound Pomeranian. The Last Cab to Darwin and Australia will make you cry. Australia, is that the one with where Colin Farrell is drinking heavily? That's a sad movie.
I don't want to watch a sad movie. I think I'll watch Tank Girl tonight.
Who is the one lady over there?
I don't know.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't.
I can't do this. I can't. What? Who can't do this?
Who the hell was that?
I think that was the journalist. It probably, if the jury's coming back in, no, the jury isn't coming back in. They'll just say, "I'm going to give them this answer."
They're going to read it for the record, right?
I
Yeah,
would think you'd have to.
they. It's a jury question, Marissa.
Yeah, where have you been?
Oh, Monty G is the one asking. No, it's the jury question.
I didn't think it sounded like Jackson.
No,
I thought
it
it might have
sounded like
it
it was the most likely it was a producer or something that got piped through.
John DePetro talking to Turtle Boy. I can't do this, Turtle. I can't do this anymore.
Oh, and then I haven't watched Australia. The one with Colin Farrell where he's a banker is really sad.
It was AJ to Alessi?
No, it wasn't.
That's what Burgess Hairline says.
Yeah, but that wasn't. It wasn't because their mics are not on. Can we get the question?
It looks like Jackson's writing something down.
Yeah, but Alessia and Yannetti is really discussing probably what they're gonna. They're probably discussing what answer they're gonna give.
I'm pretty sure that was AJ to Alessi.
The mics are not on.
I know now. I think he shut it off.
Yeah, but the mics were not on. There was no light in the mic. Normally, there's a red light if they're on. No, this is the first question we heard. Well, we haven't heard the question yet. We're still waiting to figure out what they're saying.
That was 100% Alessi and AJ. 100%.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Oh, yeah, Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I just didn't see the light on.
Good thing we checked.
Well, you're just making up stories.
Well, I would have been if we didn't check. Now we
Counsel,
know
what
it's
I'd
true.
like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats.
Questions?
So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is
3. Oh, she looks.
They appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
That's actually
They're going
a
to
good
find her
question.
innocent
Second,
at
Are
12:45.
video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does
What?
convict
This is good.
45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
This is good.
The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third,
They think that's
Does
bullshit
convicting
too.
guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So
These
I
are
will
great
give you some
questions.
time.
They want to give her a DUI.
Guilty
They want to
on
give
a
her the OWI, and
subcharge,
that's it.
example
And if
offense
they
2 number 5, convict the overall
they're
charge.
willing to do it in the morning, not the night. They're not even willing to give her a DUI at 12:45. They want to give her one in the morning if that's when the charge applies. They don't want to give it to her that night. Those are amazing questions.
You know, I never considered the breakdown of the OUI like that. So that's an actually really good question.
I think that she probably just got to do, like, if it applies to that morning, right? That drive in the morning, then yeah, I think they'll give her a DUI. If they're going to say that it was all about the night before, I don't even think they're going to give her a DUI.
I'm just trying to remember what subsection 5
Yeah,
was
I'm
up
trying to go back and see what 2.5 is, because I believe
bet it's
that's
the
one of
DUI.
the involuntary manslaughter.
Daggone it, Baker. I'm going back in the chat and I see that face this
No.
morning. Thank you.
That's the DUI, isn't it?
2.5 is guilty of lesser included operating under the influence of liquor, operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol of So
that's the only thing they're hung up on. That's awesome. They might not even give her that, depending on how these answers come back.
let's try and watch this, and then we'll discuss it when we hear what she says.
So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence, and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after? Give you 20 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, as I understood it, what is the time frame for the OUI? 12:45 or 5 a.m.? So, when do the Commonwealth believe she was drunk? Was it at night, outside of Fairview 34, or the morning when she drove there? That will be the 12:45. But 12:45 is kind of stupid because that's not when the Commonwealth claimed it happened. How to evaluate the video clips of Karen Reed? This is the big problem we talked about. Karen Reed will send herself into trouble with those interviews, but how are we to evaluate them? Bev is going to give the humane instruction, and as we could just go back and find from Eddie, Humane practices primarily refers to the legal principle that require law enforcement to obtain voluntary confession from defendants. Massachusetts law mandates specific jury instructions regarding unrecorded confessions, emphasizing the need for caution in weighing such evidence. So as I understand that Massachusetts law, Bev will give an instruction saying that you have to be cautious with this because it is what it is. It's evidence, but it's out of context. That's how I understand what I just read from Eddie. And what looks really, really good for Karen Reed is the last question. If we find her guilty on 2/5, is she guilty in the overall? And she's going to say, no, you just go down one by one. And if you end up guilty on 2.5, the rest of them just goes away. And again, 2.5 has no dead John O'Keefe in it. It's operating under the influence, an OUI, either operating under the influence of liquor or operating with an alcohol level above 0.8% or greater. If they find her guilty, this is 2.5 is the one that the defense wanted in there. If she's found guilty of that, Karen Reed, Bev can be a cunt, but in normal circumstances in Massachusetts for a first-time offender, she will be given a suspended sentence, a fine, a suspended license, and 16 hours of drug counseling. That is what 2/5 would give her in normal circumstances. And I know lawyers said she's going to do this, she's going to do that, but she will then appeal it because she will not serve 2.5 years in prison on an OUI. It won't happen, no matter if Bev sentenced her to it, it'll be appealed before she leaves the room, and it'll be overturned. There's no possible way she will get 2.5 years in prison on an OUI. No way. No, I'm not a lawyer, for the one who asked me the other day in my chat. I'm not a lawyer, but I've watched enough cases to know that you have a standard. And a first-time OUI offense will never send you to prison for 2.5 years. It's the maximum. This is when you are like Mo. Every time you go out, you have that fifth of vodka just to... the steering wheel is really jumpy in her car. She could align the tires, but the fifth of vodka works the same way.
Just as good. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I'm spot on, though. I don't think they're even trying to give her DUI. I think the night prior, if they're only counting that drive.
Well, they are looking at giving her the DUI.
Well, that's what they're looking at, but I don't think they're arguing over it clearly, right?
They are arguing if the OUI has to do with her at 12:45 or 5 in the morning. Which one is it?
If it's the one at 5 in the morning, I don't think they're going to give it to her. Like if that's all they're counting.
And I don't think she can be acquitted on the greater charges because of the verdict. Of course she can. The first trial, if you don't fill out guilty, she's not guilty. That's how it is.
Yeah, I think we're getting a verdict today. I think we're getting it probably before lunch.
I think before lunch.
Maybe just
depending
after.
on how they answer and what Bev, what answers they give them. And I think that she already gave that digital evidence thing, I think, before several of the digital media.
How do you differentiate the time? You say, well, we believe she had a blood alcohol above the legal limit at 12:45 at night. Because remember, closing arguments, Alan Jackson said she could have been drinking when she came home. But the blood alcohol test, the extrapolation test, the back marking was that she was drunk at night. And that's the one they go with from the Commonwealth. But if they want to figure out if it's 2.5, they are nowhere near second-degree murder. Nowhere near.
100% agree. 100% agree.
There's nothing there. In her interview, did she admit to being drunk? She admitted to drinking, and that's what I said is going to take her down.
She admitted to drinking, but she also said that they were very, very weak drinks. And
yeah, but that sounds like you're a raging alcoholic.
She likely is a raging alcoholic, or was.
Yeah.
They all were.
Test is bullshit. No, it's good. You just need to go to the gym, Brandon. It's not enough that you just sit at home and take tests. I'll just give you bits, tits, and small nuts.
Plevin's got subscribers only on.
Oh. It's now an OUI case, guilty or not guilty. If it's an OUI, Karen Reed will kiss every juror member if they find her guilty in 2/5. She will.
Yes.
She will be dancing on the floor. I think it was great for the defense to put the OUI, clean OUI in there. Because, again, it's a no BS charge for a first-time offender. Nothing. Is it like a day? The test? No, you need to take test for a longer time. You need to go to the gym a few more times than was just one day. I have no idea where these bars are that are pouring weak drinks because every bar I've gone to pours. Well, don't go to
You
Camp
don't go
Mass.
to enough bars. Yeah. You don't go to enough bars, my friend.
And yeah, there's always a new case starting today. Well, it just started about someone who stabulated someone at a high school party. So that's bad. She only gets OVI. Imagine what she'll do to AJ and Alessi. Like Mo said when she was running for president, hand jobs for everyone.
Yep.
Yep. They're coping so hard right now.
I want the verdict before lunch because I said if we don't have a verdict by lunch, it's going to be tomorrow.
I would really like a verdict before lunch. I got things to do.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have just.
They wouldn't get any malicious prosecution suit anyway, so it's not going to happen.
No, not there.
But
somebody has to charge it.
Yeah,
they're all
and again, they have. There's such a high bar to reach that. It's the same when everyone said, "Well, ineffective counsel." Your counsel can be sleeping through the entire trial and just say his name, and it'll be found. Well, they talk to you, right? They actually asked Sarah Boone about this a lot because they knew she was going to come back and say, Your Honor, I had an ineffective counsel. He didn't want to listen to me, Your Honor. Can she file civil suits against these people? No. Well, she can, but it'll be a waste of money. There's no way any of this will ever give her a win in civil court.
Yeah, no.
Maybe defamation. I think Krusty Panties is a bigger target than Jen McCabe.
Yeah.
Why would it be tomorrow if not before lunch? Because I did my math in my head and I said if they hadn't gotten to... I wanted a question at 10 so we could kind of figure out how close they were. And I wanted a verdict before 1:30 because I had that as the magic hour for... if we got beyond 15 hours, I believe that we would have a hung jury. But that's just me. Yes, I know malicious prosecution in a civil suit won't happen.
They would have to have somebody basically willing to testify that evidence was planted.
Yeah, and everyone in the court, Brennan, Lally, Bev, has a very high level of immunity. And again, if you want to win a malicious suit, if you can prove that Proctor planted the evidence, you can, because then you had used that in your criminal case. So it's not going to happen. Sadly, Karen's not going to, she's not going to be a millionaire. Well, potentially she can make money on her documentaries. I hope she does. I hope she recuperates the money she spent on this.
Hell yeah.
well, as it looks right now, and then we are all just guessing, if she gets hit with an OUI, she would in Denmark have to pay court costs. If she was found not guilty, the state would have to recuperate the court cost and pay for her lawyer up to a certain amount, not the full amount, but
she is getting her. Well, I mean, she would be getting. I wonder.
No, she's found guilty in OUI. She's not going to get anything back.
She wouldn't get her bond back.
Well, the bond, of course, but
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
the
but
bond.
The bond is what, 50,000?
I have no idea, but it's not pennies.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
No, but it's pennies compared to what she spent on the rest of the case.
For sure, but it'd be at least, offsetting some of that.
She is being sued by the O'Keefe family in civil court.
Yes.
And if she gets not guilty here, that's going to help her suit there.
Yeah, because then she's not then she's not criminally liable for John Stead. But they can then say, well, because of the OUI, blah, blah, blah. Civil suits are different. She can write a book.
It happened to OJ. OJ got not guilty, and he was still found civilly liable for
the deaths.
Yeah.
And she can write a book. Writing a book is good if you have a deal. That's what all the politicians do to launder money. Is they're going to write some hack. This is my life, and then someone will pay you $5 million. Most likely with ties to another country. But I don't think Clevin made money on his book. Let's just be honest about that.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
How are the antis coping? Well, Valhalla is in his
mom bought
Clevin's chat.
copies.
I left. It was funny, though. Chat's like, this sucks. Then whoever that idiot is over there that nobody knows, that one, he starts talking about how Brennan failed to point this out.
Everyone knows who Brennan is. Well, you say he's an idiot. No one knows.
Oh, that no. I guess it could be Brandon. I would check out, actually.
I'm still confused on number 5 on the check one or both. What is the difference? Well, the difference is if she was operating under the influence and or operating with a blood alcohol level above the legal limit. So she can just be under the influence. And they can also believe she is above the legal limit. What the difference is, you have to ask a lawyer. Only just got on what was the question from the jury, please, in Can Read.
3 questions.
There was 3 questions. Why did they shift to an outside cam? I'm just going to mute that.
The voices in my head are audible right now.
The first question was, what is the time frame for the OUI? Was it 12:45 or 5 a.m.? So when do the state believe she was operating the vehicle under the influence? How are we supposed...
It would have to be the 12:45.
Of course it is. She said it's self-explanatory. That's what Bev said. That's also what the guy testified, that they backstrapulated it till 12:45. But again, 12:45 is 11 minutes after she came home. So I don't know if that's going to mean anything. They also ask, how are we to evaluate the video clips of Karen Read? Is it evidence? And it is evidence, but there will be given a humane instruction that they have to keep in mind that it's out of context. That's how I understood the instruction Bev is going to read to them. And the last one, and that's the one where we get a little bit giddy, is if we find her guilty, for example, in charge 2/5, which is the pure OUI, is she guilty of the overall charge? Because no one understands Bev's shitty verdict form. And she will tell them, no, you have to go through them one by one. And one by one, it looks like this. Not guilty of the offense charged or lesser included. Guilty of offense as charged. Manslaughter while operating under the influence. And you have again under the influence or with a blood level alcohol of above 0.08. Guilty of lesser included offenses, voluntary manslaughter, guilty of lesser included offenses, motor vehicle homicide, while operating under the influence or above the limit. And 2.5 is operating under the influence or operating above the legal limit. If they are stuck, if they want to give her this and are just asking, because that's how I take it, to make sure that they don't find her guilty in murder, because they talk about the overall charge. So I'm thinking they want to find her guilty in one of these two down here, and are afraid it has to do something that she's guilty of the rest of them as well. If they're going to find her guilty in one of these, Karen Reed will be laughing her ass off, and you will hear pops from Grant, Taffy Daffy, Wendy Murphy, Julie Court TV, Plevin, Doink the Clown, well, that's Grant, Krusty Pandies, Fake Whitton, all of them. Because then she will be factually not guilty in unaliving John O'Keefe. Well, Brendan, that's how all murder trials, all juries are. Pimpinella said something. I haven't been able to watch the whole time because I have more stress than I already have now. No joke. Trust me on it. I'm so tired during the day. Sorry, Baker. Well, don't say sorry to me. Get on your couch and unstress.
Who is Dad's favorite DJ over there in the khaki jorts?
I don't know, but he's having a party.
He is dancing by himself.
0 for the first 4, but 5 was proven, in my opinion. Well, she was operating under the influence. There's no, as long as it under the influence is just under the influence, it's not above the legal limit. They can find her guilty in just operating under the influence, and they can also find her guilty in operating above the legal limit. And she was operating the vehicle under the influence of alcohol because she admitted she was drinking. That's why the defense put that in there. Give her an OUI, give her a suspended license. She already have served that time because she gave up her license when she was indicted 2.5 years ago. Give her 60 days suspended prison sentence, maybe even try and give her 60 days in prison, and a $5,000 fine and 16 hours of drug counseling. And she will walk out of that room and she will be found innocent in unaliving John O'Keefe.
I'm just imagining if you had a court date for just another case and you had to get in there and you realized that parking would be screwed.
Apparently, they ran around yesterday and gave tickets to everyone parked in the area if they didn't park in the correct spot.
Big Daddy government, y'all.
Yeah. Yes. Don't drink and drive, kids. Well, there's no one from John's side there. There's no one. Oh, we have Beth back.
I almost wonder if they
All
told
right,
them
so
what the
I
questions
will
were.
hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan?
Oh, Brennan.
Hummel?
It's okay, Hank.
12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
He's an idiot. He's an absolute idiot.
Because what if they weren't looking at 12:45?
They're not. There's no way they are.
Well, the extrapolation said 12:45. So again, that's why
If
they
it's
asked.
not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court
She's
on
saving
principle.
him.
I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
You couldn't charge with the manslaughter at 9
I don't
a.m. It
expect
has
that
to be the
there's any time.
12:45.
All right. So I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect.
She was driving. She was out looking for
Was.
John at that time. That's why they're asking.
That's when she that's when she backed into John's car.
Yeah,
She drove to either Carrie or Jen's house. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Jen's house.
And then Jen
Jen.
drove and met with
He-
Carrie, and then they drove the car back.
And he
Yeah,
was
he
asking
is.
for 12:45.
And he's an idiot.
He needs to do that because that's what the extrapolation says. We counted back to 12:45. That's why he says it.
12:45. It should be that way. The way that Bev's covering it now, it leaves it open to the 9 a.m. DUI, which shouldn't be the case because the charge isn't a DUI originally. The charge is manslaughter. She obviously didn't commit manslaughter at 9 a.m. Those events took place.
No, but they asked specifically about the OUI.
Right. Right.
And the OUI is a pure OUI, guilty of lesser included offense, operating under the influence.
Right.
It's not.
But it's part of that.
They are stuck on
charge.
nothing with manslaughter. They are stuck on nothing with involuntary manslaughter. They are stuck
That's the
on
point.
when was she driving drunk.
That's the point. Because if they were to charge her with a DUI in the morning at the 9 a.m., it should be a separate charge because that's a
5
separate
a.m.
driving incident.
5
I'm sorry,
a.m.
5 a.m. 5 a.m. You're correct. But that should be a separate charge because that's a separate time that she drove, right?
Brennan
So the
didn't
first
charge her with an OUI. The defense put the OUI in there to give the jury an out. So that's why the defense is saying, whatever time you want to find her guilty of driving under the influence, as long as you don't find her guilty in killing John O'Keefe, you can say she's drunk right now.
I don't
You
think
can
you're
say
catching what
I'm drunk
throwing.
right now.
Yeah.
If they stick to the 12:45, which they should, because that's when the charge originated from the manslaughter lesser, right? Then they won't find her guilty of a DUI because they didn't prove that she was drunk at that time. They proved that she was drunk at like 9 a.m. So the 5 a.m. driving, they would give her a DUI for, not the midnight 45 one.
Yeah, logically, that's what. But again, we're talking about the jury. So,
Yeah.
But Brennan
but again,
insisting that
there's
the
no time
12:45
frame in the charging document. I think the only thing in the charging document is on or about the 29th of January. So again, it can encompass. And again, they want an OUI. They want the OUI.
I think they're misreading this. I think that they don't even want to give her the OUI. If it applies to the 12:45, which I believe it should, because that's when that charge originated, not the next morning. It was that night that manslaughter charge and the lesser included falls under that charge. If that's the case, I don't think they want to give her the DUI. I think they want to let her go scot-free.
Maybe, but still, the defense will take it.
Yeah.
So they are not going to fight it and say, well, we clearly believe that you have to focus on 12:45, Your Honor. They just want, are they looking at the pure DUI? Oh, send it back. Whatever you want.
The more ambiguous they make it, maybe the more one side can argue for the other side, like, hey, we can't prove anything.
Yeah.
So you want them arguing, you want them not agreeing on that.
As long as they agree on her not killing him, they don't care at what time they believe she's drunk. Let's hear the next one.
All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Let me try and boost that a little bit because they're talking on a hot mic. They shouldn't be doing that.
They're excited.
Yeah, but he said, should we give them that?
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Are we wasting something? I think it's going to keep the whole thing back. You're right. Is what
If we
I
raise the issue, something.
If we raise the issue to preserve it. It's going to hold the whole thing back, but I don't think so.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a
That's a
difference
slimy take.
in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate...
Because the defense asked them to put it in there. And yes, it's not proven, blah, blah, blah. We've been over this 25 million times during the case. Karen Reed said on tape, I was drinking. That's operating under the influence. That's an OUI.
Comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Yeah, he's slimy if you haven't found that out already.
Yeah. No, he's
Excellent
terrible, Lord.
choice of words.
He's absolutely terrible.
And they don't have to apply any weight to any evidence. They choose what evidence they want to apply weight to. That's why we saw in the last trial that they said, well, hey, the experts are just a distraction. Well, it's just because I've answered 25 million times today alone. So that's why they can do the OUI all they want. The jury can come back and say, well, she killed John O'Keefe at 5 a.m. in the morning, if they think that. Because the jury is the jury.
Yes.
And sadly, that's how the law works.
All right. So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word, if any.
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one.
I think all of them are
Does
probably going to be
convicting
sick after
guilty
30
on a
days.
subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2. And I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2,
can you move the captions?
Parenthetical check 1.
Sorry?
Can you move the captions away from Paula Balls for a minute, please?
Or both of the following. I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check 1 or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on...
Under the...
Thank you, Marissa, for contributing to the swear jar. We need that today because this verdict slip is going to be again, because she's such a C word, the jury is sitting, they could have been done yesterday. They're sitting there. It's, yeah.
I have never met anyone so willing to cut off their nose to spite their face.
Paul.
Well, no, Bev, with this whole jury thing.
That one too.
Yeah, that Paul seems frozen. I don't think he's feeling good right now.
He looks a little like Dima tapped out.
He's probably drunk.
Hey, I'm drinking my lord if she gets the OUI or not guilty.
Guilty.
I'll
So,
let Baker drink Malort.
Go ahead. I'll hear you
Found not
further.
guilty.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense
Okay.
of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them,
Correct.
which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We
says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant.
Should.
If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan.
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that
You have to get it back
if
to
you
them.
were to find
If you want to
her
find her guilty, not guilty.
guilty
before.
of operating under the influence? Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense, it would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in.
So now we're waiting for them to come back. Will they get hung up again on the new verdict form? Well, it didn't become clearer to me. Every time they talk about the verdict form, I get more confused. Will an OUI conviction affect the civil suit? Probably for the unaliving John O'Keefe part. But how does Massachusetts define plain OUI? While the safest choice is never to drive after drinking, Massachusetts do not require drivers to have a blood alcohol of 0 in order to operate a motor vehicle. The legal limit is 0.08. For those under 21, it's 0.02. For those on probation, 0.01. Higher penalty may apply if you are found to have a BAC of 0.15 or higher. Homicide, bodily injuries, penalties for death or injuries. Why isn't there the penalties for pure OUI? There are escalating charges for driving under the influence, which result in more and more severe fines, jail time, and re-education. Generally, the first or second OUI incidents are misdemeanors if no one was hurt, while the third and subsequent incidents are felonies. So it'll be a misdemeanor if she's found guilty in a pure OUI. And thank you, Inspire. Jackson, I would really like to slap you, Beth. And Inspire again. On all charges, tick a box, yes or no. Well, there is no box saying yes or no. That's the big problem. Only if you're under 21. What is the pro-state retrial streamer's name? Well, there's Yellow Cottage Tail.
There's Coffin Dinger.
Yeah, but I think she's just sitting over at Plevin.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, she's changing the form again, but she said there's no reason to change it.
Lord.
She's actually 0.15 is under what they extrapolated her to be. But that's an increase to her if an enhancement if she's found guilty of being at 1.5. We have the exact problem the defense pointed out. Serenity, that's the same as the last trial where she didn't want to change it, and we had the same problem. I would never lay a finger on a woman, never, not even if she was flappier than a fish market or had a stutter.
Well, that's nice.
Well, I don't know if I would lay a finger on a woman, but in my younger days. What?
What happened?
Who? I don't.
Who?
I was just reminded yesterday about the finger bangs.
I cannot believe that is so weird.
They did a test, but they backextrapolated it, and again, it shows something that's 75 or 136% between the highest and lowest number. It's pure guesswork. But again, let's not argue about if she gets an OUI, she will be whistling Dixie when she skips out of court.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I can't see everything because I'm looking up stuff at the other side too.
Yeah.
Finger bangs. Pew, 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 pew.
Terrible. Terrible.
What's the threat? What threat? I don't know.
They wouldn't remand her for a TUI.
No.
I doubt.
Again, as I just read, the first two OUIs in Massachusetts normally is seen as misdemeanors. Someone is in the high level.
Ooh, get it, Mona
way more
G.
than Lefty.
Way more.
And Danny G is in a mood today.
Dang. Stay away from Danny T.
Hopefully Nightbot's not in a mood. He dissuaded Lefty yesterday. Nightbot.
Belrose cautioned that the jury hangs on the OUI. It could hang the whole manslaughter charge in a doomsday, leading to manslaughter retrial. And that's why you want them to understand if they find her guilty in the OUI, the rest of it goes away. But again, this is a stupid verdict form, and I think we are at the point now where they are second degree is out the window. 100% out the window.
100%, yes.
And if they only find her guilty in the OUI, they can't find her guilty in leaving the scene of an accident, because then she hasn't made the accident. Well, technically, could they?
That's a separate charge. I guess they could.
Yeah. My father was an alcoholic, major league alcoholic, blacked out every night. However, he never laid a finger on me or my mother, but man, he...
That's terrible.
He must have hated my sister. Brennan.
Oh, Jesus.
I know your dad wasn't like that. I think he was a equal rights and equal lefts type of guy. So if he pounded your sisters, he would pound you too. With his fist. His fist. Don't take it out of context.
I appreciated it.
Yeah, it's let's go. I figure it's sometimes like the Dutch claymation guy with the long, ween. Some things
It's not
they just
Dutch.
don't
It's
get.
Danish. Mo, we have known each other for 3 years. I am Danish. Totally
No,
not a Russian,
I can't
but
remember things.
Helen from Holland, Koen, who's the they are all Dutch. Pimpernella is Belgian.
I forget.
I am
I'm
Danish.
sorry.
It's a total.
I know.
It's 8 hours away. It's 2 countries away from me.
Yeah, and Harry Potter wasn't filmed in neither place.
Oh, sorry, I missed. Katie Rose asked, "What were the questions?" The questions were, "What is the time frame for the OUI? Is it 12:45 or 5 a.m.?" So, do they want to get her the OUI for driving at night, or when she went out looking for John? How are we supposed to look at the video clips of Karen Reed as evidence? And they will be given a humane instruction. And if we find her guilty in 2/5, which is the pure OUI, what does that do to the 4 charges above it? That's the questions they asked. What's bad is every Lexus SUV that passes me, I'm looking at their taillights. Yeah, we know that's a really cheap taillight. Is it nearly lunchtime there? I think verdict after lunch break.
It's almost noon.
They have an hour and a half till lunch.
Yeah, she does lunch really late.
Yeah,
No.
I think they go OUI and they're attempting to retry others. No, because they'll be found not guilty in the others, so they can't retry them. Because if they find her guilty in the OUI, they have to go through the other 2 charges as well. And I don't have them coming back saying, well, we are hung on the manslaughter, but we think she had an OVI. I can't see that one. And if she's found not guilty, they can't retry her. There's not guilty on the others. There is.
What?
Now I have to go and see if I can find, but it's so far back in my chat that I have. The verdict slip. I hope this is the right one. Is this? Yeah, there is. I don't know if this is the one proposed by the defense, but if this is the one they were given, then Then there's a not guilty, guilty on the offense as charged in murder on the second degree.
This one, though, she's talking about the second one. She's saying that
there's not guilty of the offense charged on any lesser included. And then they can find her guilty in one of these. And that's what
if
she
they're
said.
hung, I think what Marissa's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marissa, if they're hung on the OUI, though, there's no way that they can mark not guilty for the charges they don't believe that she's guilty or she's innocent of, right? Like they can't cross off manslaughter if they're arguing over the DUI still.
No, but they're not going to be hung over the OUI.
Right, but that's what Marissa's saying, though.
Yeah. But the question clearly shows that they don't want to find her guilty in some of the others. And if they find her guilty in one of the OUIs or both of the OUIs, both the influence and the above 8.08, she's not guilty in any of the others because they have to go down the line. That's how Bev just said it. You hear your friend Jeff junked it and you think, what could I have done to help Jeff? Then you hear Jeff murdered his wife, then junked it. Then you think Jeff was a boss. He wasn't cleaning that shite up.
What?
Do what now?
That he took his wife out before he left because he didn't want to clean up the scene.
Oh.
Do I have to be the brand interpreter?
Apparently.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking my friend Jeff, I was thinking, oh, that's a little too soon. And then I found out it wasn't that Jeff.
That would be horrible. That would be a horrible situation, wouldn't it? If they did somehow get hung on the OUI.
Yeah.
And then the retrial, they still went after her for murder or for manslaughter, whatever it is. That'd be absolutely ridiculous. And
yes.
But I don't think they're going to get hung on the OUI because maybe I'm just way too optimistic, but with the question, they are sitting in there and they just want to make sure that if they find her guilty in that, the rest of them doesn't come into play. So she can't be found guilty in the manslaughter or the vehicle homicide. That's how I read that question.
I think they might be arguing over whether to even charge her the DUI, though.
Could be, but I read it more like we have two holdouts who really want to have her on homicide, but we can talk them into an OUI, and we just want to get out of here and have a compromise vote. Again, genius to put that OUI in there.
I don't think that's what they're arguing about. I think they're wanting to give her an OUI in the morning if that's when it counts, right? Like if they're counting that
it's not in the
drive.
It's not in the form. It has nothing to do with the time frame.
But they asked about the time frame.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the charges. They can write in the button. We only think she was drunk driving in the morning. Doesn't care. It's the same. She's guilty of the same offense. It doesn't matter when she was drunk driving. If they find her guilty in drunk driving, she's guilty of drunk driving. But there might be someone in there saying, well, I can't swing an OUI if they believe she was drunk in the morning. No. Or I can't be if they mean she was drunk at night. But again, if it's one or two, they will be convinced just to get out of here. This is not a hill to die on. Manslaughter is a hill to die on. You're not dying on the hill that's, oh, it was at night. No, it was in the morning. You'll say, F it, I am not eating stale chicken and parm from D&E pizzas again. Let's get out of here. I think Bev will make it clear she wants her conviction. I think she's going to be out there.
Yeah.
How many jurors had DUIs? Well, it's Canton, Mass, so probably all of them.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, facts and evidence prove possible.
Again, those tests has nothing to do with anything. If they want to find her guilty of drunk driving, they're not going to convict her on the test. They're going to convict her on her words. She said, I was drinking. She said, the drinks were so weak, I had to spike them. That's what's going to get her convicted of an OUI. And she'll thank her Lord and Maker for getting an OUI. Danny G agrees with Val. Well, Val is wrong 95% of the time, so you're wrong now.
Not this time. Not this time, Baker. Valhalla's got this one nailed. See? Told you so.
Yeah, but still, if they just check she was guilty, it doesn't matter. The jury is not sitting in there doing this is lawyer talk. This is when everyone is sitting here saying, well, I listened to the lawyers, and lawyers said, the jury doesn't care. The jury is going to find her guilty in OUI, and they don't give 2 cents about it has to do with the manslaughter charge.
They might
because they just want to find her guilty of OUI.
They might not.
They might want to do that. I think there's 2, maybe 3 holdouts who says, well, she wasn't drinking that night. Well, do you think she hit him? Nah. Well, she said she was drinking. And you had that guy with the blood test. Yeah, maybe. And again, you can do all the technicalities and try instructing the jury. Well, you can only find her guilty in the OUI because it's a lesser included of the manslaughter charge. That means that it has to be at the 12:45 mark, even though at the 12:45 mark she was at home, not driving a car. But you still have to consider that as the time frame, even though you know that the manslaughter happened at 12:32.38, I believe it is. So even though you consider this time frame, which is the wrong time frame, you have to do it to find her guilty. Well, let's get another hung jury. Let's just get out of here. I'm just saying, I don't give 2 craps about it. Find her guilty of the OUI, get out of here. Don't let them sit there and say, well, so we have to consider the manslaughter? I thought she wasn't there. It's lawyer speak. She'll take the 60 days suspended misdemeanor.
Yeah. And backstrapolate is officially the best word created in this trial. Infotainment was going to be, but then Judson Welcher ruined that word. So backstrapolate is the word.
I could see them arguing the state didn't prove shite about the evening, so no DUI either, and some might like, free pizza. What if they meant 8 a.m.? It could be, and combine the time frame question with the question about the statement they are hung on the OVI. Yeah, but again, at this point, I would just, if I sit in the room saying, I don't care what time it happened. I'm getting out. The sun's out, gun's out. Can we just agree she was driving under the influence? We have her on tape saying, I was drinking. The drinks were so weak, I had to spike them. Because you also remember they're asking, how are we to watch the videos of her? They are sitting in there and they are arguing, did they prove she was drunk? Well, the video showed it. Yeah, but do we know for sure? And I think there's maybe 1-2 holdouts who says, well, the state didn't prove shit. I don't think there's 10 people hung and saying the state didn't prove shit. And please, those 2 people, change your mind. OVR, get out of here. We don't want another hung jury. I'm not doing 30 days next year.
Nope. Although I may do the retrial on the Petty Express when I can, fast forward.
Let's get to it.
All right. All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so.
Tony.
All right, so thank you. Tori, how many did you make?
I don't think murder is on the table.
No.
No, but MG, I don't know if you ever encountered this as in your law practice. The jury don't give a shit about the law. The jury will vote what the jury feels like.
You got to remember, though, that these jurors are from Canton, Norfolk County, right?
Yeah, everyone's drunk. Half of them drove drunk to the courtroom today.
it's a drinking culture. That's what they do here. It's
but
more likely, in my opinion, that the jury.
I will fight. Get the OVI. Don't get hung on the effing OVI. Just get the verdict. Get her found not guilty in killing John O'Keefe, and let us get out of here. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why Valhalla want to die on the hill. No, we need 5 more weeks of this next year.
Pure innocent.
I know you have goats coming in next year. You can do 5 weeks of goat camp. You don't need me to sit here yelling about Plevin. Plevin is going to write another shitty book that I have to read.
I think it's going to be not guilty. I don't think we're doing this again. I think it's all not guilty. That's what I think.
Well,
that's what I think.
As long as she's not found guilty in anything more than an OVI, I'll be A-OK.
Baker is like, you will not make me. I will not do this again. You cannot. He's like when I try to yell at people because they're going to bring the Walmart rapture upon us.
I have my Malort ready.
I'll let you drink all of that.
I've got victory beer.
I have alcohol. I'll pull out, but I'll let you drink all that Malort.
Who do you think they would bring for a third trial? Brennan's not coming back. I can't afford him.
Lally stated they're going to do it. And I think I need them a lot to fix this, the experts flu.
You're not pawning that nonsense. You're not pawning the Danish flu off on anybody else, Baker.
All right, the court, please. Jury taker.
I may not know geography, but my immune system knew that was Danish.
I think they deliberated like 37 hours last year, 27 hours, 29, something like that.
27 hours, and the first time they said they were hung was 17 and a half.
There you go.
These are not sugar cookies. They are called hindbærsnitter in Denmark. It's a short crust dough with hindbær.
All right, jurors, we're in
jam.
receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence,
if at
and
all.
give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question.
She didn't include the words she was supposed to include.
So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
Let's get a readable verdict slip.
If we can,
Ew,
that
who
would
gave
be
Sam
awesome, Bev.
a wrench?
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment.
That's
So
a
stop
stupid way
and sign the verdict slip. If you find
the
her
verdict
not
slip.
guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully?
No.
All right, so
No.
with that, I am going to send you back
Because
out.
Blood.
she said 3 times you have
Sure,
to
why don't you
sign
go on over?
one or the other. And
Yeah.
she should say that if you find her guilty, sign one of these two, one or both of these boxes. If you
That was
don't find her guilty, move to the next question. If you find her guilty, sign one or both of these boxes. If you don't find her guilty, this you have to sign. Again, it sounds to me like you have to do it, and the cope has started. If Hank Brennan can't get a conviction, no one can. She will absolutely not be walking out of that courthouse without a charge.
I heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, please, you're following me.
So the defense was the one who put it in there too, and I think because they knew this was the biggest hurdle, they could find her guilty, and if there was no pure OUI, they would do the hey, let's compromise and just say involuntary.
Yeah.
Yeah, she speaks worse English than I do.
Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, TSA is easier to get through than Bev's verdict forms. You may need some lunch. I recommend clam chowder.
Ew, in the muggy hot heat of summer, that sound, yeah, clams.
Clam chowder is delicious. I love clam chowder.
After these questions, will we have a verdict? 76% says after lunch, 14% says before lunch, 8% says tomorrow, tomorrow, I'll verdict tomorrow. It's only a better way.
Fair point.
Clam burgers are more seasonally appropriate, by the way.
Are those a thing?
They make conch fritters down in the Keys.
Can we get Bukaki in here and read this for us? Oh, I want to see his toit pants right now. I bet they're crawling up.
You know whose face I'd like to see right now is Proctor's. I'd really love to see what Proctor's looking like at the moment.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to sell his first ADT home security system. He's learning.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
These forms should be written so a fourth grader could understand. Yes.
They should.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're not.
And that's why I like the way we do it. But again, we have the judge in the room with us. We say, this is what she's charged with. Did they prove on or about the 29th of January, she intentionally hit John O'Keefe with the car? No. Okay, so charge one out. Second. And then we'll go through each charge. And then if we agree on something, we'll say, yeah, they did prove that she involuntary manslaughtered him, or she was drinking under the influence. She was drinking under the influence. And we'll sign that off, but we'll go through everyone word by word, and they have to prove it. We're not just sitting in a room guessing that. What does liquor mean? Well, that's foreplay.
I don't think anyone in Canton needs help with that definition. That being said, breaking news, apparently R. Kelly has been rushed to the hospital.
You get stabbed a bunch again?
Well, apparently there might be a person loosely affiliated with guys of a, prison affiliation who want to take him out.
Yeah,
he was requesting home detention.
There was just a statement the other day that he made saying that his life was in danger from a white group, I believe.
And
yeah,
Rabbit, I don't like Danish barbecue, but I tasted the ribs that Volstorm got, and they were good. It doesn't taste like fake smoke.
Danish barbecue.
And the catfish sandwich wasn't good, but I like the mac and cheese.
Not sure why you would have tried the catfish sandwich. I would have advised against that.
Because I like the catfish burger I had last year, and I don't eat barbecue because barbecue in Denmark just means fake smoke. But then I tasted
that
some
stuff
of
stinks.
food, and that was really good. So if I ever come back to the States, I might try some barbecue.
You should.
No. Hey, H. Well, The one I had last year was good. The one I had at that barbecue place was just tasted weird lemony. Next time I need to visit Oklahoma. Well, there's a lot of places I need to visit, and there's a very little time, and America's way too big. If it'd been Denmark, I could visit all of you in like 2 days. Have you tried being more like Denmark?
I have.
You know, they tried in 1775, but it didn't take.
No, that was like Britain. Just look at Vermont. That's a lot like Denmark. High taxes, crazy politicians. Everyone likes it.
Hippies. Forest.
I made fried crappie last night. Having again tonight. My husband brought too many home. I don't know what crappie is.
Crappie
Yeah,
is a
what are-
panfish.
Oh,
No, you can't be turning what you are. I'm not going by Florida. I saw, I think it was Peter Tragos or someone who shared last week, someone had a bear running around at the front. And yesterday
Yes.
they had an alligator. And I love that was some
Yeah.
old guy just with a plastic bag walking next to it, made it shush away. I'm not coming. No. Did you know Bev is a dirty word in Dutch? No, I didn't know that.
ah.
Outstanding.
Yeah, Hexenhammer is from Vermont. I think he goes a lot to where's the Mardi Gras place?
Louisiana.
Louisiana. New Orleans.
Yeah, he goes down there a lot. He got arrested down there last year, I think.
Yeah.
If Karen gets charged with OUI, can they go back and charge all the other drunks in this case? No. Statute of limitation is 6 years in Massachusetts via Google. She's not going to be charged with an OUI. She's going to be found either guilty or not guilty in driving under the influence. And again, it doesn't matter how many people on that road were drunk that day or how many times after, because she's the only one that they did a blood test on. So it's not an argument, well, so everyone else was drinking. It's that doesn't free you of a crime. It doesn't matter that everyone was drunk that night because she's the only one who's been indicted. Yeah, but everyone else was drinking. Yeah, that is like going down the highway and you're the only one being picked up by the highway patrol. Everyone else is speeding. Yeah, but I stopped you. It's not going to change anything. And again, if she gets a clean OUI, she will be whistling Dixie.
Yeah.
I just saw the other day they recorded the world's or history's largest great white shark ever off the Florida coast. It's like 16 foot something. Huge.
There's a reason Indiana Beach is the safest beach to go to off the shores of Lake Michigan.
Florida gets so much hate because of the Sunshine Law. No, because of the alligators, the snakes. Yeah, Florida man. Even little D had a alligator in her bathtub. I'm not going to Florida.
You do Friday?
There's
Well,
plural.
so it's kind of the same
Right,
as
so
liquor.
we'll see everybody at 1:30.
What was that sidebar about?
Probably what he was talking about. In context, Jaws is 15 feet. Watching Jaws made me afraid to go into the water.
Yeah.
That happened to a lot of people, I guess.
I was afraid to go into a pool. I was like, I'm not going to be tricked. And then they made Deep Blue with the smart freaking sharks. Like, who wanted to make these, smarter?
The only time I was ever really scared in the water it was like a storm was coming in, the water was real murky in Hawaii. You couldn't see nothing. And I remember I was trying to go out there and go spearfishing, and it didn't work. It didn't last long. But I saw something very shiny silver, and it got way too close to me before I saw it. No idea what it was, but the only thing that like registered was barracuda, and I wanted nothing to do with it anymore. I got out of the water immediately.
Can I just say the second word in this is how we spell Richard in Danish. So he says, "Hey, Richard, all is good. All is good." I don't know why he's talking about Richards right now.
I love how all these men got roped out with their, true crime wives. Like, come on, we're going to a rally. And they're like, for what? Why? They're like, just bring your phone and wear pink.
So I guess the
Get out of the way. Hey, they're not giving any statements.
They're not giving any statement, not stages.
the buffer zone seems to be a thing of the past, huh?
Yeah, that got overturned by the Supreme Court. Karen was limping yesterday. She's not feeling too well.
Do you see this as a positive sign?
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Any reaction?
Let's find out if Mr. and Mrs. Reed have any comment. Hi, Mrs. Reed. Mr. Reed, any comment?
How are you feeling?
How are you spending the deliberation time?
Ms. Reed, your family was physically relieved.
What a-
There was, like,
what a-
that
what a
crazy
zoo.
moment When you found out
I
the
would hate
question,
this.
do you feel the jury's leaving a certain way?
I'd
But I
lose
think
my
it is
shit.
good strategy to have her parents talk rather than her.
Are you prepared for a verdict?
inside the courtroom.
I'm prepared to hopefully find out your truth. Yeah.
Talk to me about the why be a win for your family.
Stop harassing that man.
No shit.
You can hear how busted up he is. Yeah, that's the football question. So you just lost 6-0. How do you feel? And about the buffer zone, it was shrink down to, I believe, 100 feet, and they couldn't arrest people without they needed an emergency trip in front of a judge, so he could see if it was a legal arrest. And someone asked about why the pink is because she's a lady. No, it's because it's Karen Reed's favorite color.
That was the support color very early on before Bev said that that's unconstitutional or whatever the hell
Yeah.
she tried to claim.
No, Bev didn't say it was unconstitutional. The Supreme Court said, because Bev was...
Would you consider an OUI conviction a win for Karen Reed?
Just don't talk.
And free. I gotta run, okay? Where am I going?
Oh, this poor man.
They need to have a handler on all of these people and get them through that press,
Yeah.
because they will take whatever. Well, maybe... Well, some men like pink too. Volstorm, funny enough, that's why he's off screen. He wears pink a lot. And he wants to be called the Mighty Stormwall. That's weird. Hello.
Are we catching people getting towed live on? Because there's a tow truck just driving on by. You don't hate the media enough. Look at these douches.
Yeah.
My size would work better than my mug. Trust me, I played enough defense in football to move people who doesn't want to be moved. Will there be any coping today? I've shown some of the coping. I look for more.
Oh, there's lots of cope. Lots of cope.
Yeah.
Whatever comes up in my thread, I'll because we need some. We're not going back to the other trial now. We're waiting to see what, if any. Burkhardt is saying the jury is going to have lunch, talk about how to fill out the verdict form, and then go home. Come recap the morning. No, we won't go. Be here. You come over here. I don't think they're gonna go back and discuss the verdict form because they were already discussing how to fill it out. So this hopefully made it clearer.
Yeah, hopefully whatever Bev gave them basically 2 non-answers, and then this is how you read the form. And she even messed that up. So they might be getting more and more pissed off with Bev.
I'm just trying to see if I can find some good. Oh, Grant Smith Ellis. I have to look him up. Breaking.
Questions
Karen
came in
Reed
at
is about
11,
to be found
so-
guilty.
Really?
What?
Well, I guess technically, if she
No,
gets
no,
an
I
OUI
was just making that up. I hadn't even opened up his page yet.
I mean, that would be a correct statement if she gets the OUI, but bold attitude behind it.
I love this grifter. He put the same poll up 5 times to get engagement. That's how you grift. I'm so bad at grifting.
I need to do that. Is someone dressed up as Auntie Bev? Or
Outstanding. So after the questions were read, I asked, what do you believe the verdict will be now? 0% said guilty of second degree. 6% said guilty of manslaughter. 41% said guilty of OUI. And 53% said innocent.
What does Plevin? Does Plevin have a hot take? No. And I can't see their streams because these efforts got me blocked.
oh no.
I don't know why they hate me. I'm such a nice guy. I gave Plevin a platform.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they
I
all.
thought these were our people that liked us.
Yeah.
With the pink.
He's retarded like I am. We should stick together.
Huh.
Well, we can always go to Wendy. When Karen Reed is convicted, don't cheer like a gladiator. Be civilized and cheer like someone who thinks justice matters.
Like a gladiator?
The gladiators weren't cheering. They were doing the fight, and people were cheering on the gladiators.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to understand why the hell she's using the words that she is.
Jury reportedly didn't look at Karen Reed this morning. Bad news for Reed. Guilty and maybe even murder too. That was that was at 3:46 p.m. So that was at 9:46 Eastern.
Surprised she hasn't started deleting these yet.
No color should be solid the way Karen Reed loons destroyed pink. Barbie movie is as close second. I hope someone finds a way to use technology to show Reed in a hot pink jumpsuit and leg chains on her way to Framingham today. Pink is the new Owens.
She's absolutely delusional.
I also hated the Barbie movie. So
I didn't watch
kind
it.
of agree with her there.
Well, my man card denied me access to the movie
My
theaters.
sanity card should have denied me access to watching it, but I did for for my chat. And why I did that, I don't know.
Someone said not aging well in real time. Yeah. I had to keep my dogs out while my repair guy was here. My poor. Oh, I thought maybe that was a question, but no, it's just. Yeah, she is. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, she's gross.
Yeah. And for anyone who is going to flip out and say the verdict clock has stopped, it's not an official timekeeper. What a bunch of downers across from Karen Reed's table can't stand looking at them. Mo never read the chat. No, Mo is dyslexic.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Chat?
Jimmy's going to come in here and say, so guilty in second degree, I told you so. And I'm going to say, Kimmy, love her.
I don't think Kimmy's coming back, bro.
Although Mark O did come into my chat earlier this morning. But since we were talking about cars, I think he didn't get any traction, and I was going to ignore the hell out of him.
I didn't see it.
I didn't either.
Well, I figured you hadn't because he didn't say anything. Because he had, I think he said something to bait you. Because I was just planning on ignoring him.
Oh, I love the, hey, if you can't handle me, at least debate me. Hey, I don't talk to well, I talk to myself sometimes.
Excuse me?
Pardon?
Exactly.
I watched the Barbie movie yesterday, and I actually liked it. Ken won Barbie lost, but read into it whatever you like. Again, I'm just not that much into Barbie.
I think we all lost for having watched it.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
As a Matchbox 20 girl, I loved my songs coming back. And the Indigo Girls?
Pink is the new black, but not at the lumber store. Over there, James is the new black. That one's rough.
Jesus.
That one's rough.
What? I didn't get that one.
Okay, that's good.
Was it a racism?
It was a racism, yeah.
A little.
Oh. I thought they were Mexicans that people had racist jokes about at the lumber store.
Well, that's the good thing about racist jokes. You can kind of apply them.
Yeah, that's the good thing about America. We can make fun of everyone, no matter your creed, color, or nation of origin.
Well, my chat believed that we will have verdicts after lunch.
I believe it will 100% be today, though.
I still think they just could go back in there and say, I didn't understand a word that crazy lady with the 5 o'clock shadow and the White Claw wig was saying, but let's just put OUI and get out of here. I want to go home. I have a barbecue going. It's Juneteenth in 2 days. I'm going to lie to my boss and claim I'm sick and have a long weekend.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, yeah, the Trump one girl. If someone out there do Photoshop and you can take that video and put either Plevin, well,
Coffin
Plevin.
Dapper.
If you
Coffin
can put
Dapper would be acceptable.
Plevin's face on that screaming no, 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 because I can't figure out how to Photoshop moving pictures. I would be much obliged.
Mo, that lady's handy capable too.
Yeah, she's like Mo, scooting around.
Mo's scooter was way cooler than that thing.
Yeah. And I was a baller scooter. She was like, hey, come at me, bro.
It was baller. Wanted to take that thing Tokyo drifting. I bet a couple beers in and like a good, lubed up surface, like an icy road or something. That'd be a lot of fun in that thing.
Sorry, I heard looped up surface and I didn't hear anything else.
I knew that'd get your attention.
We're not covering the Diddy trial.
Also, I don't think there's insurance on my scooter.
Yeah, but I can't figure out how to use...
if we break it on stream,
It's a
Couldn't
business
get paid
After we
for
expense.
that
pimp it
way.
out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's 50-50 DUI or not guilty. Yeah, I'm thinking the reason why they're talking DUI is some people want to go and give her something. They won't just let her walk.
Notice that they were trying to get a shot of the girl in the crop top, then douchey boyfriend was in front of her, so he moved around to try to get back to girl in crop top.
That she was showing a little midriff. That guy wanted something to put in the for later column.
I think she walked into his frame. I think he was set up a lot earlier than she got there. I don't think that was what was happening.
Look that green color. We talked about that earlier.
What? Green color?
Yeah, there's a car in that lime green color.
Oh yeah.
I think they got 1 and 3 as guilty and 2 has them confused as it makes no sense.
I don't think so. Interesting take. Let's go. Interesting take.
Brendan said, I'm going to turn up the heat on my hot takes. I'm at just above 11 right now.
How many of those moms have flasks? I bet if we did a Stanley check,
It's Massachusetts.
it's vodka in all of them.
No, it's still bloody. Might be mimosa.
Marissa is from Massachusetts, and as she say, 9's too late to be sober, and that's not PM.
Bloody Marys are like pre 10 a.m. and then you've got the 10 to 2 mimosa window, and then you've got the pre happy hour dealer's choice, and then you're stuck with whatever happy hour is on sale at.
I was about to say you have pre-game, pre-game, and then that clip show when you come home.
Pennsylvania and Massachusetts is the same thing. It's like Oregon and Oklahoma, same thing.
Oregon and Oklahoma?
Yeah. The states are right next to each other. They could just be one state.
No, they're not. That's Idaho and Oregon, I think. Or Washington and Oregon. Oklahoma's way far away.
I have studied American geography with the expert.
There's not a single similarity between the state of Oregon and Oklahoma that I can name off the top of my head. Not even one.
They are
One's
in the
like
state
the
of
plains,
Americas.
The other's a rainforest up there.
They start with an O. Both of them are on the West Coast. They have buffaloes.
No, Oklahoma's not on the West Coast.
It's in the West or Midwest.
Midwest at best. It's above Texas.
I'm just saying, Common Core geography, it lost some of you.
Oh, that's terrible.
I need to look at my Melissa and Doc puzzle. But I have it somewhere. That game was
a puzzle for this?
annoying.
That was a good game. That game was
Well,
awesome.
I don't trust the government. I don't trust the feds, and I don't trust puzzles. Oh, that's one I wanted to pull up. So just because someone put it wrong on a map doesn't make it right. Oregon, Oklahoma, just below
Spain
Washington
could be
State.
Anywhere.
Yeah,
It's just below Washington State.
Quick little
MG
drive
will.
over there.
No, it's not. MG, you live there. You should know better. That's why he's always talking about when it blows from the west, they get all those. He always talks about, oh, it's a tornado because it blows in from the sea.
It's got to go over the mountains first, like the sea, and then the Rocky Mountains, and then. Okay. Anyway.
I love
I'm
how
just
people
saying.
are just sitting there like it's a parade going through.
Yeah, we need the shiners now.
Shriners.
Yeah, them too. The
Or
one with
people
the funny hat and the
shining.
small
I mean,
cars.
I'll take whatever I can get for Canton.
Oh,
They're
I
driving
take the
the little-
moonshiners.
Actually, Tony might explain this.
these are different countries.
Barely.
All of the states I mentioned are in the same country. It's not the same.
Sometimes we claim them.
They're the same size, and I'd be willing to bet our population for most of them is probably more than your country.
Pretty much.
What's the population
That's why
of
they have
Oregon?
to tax you guys so much. There's only like 8 of you.
Population of Oregon, 4.27 million. All right. Population of Denmark, 5.97 million. Denmark, your entire country is slightly larger than the state of Oregon's population.
These true crime dads are just tickling me pink. They're like, I'm tailgating at the courthouse for some reason. I don't know.
He's drowning us out. He's drowning out our voices, Mo.
I thought they might talk to me. The truth that we are half the size as big as
the state
Oregon.
of Oregon.
Yeah, we are 6 million people. Oklahoma and Oregon combined is 4 million.
Is that Doink?
No,
Doink is on his stream.
Where did you just come up with those numbers? Those are crazy numbers. Oklahoma has 4.1 million people. Oregon had 4-point-something million people.
Yeah, they have
Denmark
both. It's the same
Denmark
place.
had 5.97.
It's the same place. That's why they are both listed as 4.1.
4.27 in Oregon. Oregon's slightly more popular.
We're going to do a mock trial where you will try to prove to me, first of all, Arizona exists. Second of all, Oklahoma and Oregon is not the same place.
Baker, only if you ask if the state of Arizona is in the room, because you need to give it a subpoena.
Yeah. I will demand they show up and defend themselves. And if they don't show up, I guess I won.
Arizona is apparently the cocaine and methamphetamine capital of the world. Phoenix, Arizona is, from what I've been told.
Germany got like 80 million people and are still tiny in landmass compared to the US. Yeah, you're one of the most densely populated countries, right?
In Europe?
No, in the world, densely populated per square. We are the country in the world that has the most castles per landmass.
How many people are in Germany? How many was it?
86 million.
Damn, really?
Yeah, it's the largest country in Europe by people. I think Ukraine is the largest by landmass.
84.1 million people in Germany. That's crazy.
It's 12:51 over there now, Julie.
Bev said we'll see you at 1:30 when she left.
Yeah, but that's when she comes in to say we go to lunch. We were there 2 years before you, living in the country that got surprised 2 years into a global war. Oh, we just put our entire 7th Fleet at Hawaii. What could go wrong? Well, it's B-17s coming in from the mainland. Nope, that wasn't it.
Oh, and thank you, Zach. What were we talking? What were we arguing about? Okay.
Baker, why are you being so Swedish today? He is awful grumpy today, ain't he? No, not grumpy. No.
No, and it is weird that I never thought I'd see like a festival around a courthouse.
It's kind of like the JDAH case. We just missing the llamas. Ohio is around here. Illinois is close to it, and
Indiana. Indiana.
I'm not done yet. Indiana, where Mo lives, Kentucky, and where Dave lives, Wisconsin, and on the right side you have Philadelphia. I don't think that's a state. That's a city. It's Massachusetts, Philadelphia, Massachusetts. That's where Marissa lives, and then you have one of the vaginas. I'm pretty sure that's what's around over here.
So if you want to get technical, all of the bordering states to Ohio are Pennsylvania, not Massachusetts.
I had that
West
one.
Virginia.
I had that one.
Sort of. Kentucky.
I had that one.
You did. Indiana. I gave you that.
I had that one.
And Michigan.
I had that one. That's where Jamie lives.
Or so she says.
Yeah, she's from Wisconsin. That's why she loves cheese.
Makes sense.
Well, I have a few offers, Edward.
Uh-oh. Where did
What is the internal beat that he is waving that flag to? Because
no, there's no limit. No, there's
sense,
no
Baker.
limit.
That's too amazing.
Was that Too Unlimited who sang that? That was a Dutch Euro dance group.
Not sure.
I have no idea who sings that.
Kentucky out by the Dakotas. No, Kentucky is right above Tennessee.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
We do share a rather long border with Kentucky.
And then I live in the state that's on top of Kentucky, Indiana. Well, one of them.
Denmark's area is 16,638 square miles. Oregon's area is 98,379 square miles. Population density in America, 366 per square mile. Oregon is 40 per square mile. If you fart in Denmark, everyone in the country smells it. Yeah, and we'll talk about what you had to eat for dinner last night.
A large part of Oregon you can't really live in, though. Like, it's all the giant
That's why I'd love to
rainforests
live
up
there if it
and
weren't so
mountains.
rainy.
I also skipped the super chat.
How dare you?
Who licked the red of your Swedish fish today? Well, all these people calling me Swedish. They really grind my gears.
You know what really grinds my gears?
When people say law like there's an R in it, Brennan, anyone?
Hearing the pronunciation of the word law. It really grinds my gears.
Or when they say salmon, like there's no L in it. What state borders north of Minneapolis?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. That's on the border to Canada. So there's no state on the top of Minnesota. It's Canada.
Good
The
job,
future
Baker.
state of Alberta.
The 51st state.
I didn't. Are they gonna? Is they? Did I see something about some part of Canada wants to break free?
Probably.
Yeah,
Is it one
I
of the
saw
French?
something about Alberta,
Probably not the
possibly. I don't
Alberta
know.
would make sense. Alberta's real rural, I believe. They're kind
Yeah.
of country, and they like their pew-pews in Alberta, so that would make sense to me. The French parts aren't. They don't want nothing to do with
Yeah,
us.
I
and we
don't think.
want
I
nothing
don't
to do
think
with them.
we'll take the Montreal and Quebec.
Y'all can keep George St. Pierre, and we'll respect you for it. And other
Although,
than that,
if we get bags of milk, I'll be okay with it. Also, I need y'all to explain Degrassi to me, because I want to explain how you exported an entire teen melodrama and you saddled us with Drake. I need you to explain yourself, Canada. I didn't want to have to deal with Drake. You made him popular. Explain yourself.
British Columbia. Okay. Isn't Alberta in British Columbia?
Mississippi. Mississippi. That's easy to say. How can you eat cured salmon with mustard every day? I don't eat cured salmon. I don't like salmon. I'm
salmon?
more of a herring guy. If I'm eating fish, I'm eating herring, or I'm getting a fillet of fish. I don't eat salmon. Salmon is nasty.
Salmon's delicious.
No, it's always raw, and I hate raw fish.
Doesn't have to
Yeah,
be raw.
I don't like that you cook it and it's still pink. It creeps me out.
That's all meat. That's all meat. You don't want to cook it until it's all leather. You want to.
Do you put
Look, I know it's not popular. I'm just saying I don't like.
Do you put we call it fox sauce, FOX, not the other one.
I'm not telling you
salmon.
anywhere that I put my fox sauce ever. That's my personal secret.
Spreading your load. And Mo, I don't know who Drake is because he wasn't in Degrassi that I watched. The real Degrassi Junior High.
Ah.
Excluding Alaska, well, it's really easy to excluding all the other states. Florida is the biggest state in America. As long as you exclude everything else, it's really easy to win. Ever tried shark? No, I haven't been to Iceland. My dad tried it, said it was horrible.
Yeah, because don't they have to ferment it?
Yeah. Fish must stay moist. But I don't like salmon. It's a weird. Mexico hardly ever wins Olympic medals. All the Mexican that can run. Oh, Zach's back. Remember Zach? Oh, yeah, that's the guy you have to read his super chats before you read them. Yeah, because sometimes he's a little yeah, you know that. Yeah, but you slip up and now again. Yeah, well, Zach and Brandon kind of lures me into a false sense of security where they are really nice and say nice things. And then all of a sudden, it's about finger banging your mom in the basement. And I will read that loud. I fished the sturgeon back in 2005 and got a 16-pound, 13.8 pound, and 24.8 northern pikes. I want to go again. Sturgeon, that's a big old fish.
Yeah, do you make fillets out of that or like chicken chunklets or nuggets? Fish sticks?
I think it's a fancy food. Well, mostly you get them for the eggs.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that where caviar's from?
Yeah, that's a real caviar. That's sturgeon. We use well, in Denmark you have what do you call fish egg in English? Not fish.
Caviar?
No. Every fish.
Roe?
Okay, so we have like cod roe, which is just cod eggs, just compressed, and you'll slice it and fry it on a skillet. That's good.
Huh.
I like that
I have
on
never
rye
tried
bread,
it.
and then with a couple of sunny side up eggs. Oh, whoa. That'll put some lead in your pencil. Almost as bad as Lefty. I had alligator. It's really good. I've tried alligator. Pretty good. I ate a lot of ostrich back when it was really big in the early aughts in Denmark. We had like ostrich farms.
Oh, cool.
But it has to be cooked right because that get really gamey. I've had alligator. I've had snake because we could buy those in supermarkets. So try some weird meat, and I tried alligator. I liked snake. Was just weird. Fried alligator tail is great. I should try that.
Anything fried is pretty good.
Yeah. Everything that's gone into the wishing well is good. Potatoes, fish, alligator, long pork.
Does he have
You know,
court
it just
today,
pissed me
or-
off that Bev would not add, if any, still trying to the very end to support the corruption. Bev, at least she changed it, because I actually thought she would just give them back the verdict form and said, "We've told you how to do it. Go back and do it." Snake jerky. No, it's stringy.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be a very lean meat.
Yeah, and rabbit is the only calorie deficit because it has no fat on it. So if you live only on rabbit, you'll die. Even if you eat till you're full.
Yes.
Dawson ate snake and buffalo. He said snake was good. I never had buffalo. Has in the strongman community, they all swear by it because it should be really, really good meat. I never had it. We don't sell that in Denmark. We don't have a lot of buffaloes. We have muskox. Well, they have it on Greenland. Of course, I know about long pork. I've been young once. It's not lawn pork. It's long pork. It's the other white meat.
Yeah, it's, who we're having for dinner, not who's coming over to dinner.
I don't want to sound like a misogynist. My ex-girlfriend wasn't a bad person, wasn't a bad girl at all. She was just bad in bed, really bad. She would just lie there screaming, "No!"
Brandon.
Well, it's an upgrade of the starfish.
Fair point. Fair point.
Brandon. Oh, Brandon, you came and you joked with a graping on my waiting for a verdict. Oh, Brandon. I never had elk either. Venison is a little too. You need to put some bacon on that.
I'm a fan with anything with bacon on it.
You can mitigate that by eating the brain of the rabbit. It contains some fat. I'm not a big fan of eating brains because
Prions.
yeah, it's just ugh. Buffalo is good, dark or red. We have like a food festival every year in my town, and we had one that had all these exotic things with the chocolate-covered crickets and stuff like that. And I was just, with those legs on it, I could just feel that it would get stuck in my throat. I was like, I'm not going to touch that. So I ate the chili sauce with 5 skulls on it. Normally, I'm not squeamish about chili. My daughters were laughing their behind off because we just filled our water bottles and I just emptied all 3 of them. And then I went and bought a cup of coffee, just burned my mouth off because, oh my God, and it wasn't good chili sauce, it was just hot chili sauce. Polls are only representing people that answer them, not the entire population. Well, you use polls to extrapolate what the entire population means. In Denmark, you just have, you should wear a bra, honey.
Oh, yeah, wow. It's never the boobs you want to see free.
No. In Denmark, you just need more than 1,000 people to answer, and then it's representative of the entire population. The name vegan means it's revolting. Whatever it is.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be just dried out tofu?
Yeah. Oh, Well, I don't see everything. I had a cricket leg stuck in my teeth. Ugh.
Ooh.
I had we have like a dish called fake turtle. I loved that when I was younger. My grandma made it. It's like a gravy thing with some fish stuff, and I don't even I don't even know what's in it. It's fake turtle like your grandma used to make it. It's veal, some leeks, some carrots, some celery, some onions, and then you just chop it up and serve it with boiled eggs on it. Apparently,
That is
it tastes like. You get like a stew like this. Tastes
that
good.
looks pretty good. I don't get
Yeah,
the
and then
eggs on top of it.
it's because the turtle eggs. But sometimes you would put a little cognac on it as well
Ooh.
if you got the fancy stuff. But you don't see that much anymore. It's the cheaper pieces of veal. So yeah, that tastes good. I miss good homemade cooking. Which reminds me, it's 7 o'clock. I should get some dinner. On Taco Tuesday, we do arms because if you want a girl screaming "Pon tu chorizo donde cago" in the back of an El Dorado, your arms better be effing swole. I don't know what anything means in Spanish, but I agree. I disagree.
Oh my goodness.
I do what I should do.
Where's Iris when you need her?
I know. She has the best laugh.
She came into the FNL venue, just screamed, "Que paso, way?"
We need the verdict at 2:27 as a chef's kiss.
That would be pretty awesome, actually.
We need the verdict now because I'm hungry, and why wait till after lunch? Get it out of here. Go enjoy some good lunch instead of the itty food that you get at the courthouse.
Yeah,
It
I
might
mean,
be good
imagine how
food.
many people would buy you drinks. I mean, allegedly in Minecraft, of course, you wouldn't be, basing your verdict on drinks. But this is Canton, so maybe.
They would probably buy you drinks here.
What's salad soup?
I've never heard of it before.
My mom used to put my dad and her on a diet. Salad soup, frugal fix for leftover salad leaves.
The trash can.
I don't have any of that.
Who has leftovers of these leaves? I've never even bought leaves in the first place.
Who's buying lettuce?
1 liter of stock, homemade chicken stock or vegetable stuff made with American bouillon. 1 medium potato, 1 medium brown onion, 250 to 350 grams salad leaves or greens. Try to include some rocket or mustard green for the peppery notes. Baby spinach and all kind of lettuce works well. I also add the stalks from kale, broccoli, etc. Salt and pepper, creme fraiche. I don't like creme fraiche. A tablespoon of olive. Do you blend it, or what the hell do you do with it?
If it's a soup,
It looks
I think
like
just leave it.
something that's in a baby's diaper.
That
looks
sounds
blended.
like depression. Like, oh, great, here's lettuce soup, but also if you have stalks of celery and broccoli. And thank you, DeFloofy Cat. DeFloofs enjoy all meat, including spider. You know, Dingus enjoys a
Ooh.
good stink bug. I don't enjoy it because the stink bugs tend not to agree with him. But
Say
he's a
arugula,
fierce
not
hunter.
rocket. Yeah, we call it rugula. It's the same, but different.
I've never heard it called rocket before. That's interesting.
It's said so in the lettuce soup.
Believe you.
Ugh. Yes, compost.
Yeah. Looks like something I'd feed the pigs.
That cabbage soup was what my mom and dad always ate when my mom put him on a diet, and he wasn't a big fan of that, and it looked horrible. It's just a lot of boiled
Oh,
cabbage.
yeah. Oh, yeah, that'll make you want to lose the will to eat.
Well, we're gonna make a big pot so we can eat it the next couple of days. It's so easy to make. It's just a lot of cabbage thrown into a pot and then made into a stew.
You need to get the corned beef involved, man. Corned beef and cabbage is where it's at.
Did we... What? Why did we go back to the courtroom?
I have no idea. Well, didn't Bev say
1:30.
1:30, but
Yeah,
that's in 15
1:30.
minutes. So that's why I asked him why we're going back. Back to the 90s.
Well, unless
to the
they're
90s,
stopping it
back to
for
show.
Bev's lunch.
Yeah, it's Bev's lunch. They said they can't bring a verdict between 1:30 and 2:30. On Taco Tuesday, we do arms because if you want to blast your baby batter where she squirts out her fecal matter, your arms better be infant swole. The clock has been stopped for 2 hours now. And the clock has nothing. I loved over on Lawn and Trim. Everyone was like, "Oh, the clock just stopped." It doesn't mean anything because it's not the court. It's not Bev saying, "Okay, I'll turn the clock on now." It's just Lawn and Trim that has something running.
Yeah.
Verdict clock
probably.
is not official. I'm gonna go make myself.
You have Taco Fridays in Sweden? That's the craziest thing ever. Why would you have Taco Fridays? That doesn't even make
Because
sense.
it's party food on the weekend. It's the
Taco
same. You don't have a party on a
wait,
Tuesday.
do
You
they
go to
call-
work on a Wednesday.
You might not have a party on a Tuesday.
And for all we know, their Friday is Turf and Durfin Day, and it rhymes with taco much better than.
No, we call it tacos. Even the Swedes. Oh, lights out! Lights out!
Ooh.
So,
Ooh.
the feds are coming.
Bev After Dark.
It's a black ops mission. The feds are finally moving in, y'all.
They lost power in Canton, Massachusetts.
Ooh, the fan does seem to have slowed down.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Actually, they might have lost power.
No, you have in Sweden you do have tacos on Fridays.
Who yelled ice? Bev, we're here to take you back to Sweden.
Oh, that's awesome. Bev is annoying enough. She could be Swedish.
You'd think she'd look less haggard and more huggle or Hughie or whatever.
Hygge. That's a troll I like.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna go make myself some dinner because it's
Baker, it
quarter
looks
past
almost
7.
like the car you wanted. Just
I
not
don't
as
want
ugly.
to. I don't want to. This is Chevrolet. Yeah, Chinese. No, these are good old American cars. Nope, bought by the Chinese.
Well, what isn't? Other than
Bought by the
Toshiba, that I'm
Chinese.
pretty sure is still Japanese.
They cannot investigate themselves.
I am
Outstanding.
so gonna make Mr. Mo take me to these true crime gatherings. Can you imagine we just take our RV and do true crime like tourism?
Oh, how far
Be
is
like, I don't even. What are we doing? I don't.
how far is Boston from you?
Good far. I'm not driving to Boston. I'd fly.
I looked it up.
I'd have to get one
Way
of
too
those
far.
new IDs though, wouldn't I? I don't want
To
to fly.
fly, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably never take another flight in my life now.
Yeah, me either. I just don't want to go back to the DMV. At least they're a happy bunch.
They always have been. Yeah, I'm waiting for the music to start playing.
Free bird. Someone yell it, and you know a redneck's gonna have it. Come on now.
That was a good whistle. I don't know who that was, but that was impressive.
That was a darn fine whistle. That is a tall guy.
He was a Fed for sure.
Well, yeah.
Ah. So now, if Bev's going to lunch at 1:30, there won't be a verdict until at least 2:30 now, right?
I believe so.
I think that's what they've been saying.
I wonder, I know there's supposed to be some severe weather moving through. I wonder if that's going to affect people staying and, being able to kind of be out in front of the courthouse.
Is there supposed to be some gnarly weather?
Well, we had some. I'm
Oh, there's a
getting
bunch
severe
of-
weather again today, but there was a big storm that passed through yesterday.
Oh yeah, they're about to get hit. Like real close to getting hit.
So that's what I wondered if there was. I love that I'm leaning closer like I can hear it anymore.
Right? Same. Hmm?
Is that Krusty What's-Her-Face?
No. This is a pro Karen Reed
I
lady.
apologize, ma'am.
She does, however, look like she should be part of the Hart Foundation in WWE. I don't know what she said.
I think she was kind of telling them to stay out of the streets. She said something about a verdict at the beginning, but I couldn't hear.
I heard something about be respectful when the verdict is read.
And I think it's good that they have someone out there, again, showing, as much as it's not about optics, being shown to be reminding people, hey, let's be respectful, that kind of thing, is good.
Is it? Who are they being disrespectful towards? The state? I'm okay with that. F the state.
Well, so is that where the anti-Karen Reed people are?
I don't think there's any anti-Karen Reed people out there anymore. Maybe.
Oh.
I don't think there was ever a whole lot of them out there. Is that the juror from last trial, y'all? The blonde lady?
I thought I remembered her being a darker brownish.
That's not her? Okay. I don't think they've reached a verdict. I think they're breaking for lunch now. But they didn't meet to break for lunch yesterday, did they?
No, but maybe she wants to do it a little
They're
more
coming
formally.
back from lunch. Hopefully they're coming back from lunch. They had lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. Sweet. Is that voices on your end or the court?
That's my end.
Okay.
Farrell's
I was trying to
being
listen.
yelled at.
Damn Farrells.
Well, when Mr. Mo has to yell, I can never quite tell how much gets into the mic, so I try to mute it.
I don't think I've heard Mr. Mo yelling before.
Well, usually I'll try to catch it. I can usually tell, like, when chores are getting ready to start is when he'll start yelling for children. I will say that the supporters are being a lot better than, I mean, as on, side and loud as both sides have been, it's nothing like the Kyle Rittenhouse case with the way that jury was stalked and hounded by the media.
Well, there was A-list celebrities involved in that thing. Well, one anyway.
True.
Sub Rosa. That's funny.
I would be so petty like that. Look, as the foreperson of this trial, and they'd be like, ma'am, you weren't even elected. Okay, I know, but they have wasted all of our time. And I elect that since we can't give them the literal middle finger, we come back at 2:27 on the dot. All in favor? Unanimous. And they'd be like, ma'am, you don't even go to this trial.
You don't even go to this school.
She's not even from here.
Yeah, I know Bev said that she would see everybody at 1:30, so I'm sure she's doing normal things. Like I don't think this is a verdict.
No, I think it's just them getting back together. And I'm guessing that the jury wouldn't come back this short a time after all of those 3 questions were digested.
I think they're really close. I think they're
I think they're
very
close, but I think it would take because the fact that they didn't actually get an answer on when the DUI is going to be means that you're going to have two people arguing, no, it definitely means the 5 a.m. or it definitely means, the 12. So I think that there's going to be a lot more. That being said,
I really find it improbable that they give her a DUI for the 5 a.m. thing. Like that charge.
I didn't even consider the 5 a.m., to be honest with you. So I was intrigued when they brought it up because it hadn't even passed my mind that they were thinking of anything. Because isn't the DUI contingent on it being part of the crime of her driving recklessly and hitting him? I mean, not in the standalone.
But like the charge itself initiated from that point, right? You can't just like throw a blanket charge for like a half day.
Well, that's what I thought. I didn't
Pretty
figure
sure
we were
you
ever
weren't
going for the
wearing
5.
Pretty sure you weren't wearing a seatbelt at some point on this day. So the 18th is when your seatbelt ticket is. I don't think they can do that. It seems like they kind of tried, but
well,
if they find her guilty of a OUI, I would appeal that as well, personally. But I guess that depends too. It depends if they can still go after her for manslaughter after that or not.
well, I don't see anything on the twat, but let me look.
I took a poke around. I didn't see nothing that stuck out to me.
Aiden eating a donut.
Apparently, Hank has filed a question.
Hank has?
What if any ham sandwiches has the jury been served? He will appeal this case because he was told that on or about yesterday they had a ham sandwich for breakfast, and he claims that is influencing the jury in their decision.
He's like, it's not kosher. It's not kosher.
He said, apparently this is the tricks that the defense will go to ambush us during the trial, serving ham sandwiches.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a little. I thought the donut hole, reference for the breakfast that Jackson gave, the no donut hole hoodie breakfast. I thought that was a little, on the nose, but I say if you can make a pun for it, go for it. And if you get 10 bits, why not?
Some has been reporting on Twitch. I don't know where they have it from, that there will be another jury question at 1:30. I think they just misunderstood what Bev said, because she's going to call them back and send them to lunch till 2:30.
Papa O'Keefe has arrived in court. Interesting.
There's no notion about anything. I don't know what Tinbits is.
They're from Tim Hortons. It's more of a Canadian thing, but they're like little donut holes.
Apparently, Plevin has said he's leaving YouTube if she's not guilty.
Good.
Well, he's going to stretch that a lot. Well, she was technically found guilty. Yeah. Especially when you saw how his wife talked about him. She was, see you next Tuesday. tried soy egg cream before, but they had a weird green plant like aftertaste. I have a feeling my brother-in-law has been beating my sister. I don't have any proof, haven't seen any bruises, but I went over there last week for dinner and the cooking has gotten much better. Brendan. Same thing as yesterday. Some prosciutto tortellini.
Ooh.
Jim, can I
Oh,
have
is there
that
another
question,
question?
please?
Oh, there is a question.
All right. So as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially.
Or the
saying we can
OWI.
just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
I'm going to start drinking. I can't do a retrial. I can't.
I can't see how it's a theoretical question. You could just ask, you can find whatever you will in each charge.
Literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions, I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point, it's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
The tool.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute.
Thank you.
How, Bev, you are forever late. Screw you, Bev. Baker, you're muted.
Take every charge separately and find what you want on each charge. Just say that. She just wants another mistrial.
This is...
What other relief? Oklahoma hand grenade. Yeah, at this point, Bev should go get one of those in her lunchbox.
I don't want to look that up, do I, Valhalla?
No, you don't. You don't.
Yeah, I already looked up a couple of things Brandon said, and pretty sure
Leave that one
my,
alone.
my computer has the HIV now. And hepatitis. And leprosy for some reason.
But for those asking, is this good? Yes, this is good. They are exactly the same place the jury was last year. Not guilty on 1 and 3.
With the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict. And that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse.
Can the jury make a split decision so they find not guilty in 2 charges and hung on the last one? Exactly like last year.
What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
At this time. That's the objection. Man, she's doing everything in her power to make this more complicated.
Yeah.
Allow the court to finish writing.
They want her to be taken in on drunk driving.
That is over our
No
objection.
problem.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I think
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
is
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All right. God, I can't stand her.
If you treated me like that, I would go back and find her not guilty in every count. Say, if they want to force me to find something in the second one, which I don't feel, because they are hung, I would browbeat the other people to find not guilty in all counts.
I would too. I honest to God think there's just a couple of them that want the DUI. I think most people are let's everybody go home. Karen, us, everybody. I think there's a couple people who are like, well, she clearly got a DUI, but did she? Did she?
I'm just saying that whatever Bev does is so typically Bev. I can't answer at this time. You can say you are allowed to make any decision on each charge that you want.
And it's not like they don't have a valid concern, the defense team, right? This is literally what happened last year. 100% what happened last year. And that's how we got a retrial with all 3 charges again. This is insanity that she doesn't see this or refuses to, because she does see it. She refuses to acknowledge it and prevent it. That's the problem.
Yeah, and Plant Fan, we are sure it's the OUI because they ask specifically to 2-5, which is the pure OUI.
And then they asked what time the OUI counts, basically. Did it count at the 12:45 or at the 5 a.m.?
And here's the other problem that Bev isn't understanding. This jury doesn't get that these are not hypothetical questions to the jury. They probably don't want to have to get Bev and her stupid take on anything. Yet they're having to reach out, and she's like, look, it's hypothetical right now because you don't understand that you can't have, again, Baker's right. What exactly did they ask? They asked if you are sure that you can agree on not guilty for 2 of the charges, but you're hung on one of the charges. Are you hung on all of the charges?
Which is
believe
exactly what happened last year, because they
Sorry,
didn't
Baker.
report it accordingly.
But I'm with Baker. You treat me like this. I am genuinely trying to ask for help because this is entirely confusing to me. I'm out of my depth. And you basically say, that's a hypothetical, and you don't answer. I'd be pissed off and I'd just be like, that's fine. We can't agree. I'm out.
100%.
There's no FBI coming. It's they don't care. We know this. We have known this for 2 years now, and people still believe that tomorrow. It's not going to happen. The feds are not coming. They haven't caught whoever helped unalive Sandra Birchmore, or who groomed her as well.
Matthew
They don't
Farwell.
care. Stop believing that the feds
Also-
are going to save anything.
Why is Bev being such a butthole to Jackson? I thought the defense said to just ignore it.
She's been like this the whole time, Mo. The whole time. She's been on her better behavior this go round since Dr. Wolf told her that the DOJ was still watching. But she's been snarky and a bitch to him the whole time.
Yeah, maybe today is just more noticeable.
I will bet you $5 that none of the players in this case is in custody of the FBI within the next 2 months for anything related to the death of John O'Keefe.
I see Bev getting nominated for What Not to Wear, though, and getting a full makeover.
No,
because
have
that
you
hair
seen
is atrocious.
have you seen the Supreme Court justices? They always kind of look like they fell out of I don't know, an ugly tree and landed in a dumpster. What's her name? The one who was 200 years old when she died.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
Yeah, she looked like something between
Yeah, her swimsuit calendar wasn't as popular as I thought it would be.
no, that's
Upon self-reflection, in poor taste after her passing, too.
well, you have to make the little money.
I was
you
just trying to
can.
keep her memory alive. The babes of the Supreme Court. Habeas court babes.
Yeah, that's a seller.
It had a few fans.
Well, she's just like that. And I really think Bev is not corrupt. She's not getting paid for this. This is just her shitty attitude. She just dislikes Karen Reed and her defense team.
She's very pro-Commonwealth. I think that she views the Commonwealth as probably her, minions, and her job is to finalize the process of all of their great investigation rather than, conduct a fair referee job between the two.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. Take it or leave it.
I think she was embarrassed. I think she was embarrassed how everything came out, especially with the verdict form, although not embarrassed enough to change it, so...
The verdict clock picked up again.
Ah.
All right, jury, get it together.
Yeah. Look, it's raining and stormy here. I need something good to happen.
Also, I'm hungry.
Also that.
And it's Miss Valhalla's day off, and I'm stuck in here. I don't like it. Pineapples. Pineapples. Let me get 2 claps and a Ric Flair. Woo!
Upside down pineapples?
Is there any other kind?
Fair point.
Yeah, imagine being the jury asking a question. They are ready to go now.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
either going to come in and say, hey, we're hung, and they're saying, well, we're sending you back. Yeah, no reason. We can't agree on this one. Not guilty on 2 of them, and the last one we can't agree on. Can we just fill that out? It's a theoretical question that hypothetically you could, in an alternate universe, if string theory is correct, you could be both agreeing and disagreeing at the same time as you're not agreeing but agreeing. So I can't answer that. I'll not allow it. Just say treat each charge separately. It's stupid. Yeah, why won't you answer our questions? What's wrong with you, woman?
Yeah. Especially when she's the keeper of law. So the jury, thinking, okay, well, this woman knows what the law is. What the hell are we supposed to do? And she's like, look, that's a hypothetical physics question. We're going to get Dr. Judson Welcher in here with a PowerPoint for you, okay?
These are complicated questions, so he will have one green arm and one red arm, and in the middle he will have a checkerboard. Wherever the car hits him is the answer you can give, all right? And just ram him with a SUV. It's the verdict form. What does she lose if Karen is free? Nothing. But I just think she dislikes the Karen Reed team.
Oh, yeah. There's so many people out there making fun of her. She hates everything about this case at this point.
Yeah. But then just get it done. Just say you can do whatever you want.
I mean, and for sucking at her job, she got elected awarded the best female lawyer in Boston or something.
Woman of the year or some shit.
Yeah.
Lawyer of
that was
excellence.
actually, it was said by the organizer that they gave it because she had to sit through the trial and it was so hard on her with all the abuse she was getting. That's why she was given Woman's of the Year.
Oh, she got a participation trophy. Awesome. Speaks volumes for the grandiose level of the award in general.
Yeah.
Can't find a single woman in Boston to give this to, so let's give it to Bev. She's had a rough year.
And Brandon, this is
if I got the Woman of the Year in Boston, I would have cards made up. I'd have a T-shirt like Woman of the Year. I'd be obnoxious.
Yeah, and Jessica, that wasn't the one Aperture sponsored. That was a different. She got Woman of the Year from the Canton Bar Association, and the one Aperture was sponsoring was the Massachusetts Bar Association. So that was 2 weeks before. Where's your bloody award? Well, women get their bloody award every month.
Ooh, that's funny. Accurate. A little disturbing, but I'll allow it.
Hey, God gave it to them because they ate the apple. It says so in the Bible.
That's what you get.
That's what you get from eating fruit.
Mm-hmm.
It's heinous they call themselves Aperture. Aperture is also a great company making lights for filming and photography. Are they pursuing filming and photography, or are they actually doing it?
Julie says, not at my age. That's funny.
Yeah, just theoretically call it. That's what I would do if I was sitting there. Let's say there's like the last time, 3 people are sitting there. Well, last time there were 3 people saying we won't find her guilty. This time, 3 people are sitting in there and say we want her on the OUI, and 9 people are saying you are effing retarded. Why didn't I say effing? And well, you're stupid. What the? Can we just get out? This C word's not going to tell us anything. See what she answered you? I would look at that piece of paper and say, yeah, I'm down for not guilty. I would instantly revolt if she gave me a non-answer back. It's a theoretical question I can't answer. Well, not guilty. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not eating one more ham sandwich in this courthouse. I'm gonna hit the head, have a smoke, and then I'm coming in. Deuces.
Yeah,
And,
that's what I
you're
would
out of here, Bev.
not. You do not mess with the jury as much as she's messed with them, made them come in early. She's been late.
It's but the total disregard that she has shown this jury with her constant being late. Her, hey everyone, Mama Bear really likes that you're listening good. I'm gonna give you a couple of days off, so you can just go home because Mama Bear's gonna frolic at the Cape. Oh, you're going back to your shitty job, and your boss is really mad because you've been here for 2 weeks. Well, I don't care. White Claw's not gonna drink itself, so let's take 3 days off. No, let's take 5 days off. We need a little vacay. Mama got a new highlight, and she really likes that pool boy down at the Cape. So see you Monday. Don't come too early because I'm going to be 45 minutes late. And you're sitting, and I bet you the jury room is smaller than the courtroom. The air condition is not working in that room, and they can't open the windows because, hey, Mama Bear, don't want you to listen to the demonstration outside, so please keep the window shut. Jim, can we turn up the heat in there? We don't want anyone to be too cold. It's 72 degrees outside, woman. Yeah, Mama Bear likes it hot. I would flip her the soup bird.
The soup bird.
Saved
I got a
by
new
the
poll.
bell.
I got a new poll up, y'all.
And weren't they on time? Didn't she say for them to come back at 1:30? Weren't they in by 1:30?
Yeah. Way before 1:30.
You're 10 minutes late. So they probably heard her say 1:30, and she might have called out to them and say, get back here. And they thought, if it will be the 1:30.
Oh, that could be.
And Yannetti got held back by security. Do you want him to, drop kick a court security guard to get into the courtroom?
Well, that was this morning.
Yeah.
That wasn't the last time. I also have a new poll up. It might not be a very serious poll. How hard would you say F you to Bev?
Harder than Hanky's going to cry into his pillow tonight. I'll tell you that much.
Imagine being Hanky, and the best you could do if this goes the way it looks right now is end up the same place Lally ended up last year. If it goes the way that it looked 2 hours ago, you end up with getting her for driving under the influence.
Yeah.
This is, honest to God, the most
$1 million.
the most expensive DUI in the history of the planet.
Yeah. On both sides, if you think
Yeah.
about it. I mean,
Yeah. It's crazy the amount of money that's been spent in this case. And they might end up with a DUI. Outstanding.
Yeah. No, they'll keep the same judge.
maybe they'll let the female state's assistant attorney talk in the third trial.
Nah.
Miss McLaughlin?
Yeah.
Have you heard the ladies talk in this trial? It's not like the Massachusetts women has really wowed us with their intelligence. It's all the out-of-state women who has been the good ones.
As Elizabeth Taylor says, this marriage will be the best. Third time's the charm.
Or is mommy no? The first time DUI offense in Massachusetts has very little penalty behind it.
Yeah, three time, 3 million for DUI. Yeah,
it's crazy. Crazy.
And Bev could give her, but it'll be appealed. It's a misdemeanor if she gets caught with the OUI. It's just going to be a misdemeanor. Has nothing. She will probably try and give her like a week in prison or something just to be a C word, but it's going to be appealed and overturned. Where did that go?
I don't have any Sue birds. The best I got is 3 little duckies. But
yeah,
kind of a sad emoji.
What happened to those 3 little duckies?
Yeah, I should probably get rid of that emoji.
Yeah. Brennan, can you remind Valhalla what happened to those 3 little duckies?
They started leaning a little too politically your direction, and they had to go. That's what happened. Little commie ducks. Get out of here with that nonsense. I do have tomatoes, though, and that's just as good.
It was a SG accident.
I told chat they weren't going to make it.
Aww.
Yeah, and then you made chat name them so they could have an emotional bond to them, and then you unalive them.
I didn't unalive anybody.
They were all
They
named
unalived
Howard.
themselves. Howard. Huey, Dewey, and Louie, I think is what we went with.
Oh. Not the, oh my gosh, Darkwing Duck. That was my jam
I
in
love
middle
Darkwing
school.
Duck. Better watch out, you bad guys. Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck.
We had it
That's
in
it.
Danish.
We need to just watch Darkwing Duck and hang out. That's,
We
although
should.
YouTube would never let us.
Yeah, and I know everyone is saying, oh, she's going to give her 2.5 years. No, she won't.
No.
Because she would be laughed out of appeals. And an appeal on a DUI charge won't take, she won't be in prison waiting for appeal on a misdemeanor DUI charge.
No. That's crazy.
What the hell did I hit there? Terrorhawks. Never heard about that one.
I don't think so.
Think so. I remember Animorphs, which was weird.
I like the Danish version better. Skurketagerjagt, Darkwing Duck. Funny we didn't change his name to Black Wings Duck, because that's what. Well, I don't know. Then I absolutely didn't see it because I'm not a fan of British series. Not like, well, some of the Ricky Gervais ones have been good, but most British shows are just too boring for me.
Was Doctor Who originally a British?
It is a British. Darkwing
Is
Duck.
it?
Let's get dangerous. Darkwing Duck.
Let's
Get Tessie.
dangerous.
Here kommer DW. Darkwing Duck.
Double V. Outstanding.
That's the only time without, well, we don't call it WVC, we just call it VC. But DW is how we say it. I think that's the only way use of W and Danish as Darkwing Duck. And what they will cling on to is say, well, she got convicted, but it's technicality. Did I ever watch Red Dwarf? Yeah, I didn't like it. It was weird. I wasn't a big fan of that. Yeah, every now and again, YouTube will just
I'll be back.
choose for you that you don't want to follow a channel. So always go around and make sure. If you see someone and think, oh, it's weird, I haven't seen an update from them in a while, just make sure you're still connected to them or subscribe to them.
Yeah. YouTube likes to think that you don't know what you think.
Never watched Thunderbirds either, so don't know any of that. I think we are on lunch break now, so we're just waiting if they're gonna come back. I don't know. We might be fooling ourselves.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're probably going to have lunch and be pissed off at Bev.
Did I get Starfleet? It's Jessica. I don't know. I watched what was the space? There was a sheriff in space who had a horse that had a sawn off. What's his name? Dark Star, Black Star, Space Star, something Star. It was a horse with a sawn off. I thought that was cool. Marshall Bravestar. Bravestar, yeah, he was a Native American and he had a horse that had a big old shotgun. And I watched Mask. That was a cool show. They had masks that could do certain things. It's kind of like Transformers, just cheaper.
Hey, kind of like Power Rangers, kind of like Transformers, kind of like Voltron, but cheaper. And spandex.
Yeah, there was a lot of that around that time. Well, Nonya, that's the question they asked about if they could do that, and she wouldn't answer it. So we are at the exact same spot we were last year. Yeah, it was an anthropomorphic horse.
That sounds...
Eyes of the hawk, ears of the wolf. Oh. Captain Planet, worst show ever.
Ever.
And I watched it.
You know what I'm ticked off? They are remaking and destroying all the shows that I loved. No one loves Captain Planet. It's got the commie, eco-green message that they want to shove into every other stupid thing that they keep putting out. Why not remake Captain Planet, have all your crappy message in it, and no one would care because it's not destroying anything that anyone ever loved. Because the power of heart... That kid always pissed me off. Be the power of bitchiness.
Airwolf was a cool show. And Knight Rider. That was cool.
I was more of a Gem gal myself.
Gem?
Yeah, she was like an undercover secret agent rock star / I think everything.
Oh, Gem and the...
Rockets,
Was it the one where she had like a star around her eyes? Yeah. That was... yeah, I remember my sister watched that. I wasn't... Because I was watching all the cool show like Biker Mice from Mars. That was a bad show. Jen and the Holograms.
Oh, it was Holograms. You guys are right.
A-Team was a great show, if you can find them, and if they will help you. Now, if you can find them and you can hire them, they might help you. A-Team. I like that show. If they wrote, hey, Rope Seamaster, we have 1 and 2 unanimous, but I hung on 3. What do? She claims she would answer. Well, I think they have 1 and 3 unanimous and hung on 2, but yeah, she claims she would answer because they. But it's the same. Can we see the CERT report, which didn't exist? And she said, they didn't ask it correctly. How should they know?
Yeah.
It's the grocery boy from Walmart. It's the library lady. And it's a guy who dig ditches. Oh, of course we should know that. Could we please ask for a read back? That's why, again, I like the Danish system. The judge is in the room and takes us by the hand. BJ and the Bear, I've never seen that show. Well, that's someone who wasn't brought up right. And I never watched Baywatch with The Rock because it looks like every other The Rock movie.
Yeah. The Rock.
Can Karen Reed plead guilty to OUI to take 4 and 4 of count 2? No, because her team put it in there. So
Yeah,
I don't think she could do that.
I do
So I don't
wonder
think
how many C words Bev's being called right now.
She-Ra was good, but Rainbow Bright was the best. She-Ra, is that the He-Man show?
It's He-Man's sister, wife. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't watch
She
that.
was
I
the
just
girl.
watched He-Man. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power. Battle Cat, the biggest coward of all. His sister cousin.
Yeah, Thundercats.
Very Alabama.
Cousin. I couldn't remember where She-Ra was from. Or, I mean,
Hercules.
related-wise.
I liked Cena more. Hey, 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 hey. And then a weird backflip, fun flip. It must have been fun. That was a very, that was some flux undertones in that show between her and the redhead.
Yeah, they were not subtle.
I'll say, yeah, that redhead, she might have been a seamstress because she was always looking for scissoring.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. No, because Cena hooked up with Hercules. So she might have been switch hitting. Yeah, they will. That's why Jackson said we are exactly the same place as last time. I am too young to have watched Morgan Mindy. And I tried to see some of the
reruns.
I don't know how much coke you all did in the 70s, but or 80s.
That is a good
But the shows from back then, Taxi and Morgan Mindy, that was really weird. Mary Tyler Moore, I remember her mentioned in a song. South Park used to be good. NYPD Blue, never liked that one. Homicide, didn't watch that. District Carnival, never watched that. Twin Peaks was a weird show. A good show.
Twin Peaks was weird. Alf was great.
Oh, yeah. Don't Google Alf's dad. Let's just say he played a character really well because he was not like that in real life. He might have caused a few male acquirable friendships, companions to, I think, OD.
The dad looked like he needed to be on a list and kept away from schools. I thought that when I was little. I was like, Does Alf have an adult guardian ad litem? Because
I
that dad, like, especially when they have the super special episode about stranger danger, I was like, Mom, the dad's still there.
I do love on the Spectrum. Season 3, when it ends, where they're sitting in Africa looking out over and can
haven't
you
seen that.
feel the love tonight? And she's just love tonight is where you're. It's enough to make kings of vagabonds. Leave you heart.
Now I'm going
I
to have to
love that
watch
show.
this. I'm going to start crying, aren't I?
It's a good show. There's a guy in, I think it's the 3rd season. He is amazing. He is the most positive person you've met in your life. He's so cool. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. And he works at a restaurant with his sister or something, and it's where all the mimosa chicks hangs out. So when he comes and talks to them, he just gives them the entire life story. They have like a dating coach who's going to come in and say, hey, maybe try this with the ladies. And she asks him, so what do you like to do? And he just, yaga, 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 yaga. And she's just standing there. Maybe sometimes you could try and ask, what do you do? Yeah, I could do that. So what do you like to do? Well, I like painting. I like painting too. Painting is cool. I really like it. I once painted.
Aw.
No. You be quiet and let her answer. You could just see him.
Why?
Other people talking. What a weird concept. So I went to the PA yesterday. She said I needed to stop masturbating. When I asked her why, she replied she was trying to do the exam.
Brandon.
Odds on that happening in real life? High.
Fairly high.
Yeah. Tell me 3 shows you loved, and I know if there's a chance we'll become good friends. Well, depends. What do you go all the way back and say, well, I really liked watching G.I. Joe when I was 10 years old, or do you say, I love on the Spectrum, Clarkson's Farm, and I like Banshee. It depends on. There's a lot of show we watched back in the day. That's Tanner. He was on the Kelly Clarkson show. It was amazing. I didn't see him on. But he was cool.
Baker is way into the Kardashians.
I just saw the fan and thought something was happening. No, they came back with a question asking if we are unanimous or not guilty on 2 of the charges and hung on the last one. Will it affect all 3 charges? And she said, that's a theoretical question. I can't answer that. And the defense said, we are exactly the same place as last year. You can tell them in some form that, you just fill out the ones you agree upon and then we get out of here. But no, you couldn't say that. None of these shows are on regular TV. They are Love on the Spectrum, I think, is on Netflix, maybe.
I think
Murder, She Wrote was a good show. Love on the Spectrum is a good show, and half of Welcome to Wrexham. I saw the first 2 seasons, pretty good, but it becomes a lot of the it's the same. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power.
Golden Girls
I liked
is
it in the
always good.
original cartoon style. I hate the new 3D version they did around 2000. And I really dislike that they used Megan Fox for April O'Neil.
Yeah. I liked 4400 for sci-fi.
Is that the one where someone has to go down to Earth and there's a lot of... No, that's the 1000.
No, 4400, a bunch of people were abducted like from the last 100 or so years, and they were all classified as alien, but apparently it's us from the future. I don't know. It got convoluted toward the end.
Yeah.
But they all came back with superpowers or additions to their DNA.
Yeah, where the planes disappeared and then they came back, and yeah, I saw the first 2 episodes of that. That was kind of weird. Well, they played in the lowest professional league in England, so tier 1, 2 in America should be able to win over them, but they just moved into, I believe, first, well, the one below the Premier League, so they're probably going to upgrade the team a lot this offseason. Your dad was a sound editor on Murder, She Wrote. That was a good... I like that show. I like Hercule Poirot and Agatha Christie as well. And I like the Sherlock show, both the English one with the American one with Lucy Liu and the one with Benedict. What is this? That got weird in the last season, but good shows. Oh, the women's team. Well, the American national women's team got beaten by Wrexham's like retired players, and I think they after the first half they were just like, oh, we can't do that. Let's just slow way down. I think they won like 11-0 or something. That's just a physiological difference. Never watched The Vicar of Dibley. Fawlty Towers. It had its moments, but again, it's a very 70s show. Well, we are way away from them filming where they are moving up, but they are moving up. Hey, that's how you did it back in the days. Have you never... Oh. Can I just say, Kenneth Branagh's Poirot is some of the worst renditions of Poirot ever. That was The Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, and the last one, The Death in Venice, or whatever it's called. I don't know, something in Venice.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible renditions of Poirot. Allo, Allo was so funny. Alors, René, embrace me. Take me in your strong arms. Oh, Yvette. That was a great show. You won't understand it in America.
Probably not.
It was an innkeeper in France, occupied France, who had British airmen stashed under his grandmother's bed. Him and his wife hated each other. He had a love affair with Yvette, who was a serving maid. They had an undercover British police. He played a French police officer. All of it was in English, so they had to give the Englishman playing the French police officer a really, really bad French accent that the French played by English people couldn't understand. So I was... it is I, Leclerc. It's just a stupid show. And they have a very... but they're looking for the Madonna with the big boobies. That's a painting.
Ah.
It's a great show. You should watch it. It's funny. the Madonna with the big boobies. And it has all the bad stereotypical things that how
French.
you would that but the German accents and all of it is just it's stupid. Oh, Hello was on PBS.
Oh,
Keeping Up the Appearances, it became a little too much. Hey, before I go, Airwolf was a good show. I didn't like MASH.
I didn't get MASH. Although I was watching it at reruns at 7 and waiting desperately for Simpsons to be on, so not target audience.
Hyacinth Bouquet, Lady of the House speaking. Actually, Hyacinth is the lady on this photo. She's a lower class lady who thinks she's British upper class. So and her family is just low class. Her brother-in-law Onslow is constantly in a wife beater, whining about not getting enough beer. His wife is a stout woman with hair that even makes Bev look well kept, and she's very, very aroused. And her sister is the town bicycle, dressed up like a lady who is the town bicycle. Probably could be dressed up when she's 20, but this lady is in her 50s.
Oh no.
There's a lot of stupid things in it.
Sounds pretty fun though.
Yeah. Oh, Button, that was a good show. That's weird British comedy. I don't like that. There's a few of them. I like Poirot. I like Miss Marple and stuff like that. But yeah. Young Ones, I never really watched that much. I've watched a few episodes. Father Ted, my dad used to watch that. I never watched it. Oh, he also loved. What's the one with the guy playing the woman from Britain as well? What's
Medea?
No. Oh, my dad used to. He loved Mrs. Brown, Miss Brown, something. Well, they're not allowed to return a verdict between 1:30 and 2:30, so it won't happen at 2:27. I didn't understand AppFab and why people like it.
I didn't get that show.
Miss Brown, yeah, that's Miss Brown's Boys. Yeah, that's the name of it. That was my dad loved that, and he always used the jokes, and those jokes they used were like old dad jokes. And then my dad thought they were super funny. And my dad, he was getting a little bit older. So, like my daughter said the last time she visited him, oh, it's good that he only told me the same story 3 times today. So, when you heard it, you heard it. Eddie Izzard, before he became way too political, was a fun stand-up comedian.
I liked Eddie Izzard. I liked him when he had his specials in the kind of early aughts. And then he went... I don't know. He went a little funky.
Yeah, he became way too political. But then Rick Gervais kind of became the new stand-up comedian, and I like him as well. But I like you don't like Rick Gervais?
No, I like him. I
thought you say I don't like him. I thought I like him. He's funny.
I need to watch his one movie or his one show where he lost his wife.
Oh, that's a tearjerker. That's a great show.
I mean, like on a day when I want to cry.
Well, the funny thing is most episodes will actually end up, you'll feel real bad, but then you'll laugh because it's him. And he has this magical way of making it sad and joyful at the same time. Afterlife. Yeah, that's the name of it. He does. He is not political correct. But
I love when he's making fun of Hollywood.
if hopefully Karen Reed will be done today, and you need something to take your mind completely off of this. And if you have access to Afterlife by Ricky Gervais, it's a tough show to get through, but it's an amazing show. Every one of those specials he made about Afterlife, I think the other one is called Derek, about the guy who's a little slow, who helps out at the retirement home. All of these shows are amazing. He just catches something. Because he seems like a really standoffish, Hoyten-Floyten type of guy, but he really catches the human emotion well.
I like that.
I couldn't see Harry Enfield do a Terminator 2 spoof. Blackadder, the first series, the one back in the Middle Ages with the War of the Roses, didn't like that, but the later series was great.
I didn't get Seinfeld. Maybe because it was.
Nope.
I didn't get the humor. I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was annoying, and they had to put it on before The Simpsons, and no one cares about Seinfeld, in my opinion. We just wanted to watch The Simpsons.
Brendan, you shut your mouth. I like Frasier. I never understood Seinfeld. It's so American that I don't understand it. Everyone says it's the greatest show in history, and it's so super funny. I don't understand the joke about Soup Nazi.
It was so nasally too. His delivery, and it was so whiny, and I was just like, why are adults always perpetually whining about stuff?
Yeah.
And then I became an adult, and I'm like, everything kind of sucks.
Yeah, I don't. That show, I tried to back when. Oh, it's ending. I was like, it was on. What? I didn't like it. I think. Yeah. Don't know those two. Yeah, way overrated, and everyone claims that it's the best show in history, and I just don't get it. Kramer, open a door funny.
I will say Home Improvement was pretty funny. It was hilarious.
What's the Tim the Tool Man, and what was the guy with the beard's name?
Al Borland.
Yeah, I like that show. Oh, I don't like the new QIs with Sandy Toksvig, even though she claims she is Danish but has a Norwegian last name. I don't like her. I liked it back in the day with what's his name? Yeah, you know. And Pamela Anderson was on Home Improvement.
Yes.
She was the first lady who was his helper. Stephen Fry, exactly. Gotta get this verdict in before. I don't think that's gonna happen, Brendan. A show I did, well, I kind of watched it back in the day, but I really disliked what's the one with the babies? Cut it out. I hated that character.
Oh, Full House.
Yeah. I hated
That
that.
was annoying.
Jesse was cool. The other one, he was just annoying. He was like not Brandon, Chandler in Friends.
He
The show
was,
would have been better without them.
yeah, Dave Coulier I could have done without.
Oh yeah, the neighbor was Kimmy.
Yes.
That's why I love her so much.
Well, Baker, they have a remake or a reimagining of Fuller House. Am I alone on here, or did Baker pause? Gonna go ahead and say, if you can still see me, hi. I think Baker froze. So I'm here for now. Oh, there he is. He's coming back, I think. I'm in charge. This is great. Could it stop raining here in Indiana? I need it to stop. Also, if you suffer from autonomic, parasympathetic, nerve issues, and your country has a fan, they're good.
Well, my computer just chose that moment to do shit the bed.
Well, at first I was looking and I was like, Baker's being quiet. I'm trying to give him a chance to talk. Maybe he's muted. So then I kept saying, you're muted.
Everything just turned black, and I thought, what? And closed all windows down. So it's probably getting a little heated. But just so we're not only sitting here wallowing in our own self-pity, let's see some people who are really happy with the potential results we are getting. Oh, that's the wrong one.
There's not really any closure to the family, unless I was going to say at least this part of it is over, but because I'm assuming it's over. At least there's some. There's not really any closure to the family, unless I was going to say at least this part of it is over, but because I'm assuming it's over. At least.
Yeah, and then begins the civil. How long are those trials usually?
Oh, civil cases take a long time.
They take a long time? Okay.
How does he has 1.2 thousand watching and we can muster 259? People do better.
Yeah, and then begins.
It sounded like they were really upbeat and ready to go on for the next trial because they are so happy.
Yeah, we can disagree. It takes a different perspective and I have to ignore a lot of evidence, but I can see how people would want this whole thing to, be Karen just trying to flout the system and, justice for John. You'd have to ignore a whole lot, and that's where I don't get it. But I don't ever go into these trials thinking that the people that think differently than me have less morals. That's the problem. That's what I really don't like about this, because we had, Mark O come in yesterday trying to accuse us of grifting on John. No, we're watching a trial just like you are, just like every other person watching this. I don't assume that I'm better than Yellow Cottage Tail for any reason other than, the normal.
Well, I'm not as dumb as he is. I'm dumb, but not that dumb. Well, I don't even think he's dumb. I think he's just a effing grifter in the purest side of the word. Talking about a grifter, this is our friend Twisted Tragedies.
It's a damn good question. I don't know. All I know, people took the day off to go there. I saw that on Facebook. I was like, why? Why would you do that?
Well,
it's a damn good question.
Some people want to be there because they've been following this case for 2.5 years. You've been sitting on your fat ass on YouTube crying about how you're not getting paid. So
Yeah, that's not a good look.
how absolutely dare you? And someone said that I watched Neighbours. I'm not Australian. I've never seen an episode of Neighbours. That's yeah. Yeah, that's what Altman said. She's the one who did the clip. She said, well, some people takes a personal day off. You can just sit on your couch because you're not working. Yesterday, she talked about how she didn't want to be on social benefits, even though she's disabled. Last week, I think she couldn't work because she had a daughter that's disabled. That's the beauty about all these people. Again, I don't say we're morally superior, but all of these are sitting there whining about money and people should pay them more and how they should be on double food stamps because they're so great people. No, just shut up. Stupid.
Come on, jury.
Yeah. Never seen Good Neighbors or To the Manor Barn? Nope. I never seen what's the one British show that everyone watched with the fancy people?
Bridgerton? Downton
the
Abbey?
other one, Downton Abbey. I never watched that.
Yeah, me either. I do want to watch Here Come the Midwives or Call the Midwives. I don't know.
Where's the Plevin rage quit to eat? Well, he's not rage quitting. He's looking forward to the civil suit because Plevin's not going to leave. Where else is a no talent hack like him going to find 1,200 people watching?
Who did what?
Yeah. It's just a cope.
So you know what I did? I checked the cook time on a 3 to 4 pound pork roast and realized that I was behind schedule and had to go fix that real quick. Sorry.
Brandon, a lot of people say stupid things until they realize that it might come true, and then they'll find an excuse to why they didn't have to leave.
Like all those celebrities who've never left Comerica because, someone got
Twitch.
elected.
We had a guy who used to be like a editor on a newspaper, and he just lost his mind. He was like, I'm leaving Twitter because Elon bought it. See me on Blue Sky. 2 days later, I'm still over on Blue Sky. You should join me. It's so cool over there. 2 days later, this is the final time I ever write on Twitch. I'm on Blue Sky. You should really, really, really check me out over there. It's really cool. No one says nasty things. And then like a month later, he came back and said, well, Blue Sky got really restrictive and everyone was just banning everyone. Yeah. It's the short bus of social media. What did you think would happen on Blue Sky?
Oh.
Kind of hard to prove a civil case if she gets acquitted. Well, OJ got acquitted.
Doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yeah.
Not impossible. I mean, she might want to hold out on the If I Done It book for a couple years, ma'am.
Honestly, I could make a better civil argument, I think. She dropped him off at a house knowing with the Higgins situation that could be weird. She saw it. I could actually see, I can make a better civil argument, I think, than I could a criminal case on this. I think I can.
And just for everyone who, when she said you were 10 minutes late, they were actually 6 minutes early. So again,
she knows, like,
yeah,
we
well,
were all watching him walk into court, right? Like, how did she get away with that? Oh.
Apparently, according to Karen, The fourth question came in before they answered the other three, not after.
Huh.
That's Sue O'Connell. I'm not a big fan of her, but if that kind of changes this perspective, because then I would say the OUI is more likely as a compromise verdict. But why wouldn't she answer that till like an hour and 2 hours later?
Well, that makes the comment she made to Jackson more relevant, I guess, when she said,
yeah, you didn't want it answered.
Yeah. That makes that make a little more sense.
Oh, and I was actually the girls were gonna make me watch this trial. Michael Colucci, the defendant in South Carolina's oldest red rum case, who stood accused of strangulating his wife in 2015, has been released from his charge because of an error made by South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson's office and SLED. Surprise.
Shocking performance yet again by SLED.
Yeah, SLED, you just can't win. You're so bad you could be Massachusetts.
I still stand by this statement too. They're the happiest people in the world that this nonsense is going up here in Boston. SLED hasn't
Thank
been
you, Sarah.
in the news in months.
I didn't see that. I can't watch other streams while we're streaming, but I just saw it with Sue. That's yeah. And this guy claimed that his wife Michael Hocknail herself with a garden hose.
David Carradine?
Yeah. It's the same thing. I was just trying to do it a little more music friendly.
Ah, and I was going more movie.
Why sue in the civil case? Karen Reed has no more money because of the two court cases. Because you are a petty fuck.
Yeah, that's only just to punish her.
Yeah, that's the technical term. You're a petty fuck who got out of prison because of Karen Reed's money, who set up trust funds for your niece and nephew that we don't know where the money is. People claim stuff. You made a fundraiser to raise money off of these kids and you got a new deck. And you really want more money so you can keep living your life sitting online trying to hook up with ladies.
Polo balls.
Allegedly in Minecraft. Yeah, they could permanently bankrupt. Karen, if she comes out of this with an OUI, she can go back to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe not at the college.
Her insurance company might take a plea on it. It could be, yeah. But I think the two bars insurance company would most likely take like a $50,000 plea and say, "Hey, we don't claim any responsibility, but here's a little wad of cash."
That would be the one thing they might not sue, really, because of the depositions. That might get real ugly, real nasty. They might just abandon this whole process because of that.
I would imagine it's going to come out, exactly where their relationship was as far as how John felt about, Peg getting the kids.
I was going to say Karen Reed can get a hold of all their phones through
Jen McCabe
civil case. Yeah. They might not sue her at all, actually.
Yeah, she could. Could she get any insight into if they have colluded after?
That's what I'm saying. If they go into a civil case, she could make that allegation and go after that. And
yeah, the bar will be way lower than the very short time limit that Bev would allow her to get their phone records for.
It's been going on for years.
Yeah, that's why I understand why she's not, every time they mention John's name, is sitting there crying. So, yeah.
Now, It's way beyond the point. I think that an insurance company is going to cover this. Yeah.
Yeah, and polo balls doesn't work. He's just drunk all the time. He wants the money from the civil case, but will someone be able to kick him in the behind and say, no, you better drop this? Because we also know from the fake victim case that he is in some kind of connection with Kate Peters. So he's probably going to pop up again in the Turtle Boy case, because Kate is going to court
again
next month, or this month she's going to court again. Yeah, she has. She's always claiming that Turtle Boy is stalking everyone. She's going to court for stalking him. And
I thought that just got dismissed the other day.
Turtle Boy's harassment of fake victim got thrown out.
Oh, that's right.
He was found not guilty. Krusty is still accused of through third party harassing Turtle Boy, I believe it is.
Wild, y'all.
Karen should sue the couch out. Yeah. Imagine having a couch for it. I can see them dropping the civil saying, we can't handle emotional stress on their family. Yeah, take the easy out. But that's what I said with the criminal case. When Proctor got fired, dropped the case saying, well, we can't land this case. We still believe she's guilty as F, but we can't prove it now. Proctor is tainted. That's why I would.
You know what? I wonder if Karen could sue the McAlbertson crew.
For what? Defamation?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, something. Maybe.
But they haven't publicly talked about her being a killer or anything.
I mean, honestly, if you're Karen and let's say you walk away with this fully acquitted,
there's gotta
and
be
they're
some
going to drop
kinda-
it.
Shut up, T-Rex.
You shut your mouth, T-Rex.
T-Rex, I can't take
You
another
shut
day.
your dirty lot lizard mouth.
So how soon does Karen make a "but did you die" when someone complains to her about how she drives after this?
If it were me, the
but
next
did you
day,
die? That's funny. That's funny.
that was pretty good.
Her auto insurance policy probably isn't going to pay out that much. Probably not. And again, the auto insurance will probably, if they can swing some kind of plea where she doesn't accept any responsibility, so they can just chuck a wad of cash after them and say, shut up. They'll probably do that. That's what insurance companies like to do. Why would you move to hell? Well, not Sweden, but American hell. Move to a good place. Move to Tennessee. You can.
America's Freedom Dong?
Yeah. Go to Tennessee or somewhere. Don't go to Florida.
I can agree. Tennessee is nice.
Yeah, get a pack of beagles, buy a couple of acres next to Valhalla, and go over and drink beer with him.
Not too close to Valhalla. A little buffer distance.
Valhalla.
There's only a few. There's only a few out there that get that next door status.
How is youngest most feral going to learn goat husbandry? Look, we've heard about him. We've heard all his stories. He's not going to Harvard. I need a trade, okay?
That's fair. That's fair. You know what? Now that you mention it, I do need somebody to clean out my stalls for me. That'd be awesome.
You'd have to tell him not to eat it. Don't tell him they're Reese's Pieces because he will try.
We don't know, Alice. We just don't know.
It's got to be coming soon.
I don't know if Moscow is the place that I would move right now.
Get caught up in some weird political move.
Yeah.
Thrown in jail over nothing.
Gotta be Brittany Griner.
Yeah. Ugh. Move to Denmark? Zero chance of that happening.
Well, I can sell her my house and then I could buy a house up with my kids. I
if
think
I
that's
bought
a
the
great
house
idea,
to move
and
away
she will
from
get
my
it
children, that would make me a bad mom.
she would get it at only like 100,000 above asking price.
That's it.
I'll do that.
That's it.
All right, Griff streams away. Mo's off to learn Denmarkian.
No, everyone speaks English here.
Hells yes.
Even the old people, they'll just yell it at you, but still,
Okay,
they speak
do
English.
you have normal pizza flavors? Like, if I get a pepperoni pizza, you're not going to try to add corn to it, right?
Pepperoni pizza will be like the tomato sauce, then cheese, then pepperoni, and maybe some red peppers or whatever weird stuff people want on it.
Okay,
but you just
we
say,
can work with this.
hold the red pepper.
We can work with this.
That's
Intercontinental Mo.
We had that exchange student from Delaware here when my mom passed away, and she went to buy a pizza, and she wanted like a 4-cheese pizza. And this guy was just looking at her and said, "What? You're gonna just have a 4-cheese pizza? So you want a pizza with cheese on it? Yeah, nothing else? No. We just have one pizza cheese. You don't have 4 different." So he just chucked a layer of cheese size of mountain on it. Oh, yeah. Well, banana and chicken and curry. So don't buy pizza in Sweden.
Banana? All right, I'm with Baker. Sweden's hell.
Is that worse than pineapple? I don't know if it is.
Yes,
Banana might be good.
is worse than pineapple. Pineapple,
I don't
you
know.
could sort of.
I don't know.
What in the Elvis monstrosity is pineapple or is but?
Okay, now that's weird. It's ham and banana.
Ham and banana, but you can also get it with
Banana
chicken.
pizza?
And as you can see, they sprinkle it with curry powder.
Oh, you meant all on one pizza. I thought you meant these were 3 separate things. I didn't realize this was one combination.
No, this is the good version, I think. That's the ham and banana. You can get the curry sauce chicken with banana. Yes, it's hot.
This is how you get final
This has been
form
baked.
Jesus.
I don't know about this one, y'all.
Just say no
That
to
looks
a banana pizza.
That looks weird.
A Haken
I'm not
pizza.
Swedish, Sebastian. You know that. I would never order pizza in Sweden. What's next? Drink one of their non-alcoholic beers? No. I would rather.
Although, can we
kiss
serve that to
Valhalla's
Bev
cousin.
if she doesn't start straightening up? I'd pay money to see Bev try to eat it.
Yeah, just send this to the jury so they can reach a verdict real fast.
Oh
You
my
know
gosh,
what we should
yes.
do? We should get MG to add it to his wheel. That's what we should
Holy
do.
yes.
I like this
Oh.
idea. Chat, make MG eat it. It looks weird and gross.
Bad things
This
that I
one.
don't have to eat myself? Yes.
This one has bananas, shrimps.
Oh, shrimp.
It looks like pineapple, curry powder, and what kind of meat is on here? The shrimp.
Shrimp.
I think shrimp is the
Pineapple,
only
shrimp.
meat.
That looks disgusting. That looks like vomit. That looks like Pizza the Hut from Spaceballs as it's
That-
dripping off his face.
Yes. But even he wouldn't eat himself. Sweden, who hurt
Hårdajak.
you?
What the? Hårdajak Broken Baker bor i Sverige. Har vi bara stekt kok en massiv korv på våra pizzor? I think he meant hører jeg. Did I hear Broken Baker lives in Sweden? Do we just have fried Richard and a massive sausage on our pizza?
What? That seems like a lot of effort for a $5 super chat. Let's go.
Well, when he goes all in.
That's
I
fair.
like that.
But
fair.
cook is Richard in Swedish, and korv is sausage.
Okay, Italy needs to declare war for this. Forget any other conflict in the world. Italy needs to. Someone needs to do something.
I don't know if you have heard about the great Italian victories through history. France is laughing at them. I'm just saying they probably shouldn't declare war on anyone. Yuck. Nasty pizza.
Larva bread? What is larva bread? And why do I not want to know?
I know.
What? Who? Where?
It was a while. Livid pigeon was the last his last comment.
I don't speak fluent Swedish. I can read it.
Where it is.
Would you try lava bread? Welsh delicacy. Look it up. It's actually really nice. Lava. That sounds like that sounds like
laver bread. Laver
is grubs or.
Well, larva is.
Yeah, but
type of edible seaweed.
Is it something sexual he just made up?
It's seaweed. Okay, no, it's this thing. It's this. Laver bread, Laver bread, one word. Is a food product made from laver, an edible seaweed, consumed mainly in Wales as part of local traditional cuisine. The seaweed is commonly found around the west coast of Great Britain and the coast of Ireland, where it is known as slebach or something. It is smooth in texture and forms delicate sheet-like thalli. Anyway, doesn't look like super appetizing, but I'd eat it. I don't know why not.
Seaweed isn't that bad.
No, I like it on sushi and masubi. Masubi's fire, y'all.
No thanks. Hard pass. But Wales, if you enjoy it, I say you eat it. And Welsh as well.
Traditionally eaten fried with bacon and cockles as part of a Welsh breakfast, or in the southwest of England, the hog's pudding.
I don't hang out with cockles.
Cockles? Aren't those the little shellfish?
Yeah.
Oh, not on the hub.
No, that's a different cockle, my friend. It's just seaweed. What the hell's wrong with seaweed? They've been eating it since like the 17th century, according to Wikipedia. At least that was the first cockles.
How can you be so on my side when it comes to lettuce and yet allow seaweed?
It's good for you.
It's green. And it's green. It tastes green.
Worms? What the hell are you talking about, worms? Yeah, it's a little shellfish. It's like a clam or a mussel.
I want to try some of those mantis shrimp.
It's just like any other shrimp.
Well,
They're just
yeah.
big, like a lobster.
Valhalla, I know this is going to shock you, but landlocked Indiana isn't the greatest place to try to buy seafood in a broad abundance.
That's fair.
We're lucky if we get a red lobster here.
That's fair.
And that the lobsters are still alive. That would be nice.
Awful specific with your seafood choices in rural Indiana. I understand that. That makes sense.
They're like lamb. It's the fish of the prairie.
Oh, black pudding is good, y'all. If you've never had black pudding, it's delicious.
I want to try it. I want to try a full English fry up, though. I will say it's a texture thing for me. I know it's a comfort food for y'all, but beans and toast, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And
that's weird.
I don't get it.
Beans are good.
I like
you can't see
on toast.
You can't see his
breakfast.
face, so I'm just going to show a video of Baby Baker. Look who he was hanging out with yesterday.
Nice, outstanding.
Oh, and look at his little.
Outstanding.
He has a little floop on his hair.
He met
outstanding
animals. Oh, little Baby Baker.
Oh.
They have like these maternity groups, and they were at the playground at the zoo with that yesterday. And one of the other kids' head is probably this big. Jesus, it's a big head. And I know big heads because I had a massive head.
Listen, one of mine couldn't even wear hats. I had to buy him like a hat in school-aged kids when he was a toddler.
That's kind of funny.
Oh, yeah. Oh. He's getting big. Yeah, he's 7 months old soon. He can pull himself around, but he can't figure out how to get his behind above his knees. So yeah.
First 20 minutes of my dentist appointment, we're catching them up on Karen Reed. They're hashtag free Karen Reed. Now I have stitches and the Swedes are punishing pizza for some reason. What the hell? That's a fair assessment, actually.
Well, it's not her first kid who had the big head.
He was my worst delivery. Because I knew they wouldn't let me go home and leave me alone unless I pushed him out. So that's how he got out. I knew I was going to have to continue to people with the doctor unless I pushed him out.
I'm not sure his mom would appreciate getting a baby goat, because baby goats tend to grow into adult goats.
That's true.
Are there any redhead Scandinavians? Yeah, we're not allowed to burn them on the stake anymore. A few sneak in here. Of course. I would never, ever make fun of a kid with water in their head.
Terrible. Terrible.
That kid with the massive head is 10 days older and 4 pounds heavier.
Holy cow.
And it's all head.
Yeah.
My bad, y'all. Stringer Bell just gifted 5 Valhalla Awaits memberships. Thank you so much. You have access to free emojis now, like Fluffy. Appreciate you. Congratulations goes to Nick Starro, Honey West, Megan Fox, Rebecca Brogan, and apparently that's it. Apparently there's only 4. I only see 4.
C4 is a bad pre-workout. Yeah, but that's Sweden. That's a different place. It's like a watermelon on a toothpick.
That's terrible. Heck yeah. They should have been. I'm going to keep my comments to myself.
I like it. Well, a lot of people like Rumble, and we have 51 watching on Rumble today. Welcome all.
Nice.
My biggest ever Rumble stream. But I hate over that you still get the, hey, I really like your content. I'm a digital marketing expert. If you want to read, go F yourself.
I know every time I think I actually have a comment, it's, person, call me on WhatsApp.
Haven't had a comment in 2.5 years. This is some bullshit.
That kid with the massive head was her 3rd kid. He claims his mom claims she wasn't as bad as the first one. The first one was 2.8 pounds. The second one was 7 pounds. This kid was 10 pounds. As a kid who was 11 pounds, my mom didn't love me because I was born with a broken clavicle.
Yee.
That was
Took a little convincing, huh?
Yeah, I didn't just out of there. Oh, when I said thank you to people for joining, we lost 4 viewers on Rumble.
Oh. They got offended because you're making fun of their marketing degree.
8 pounds, 13 ounces. I don't know what an ounce is. Well,
There's
16 ounces in a pound.
Why do you have to be weird with everything? Yesterday we had
America,
the
that's why.
100-minute hour as well, and
that was court TV. That had nothing to do with America. That was just the guy's stupid. Let's count down from 100 minutes. Why? That's a dumb thing to do. 13? Good Lord.
Oh, that's not even a baby.
It's a little baby.
Itty bitty.
Just
yeah, I was born broken.
That's funny, actually. That should be on a shirt. Broken since birth.
Yeah. That's easy to remember.
No kidding.
Big baby, small turkey.
Good idea.
Is it a sexual thing?
No, it's a big baby, but a small turkey for
Oh.
Thanksgiving. So
Oh, I thought it was. Maybe she's from Wales. Maybe they call the man's appendix a turkey over there. What do I know?
I thought it was some new weird
that's
Danish
my interpretation. I could be.
Well, it's kind of like when we always claim that real men makes, and then you say princes or princesses after what kind of baby you had. But the real thing is real men makes princesses. So you don't want it to be Ireland, you bastard. What? I don't know. One of those places, they treat their sheep like Shizzy treats his cousins. Yes, all the Russian ladies who really likes your profile pictures are real.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I keep
And
myself
trust me,
smiling.
Trust me, gentlemen, there are hot singles in your area that just want to meet you.
And old moms in your area.
Yeah, that's weird when you want to meet an old lady. I know I'm old, but still, no, I'm not. I'm not robbing the cradle, but I don't like to push her around in a wheelchair either. It's can we find someone my own age? Born broken, I'll buy that T-shirt. Well,
it's good, man.
I need some new merch.
It's good.
Well, I don't think cougars are 70s and up.
Ooh, that's a little gross. Depending on the age, I suppose.
Oh, you're in Ireland. You're from Wales. I'm pretty sure you're from Wales. If not, I will spread the rumor.
Why would you do that?
Because Wales doesn't get enough. They had to have Prince Charles as the Prince of Wales for, I don't know, 200 years while his mom was holding on. Imagine having that guy who can listen to Sputnik on his ears as the prince.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
the
27,
royals are
28.
always weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has Camilla. Ugh.
Didn't they write it down somewhere in the papers?
Yeah, I think it should be in the birth certificate.
Yeah,
Or
I think
or
it's-
paperwork attached to that.
Yeah, they usually have like a little thing they put in the bassinet?
That's called a baby.
There's a little placard that goes in there with the, size, length, head circumference.
Then you're Irish. It's not on his birth certificate. Yeah, he said some weird things. Yes, this is from when the press monitored the conversations between Camilla and Charles. He talked about being her.
Ew.
Monthly. Yeah, he's kind of weird.
Yeah, let's be real. He's weird. At
I don't
least
know where
we're
to go
pretty sure
with that.
William's his son. So,
That's not the redheaded one, right?
no, that's Harry.
Because that one I don't know about.
He looks a lot like the guy she was.
The one guy? Yeah, sure
Yeah.
does. Sure does.
Yeah, he's as close to being a British royalty like I am. But luckily, he found himself an American actress who didn't ruin anything in his life at all.
Nothing. His life's going perfectly fine.
Yeah. No. Any action? Well, I had back in my early 20s, I got a little. But then I got married, kind of ended.
Poor Baker.
Yeah, Discord is down for me. I can't log into Discord. So I was trying, but it just has to. I'm looking for something circle going on. I don't know why Discord is so stupid. Oh, there it is. That's a chef's hat, not a baker's. Doesn't look don't look like that. That's a chef.
I don't see anything yet.
Now they're getting me worried because it's getting close to that magical time Bev wants to leave earlier and earlier every day.
Yeah, it's 3:15. I don't have a bag of toys. I have a lot of toys on my shelf behind me, but why would I? Again, if it's what I use on my OF account, it's not toys, it's work-related implements.
And he's merely a product tester.
Yes, because I can get sponsorships over there. I can't get that on YouTube, but I would just say the new one with the lifelike cactus, can't recommend it. What's the verdict on court on Friday? Not going to happen. Juneteenth and Friday is off. Yeah, I'm getting. I need to go pee.
So apparently, on a 3 to 4 pound pork shoulder roast at $2.50, it takes about 7 hours to cook.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Are you
So that's
smoking
half
it?
a baby.
That is about half a baby.
Yeah, it's gonna be like when you're sitting here watching a football game. The second you go to the bathroom, your team scores. Yeah, I'll do.
So, Valhalla, are you using a green egg or are you going the Chandler Holderson fireplace route?
Oh, no, it's in the oven. Yeah, it's just in the oven. Seared it on a cast iron, threw it in the oven. We'll see what happens.
Cool.
We'll see what happens. I wish I had a smoker. I don't even have a good grill anymore. The only grill I have is the traditional round Weber. Which I'm
go down to
actually
the expert. It's not like he uses his green eggs. You can just use that.
He uses it quite a bit. He's cooked for us on it several times.
Just drive down there and say, "Hey,"
just throw it on there. I mean, I'm going to borrow this for a couple hours. I'll see you tomorrow.
I need to smoke. I need to smoke some stuff here this summer.
It's been so long since I've done like charcoal grilling. I think I forgot how to do it. Like, so we've grilled a bunch this year because Expert hooked me up with a bunch of charcoal. Shout out Expert, by the way. Appreciate you, brother. So I think I kind of forgot how to cook on coals for a little while. The first two were like rusty, getting back into the swing of things. Now I think I got the hang of it, though. It's been too long. I was using propane for too long.
Jim, I'm always talking about food. Besides, I don't know anything about cars. You saw how silent I was. I was like, I like a PT Cruiser, and that's about all I can ever, advance in that conversation.
Don't you feel bad for Miss Valhalla. Mrs. Valhalla, Valhalla does pretty good on the stove in general, you guys. I do some cooking around here. Food's yummy. For the king of the hill sales tax tactics. Charcoal is great. It's just been so long. It's been, I think, probably over a decade since I cooked on charcoal.
Yeah, I think we've had one of those pellet smokers for a while.
That sounds good.
I think I have a brisket I still need to cook.
Ooh. How are you going to cook it? On the smoker?
Well, I'm going to watch a bunch of YouTube videos and then listen to them. I have no idea. I love the burnt ends. I'm not going to lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
I might make an entire brisket burnt ends and then share them with none of my family.
I like your style.
Because they don't like it. They're like, ew, it's all burnt and yucky. I'm like, would you? Fine, then you don't eat any. And I don't want to see any of you eat any. The last couple years for Thanksgiving, I smoked a turkey.
We've deep fried a couple in the last few years. That's real.
I want to get a deep
good.
fryer, but I fear that youngest most feral will light our house on fire. So, bringing propane and oil and a fryer, it just seems like tempting fate.
I don't know. I could set up like a primitive smoker, right, with just like a fire, but it's so hard to get the temperature control right with that. And it wouldn't really work very well with a big chunk of meat.
Sometimes, so I have gotten like the wood chips and soaked them, and you can sort of get some of the effect if you have them in or maybe. I don't remember rightly what I did one day.
What'd you say, Livid? If you don't shoulder at 250 for 7 hours, all you will have is smoked pan. Well, I appreciate that, Stringer Bell. I can't pull it up, though, because Baker's not here. When he gets done peeing, we'll pull it up. That's funny. Towards a good grill and lump charcoal.
Ooh.
I've
That
never
is one
used
thing
lump
I like
charcoal,
is
ever.
that smell of barbecue.
Moving down here, there's barbecue everywhere, and it's good barbecue. There's good barbecue everywhere.
I'm trying to get us to move, but we have to actually fix up and finish the state-of-the-art 1971 house. Then, sell it for a bunch of money, win the lottery, and move down there. because I'm going to move near Valhalla and I'm going to buy some of those mini Highland cows.
Those cows are awesome. I want.
I know.
mini Highlands.
See, so I'll have mini Highland cow feed, you'll have goat feed, and sometimes we'll walk them on the street together. And
Only
oddly
if I can
enough,
borrow your
those
walker.
channels will be much more popular than our actual channels we work on.
By a lot. Now Liv's got me all paranoid that I'm cooking my pork too high.
I think you should be okay.
I think so. It's a big chunk of meat, man. No, that's crazy talk.
Friday is midsummer. All right, who's going to get sacrificed so we can get this thing over? I nominate Kevin Spacey. Or is that Wicker Man?
Who's Wicker Man? Huh? Who's Wicker Man?
Yeah, I was just saying who do we need to sacrifice for Midsummer to get the Karen Reed trial over?
The Wicker Man. The Wicker Man is a 1973 British folk horror film about a Christian policeman who investigates a pagan cult on the remote island. All right. I'll dig it. Never heard of it.
There's also a remake with Nicolas Cage.
Oh. All right.
That being said, it's creepy.
I believe you.
Although I will say, can I ask a question to people that really fell in love with 1980s horror? Jason in Manhattan. Where do I access the gummies and or products that you were taking when you wrote this film? I'm only asking for a friend, but y'all had primo stuff, because what the hell was that movie?
What movie was it?
Jason Takes Manhattan, Friday the 13th, 8?
Oh, those, I don't
right
think
before
I've
he
watched more than like 3 of
apparently
those.
challenged Freddy and went to space.
Went to space.
Well, because then I had to go down the rabbit hole because, see, I was invited to go watch this movie, and I can't not know the lore of all the things because I want to sound at least somewhat intelligent. Again, the access to whatever quaaludes you were on when writing all of these movies would be appreciated. Thank you so much. Thanks in advance, Mo.
I don't think I ever saw that one. I think I've only seen like the first 2 or 3. The ones with like Jamie Lee Curtis in them.
Those are no, that's Jason's the one from
Oh, you're right.
Camp
That's
Crystal
Halloween.
Lake, and Halloween's the one with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah. My bad. No, those were popular when I was a kid, right? That was the right time frame. I
Yeah,
remember
because
watching those.
isn't Halloween the one where Busta Rhymes is in one of them?
Busta Rhymes is?
I think so. I could be wrong.
I was just looking a bit on Court TV. They claim that Karen has been talking to people outside or sent a message to people outside that thank you for all the support, but please stay quiet when the verdict is made public. And they were talking about I wouldn't leave my TV right now if I were watching at home. They have to say that to keep the audience there, but it could be, as they said, outside of the court, there's a palpable feeling of something could have happened soon. So we'll just have to wait and see what, if any, is going to happen. And
they got to be close. They got to be.
Yeah, or people are done. Because
especially if question 4 was question 1,
yeah,
and then they come back with what if any on 2-5, that means they are exactly the same place they were the last time, not guilty on the murder and leaving the scene of an accident,
for sure.
And again, they've been back there for how long now? 2 hours or 2.5 hours. I would be absolutely not threatening physical violence right now if there's one or two that says, but
yeah, I'd have no chill left.
Towards a good grilling, lump charcoal. Again, thank you, Stringer Bell. Appreciate you. Never used lump charcoal ever. MLS making law symbol. Been a member for 2 months. I'm a member now. ... Well, it's about time. Cheap bastard.
She's been a member for 2 months. And I love the guy who gets sponsored YouTube Premium calls other people cheap bastards because he never buys YouTube Premium.
I refuse, Baker. It's a principle thing.
It's a principle, not a poorness thing.
It's not a principle. It is. I'm too Scottish for that.
Scottish?
We don't have a verdict. They just said because they saw a lot of guards leaving the courtroom. Said something feels like something could be happened, but again, we don't know nothing. Don't forget my poll. Well, I do tend to do that. My poll was: how hard would you say F you to Bev? 85% would give it an 11, 9% 0 to 3, 3% 7 to 9, and only 1% 4 to 6. I would have been at 11.
The poll that I have up.
All 11s.
16% of you said in the next hour, and you were wrong. So that's 16%. Shame on you. There's still another 58% that said sometime today. So we'll see.
Yeah, who got a free membership yesterday, Valhalla? You did.
That's right. I did.
Thank you, Multifox, for becoming a YouTube member. Are they leaving at 4? They will be asked at 4 o'clock if they want to stay longer. But I was making the prediction yesterday that if we get over 15 hours, I see the likelihood that we'll end up with a hung sentence as high. And if you look in the corner, we are at 14.5 hours now. I don't like it. And Wolfie Fox has been a member for 16 months. That's almost 17 babies.
I like your math.
I'm not sure
I'm
how.
not sure it's right.
If you're a mouse, maybe. I think their cycle is about a month. 28 days, maybe. I don't know. It's probably not accurate.
Well, then something's wrong with your YouTube because we've been on fan for the last 2 hours. That's why Brandon has been so quiet because he is spent.
He is happy.
Yeah, he's spreading his load.
Oh, God. The quotes we won't miss this trial.
Plevin is single. Baker is single. They both do crime YouTube shows. I think green card marriage. I would rather move to Sweden. Security presence increasing at courthouse is what Juliana Janet from Court TV has just written 5 minutes ago.
Interesting.
Just looking to see if anything else is coming up.
Unless I would stay up because you have about 30 minutes before she sends in a note.
Lawyers are heading back to the courthouse. Will we have a verdict on another question Bev is going to sustain? 17 minutes ago. 45 minutes ago, 11 black SUVs around the courthouse patrolling in military-like fashion. One helicopter landed, dropped off supplies, and took off. The other one is still hovering, but at a higher altitude. It's the feds, y'all. It's a person who's been doing fed updates all day.
Just in time.
Former Trooper Proctor. That can't be true. No, that's no. That was a joke. 19 minutes ago, defense is heading back to the courtroom. Bum, 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 bum. And of course, always from Absolutely Not Plevin. Aiden said, early in the hallway, I saw Karen read and I said, those are good questions, to which he replied, yeah, you think? I quoted the wrong person in a previous tweet and I like to correct myself when I make a mistake. Not a big deal given everything else, but there's an approximate 1,000% chance you can't have 1,000%. You can a maximum have 100%. Chance Alan Jackson said this as Turtle Boy originally said, but the Turtle Boy changed it to Karen as AJ's request to avoid gag order violation. So he's correcting something true to a lie. Levin, how bummed are you that this phone smacks with Krusty is almost over? Plevin is such an idiot. Oh, not Plevin. Anonymous Massachusetts lawyer is not Plevin.
No, not playing with a recorder. Just have a fan, because, well, I was getting jealous of OnlyFan.
Nothing else is coming up.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
Now the court is saying that everyone will return to the court at 4 p.m., but that's what we know already from this morning. Totally not Plevin. Yeah, it's the Airwolf theme. I don't know why I got it in my head because someone said Airwolf earlier. I'm just trying to see if anyone has any updates. The team has arrived back at the courthouse. Lothario is at the courthouse today. And I love the people. Oh, there's a verdict. Judge is back.
I doubt they're going to want to spend, especially if they're blocked on this and Bev.
Yeah, but it won't help them.
Yeah.
I would just go back and say, well, if that sea cow is like that, I'm changing to not guilty. F this, get out of here.
Me too.
Boom, bum, 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 bum. She shouldn't do that. That raises the chance for infections. Yeah, 2 minutes ago they were back. They'll try and get it done tomorrow. They asked at 11 o'clock, and they had asked that question one before that. And at 11 o'clock, they asked about so I can't see what the hell they are still arguing about. Don't jinx it, Valhalla. Don't jinx it.
Valhalla, why are you?
Why are you like this?
You keep
He's standing
putting
out
stuff
there with his pork roast and looking at it and thinking, "Oh, we're not gonna eat till midnight. How am I gonna explain this to the Valkyrie?" And then he's just, "We're gonna be here tomorrow." I'd slap you if I could.
I love all the not so subtle and increasingly loud Bev hate that's going on Twitter. Oh my God.
Well, she could just answer the question.
Yes.
Because if she just came back and said, yeah, just fill out, if you agree on something, fill it out, and then you can go back to the one you're not agreeing upon. Easy peasy. And I know we tried to cover the PD River, and then we got caught up in this. She has been found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. They deliberated for like 3 hours.
But they missed a couple cameras when they unalived him, like just one or two.
Yeah, and her boyfriend said, yeah, we did it. So, but she got life.
Shocking.
I thought the defense had some good points.
No.
So
they didn't.
Yeah.
They had some stupid points.
No, they asked some good points. Did you ever find the blood? Did you find blood on her? Did you find the pew-pew? I think those were good questions.
I kind of want to know what the bar complaint for Miami Vice there was.
Oh,
Same.
Yeah.
And if orange is what he was going for when he was trying to correct his hair color or fleeing the country.
No.
Not yet, Tracy D. Not yet.
We were. You will see it everywhere if there's a verdict. There's a lot of people being dumb on the Twitch sweat saying, "Judge is back. We have a verdict." And welcome, Squid Raiders.
Hey, Squid.
Thank you.
Welcome to. My butt is hurting for sitting so much. I want this verdict watch to be
Same.
over. The verdict that was in the PD River. That was guilty and life in prison.
Yeah, that one doesn't
Big
surprise me
surprise.
in the slightest.
Big surprise.
With
I'm,
this
I'm, I'm,
space,
I'm Gabba blasted.
I almost
Yeah,
wonder
with
if they had her medicated with all the facial tics and whatnot.
With the daughter up there crying, saying, yeah, they were having smacks and she wanted me to end up like my dad. Probably
What?
not endearing.
I
Well, Tracy D, yesterday you were taking me out to dinner, and today I had to step away. This is getting off on a rocky start of our relationship. No Taco Bell for Tracy D.
Oh, take it back.
Nope.
Take it back.
Nope. Yeah, please give Mo a thumbs up. And if you're on my channel or Valhalla's channel, please go to Mo's channel and subscribe to it. If you're on my channel or Mo's channel, please go to Valhalla and subscribe to that one.
Hell yeah.
Sharing
their
is
links.
caring, and Carrie is a good movie.
My chat, you can find both of their links in the pinned comment. I made it easy. You can just jump over there.
Valhalla is on top of it.
In all fairness, Heidi made it easy. Heidi's on top of it. I just clicked the pin message button.
Nope. Stepping out on me like that. Ever noticed Baker has never asked about his wager? Well, Nightbot is actually gonna give me a 101 if I ask. Because have you met this guy?
Prove it. Prove it. Nice.
No, but Nightbot doesn't work if I text it.
That's what he says.
Uh-huh. Bullshit. You'd think they wouldn't let the creator have their own prompts work? Anybody can use your prompts except for you, the creator, the person that installed the application. Sure, Baker. Sure.
That's sadly how it is. Yeah.
To be fair, Valhalla, none of us can remember how to get to emojis ever.
They buried that shit so deep in the studio. It takes, like, I have to do exploratory surgery every time I go to try to add an emoji.
You go in there and you start looking around, and then you get into the, it must be community. No, it's a member tab, and then something under, and you can only have 11 on Rumble. You can have a lot more. I need like 15 more subscribers to get more emojis. So
I can have 17 emojis. You haven't looked at your emojis in a while, have you?
I have filled out every emoji I could fill out. I have like 25 or something like that.
You get more based on your subscribers. So the more subscribers you have, the more emojis you can unlock.
Yeah, please subscribe to my channel so I can have more empty slots for emojis, because I'm really bad at it. Thank you so much, Judy V. Jinx got a gift membership. Out and About with Diane got a membership. Purple Jesus, Left Hey, Tia Nina, and Hey Joe, don't bring me down. Take a smat song and make it better. Judy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for making it members. How can you have Swaysher covered in Danish flu? I don't know. Today was the first. Thank you for 10 months, Wellstone. Today was the first day I woke up and felt kind of okay. And then I was like, I'm going to go to the gym. Then I stood up, packed my bag, and I went back to bed.
Okay. See, you're making me feel better because I got up, got dressed, felt very awake and then got back up here, and I was like, I'm going to need to go back to sleep. So I
Yeah.
fell back asleep.
It's just because I felt really good, and I felt, oh, I passed I'm going back downhill instead of uphill, and then I just going back to bed. Someone remind me to go to Verdict Watches to clip Baker singing. I don't sing. Sources says no verdict. Team told to return to court by 3:45 per the Glera. We hear all the stuff out from outside. The team apparently is back in court. I don't know. I don't think anyone in the courthouse knows anything, or anyone outside of the courthouse. But yeah, if there's something you are worse at than emojis, there's only one way out. What? Well, I don't know. I don't know. See who's back. We know it's not true. Cyril. And Jinx is. Jinx,
Oh,
you're
no,
paying
Jinx.
for the other day.
Ooh.
3:49. I asked them they want to go home. I'm gonna lose my mind.
At 3:49? That's bizarre, right? That's a weird time.
Yeah, she said be back here at 4 and we'll ask them. And they were told to be back at 3:45, and it's 3:49 now, which is early for Bev.
Really?
Really, Bev?
I'm okay with it, I guess. I'm ready to go hang out with Mrs. But damn.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home. So it's been a long day for everybody.
Wild.
I'll give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. They're following.
Wow.
That's it. I officially no.
You know what that means to me, though? What I feel, I'm speculating, obviously, but I think they're fighting for a not guilty across the board.
Yeah,
Probably.
I think they have 4 holdouts who want to say not guilty across the board, and 8's gonna say, give us the OUI.
Jury's exit the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
I was really hoping not to be here tomorrow.
No shit.
Going
Me
out in the
too.
garden, doing some work. I had my gardener come and clean
I'm gonna
everything
have to
up.
save a beer for tomorrow. God, hate that.
How mean would it be to ask Mr. Mo to go get me a Baconator because I just can't anymore?
Tell him to grab me one too.
Yeah.
He did get me Baby Ruths yesterday. I feel like I've been kind of whiny, so probably wants to get me a Snickers instead.
You're not you when you're hungry.
Yeah, I want to force them to not guilty across the board. And I can live with a not guilty on the 2 charges and then a guilty OUI. Well, my voice is shot. Court's over. Valhalla has half a baby on the smoker. Mo is going to force.
Say that. I think we need to
Doggone
change the
it.
terminology there.
You had a
That's terrible.
3.5 pound roast on the grill. That's the same as half a baby.
That's acceptable.
It's not like I claimed that you chopped up a baby and put it on the grill.
Oh, for
You
the
kinda
love of
did.
Keep that
Cheetos.
secret.
You kind of did. We kind of did.
Well, we keep that a secret between us, but
Valhalla is not Ed Gein confirmed.
Nope.
He's just
15
not crafty.
hours. 15 hours of verdict watch so far. We will keep going until it's done, because if you can say one thing about us, it is we are quite slow in French. So please, tomorrow, come back and bring some energy, because we need,
Yes.
We
a
need it,
fiery
y'all.
chat.
I might go out and get some fun dips or some pixie sticks and
Sugar.
Monster
I like
Energy
it.
drinks.
I like it.
Eat like expert for a day.
You will get
Get
diabetes.
diabetes.
Disclaimer.
I couldn't even eat the Baby Ruth. I haven't had a whole lot of sugar here lately. So Mr. Mo got me the big bag of fun size. I ate like half a bite and was like, now let me tell you, never in my fat kid life has this ever happened. I felt kind of like Bobby Hill when Peggy made him detox from sugar, and how he's like, it's too sweet. Never ever in my life. I was like, it's almost too sweet. It's making me kind of sick.
Too
You need
sweet.
more sugar in your life. Too sweet. It's good. I like that. NWO.
Wolfpack. Mo is sitting there thinking, why are they
What?
doing gang signs?
I like PT Cruisers. I'm like that little kid, I like turtles. I like PT Cruisers. I like trials. Sometimes I don't know what to say.
Stop it, let's go. Don't you put that
Brandon,
out.
shut your lot lizard mouth. This will
Lesko,
not.
of all the offensive things you've ever said, that is the worst.
Yeah. I have read text about German train cars, about the optimal oven temperature, about how to treat your wife, your brother's wife, to make her cook better. And this is how you treat me. I won't stand for this. I won't stand for this.
Oh,
I have feelings too.
terrible. Gonna make him cry, y'all.
I want my baby back on the grill. Thank you,
Get
Jojo.
in my belly.
Hey, Harry. Yeah, this is Insano to the
We're
maximum.
all a little punch drunk, if we're honest.
Yeah, and you asked me about what the questions were when I was in your chat a bit earlier. The first question was, we don't understand your verdict slip. Could you please tell us? And Bev said, no, I don't want to do that. So they are hung on, it looks like they're hung on the same place they were hung last year. Not guilty on leaving the scene and causing the unaliving on John. And they are just hung on the OUI or no OUI. I hope if they come back hung that they will fill out the verdict form so we at least can get something out of here. This is Vansen, yeah. It's Canton, man. Where did you get not guilty from? Did they say not guilty? Yeah, they said not guilty. If we are not guilty on 2 of the charges and hung on the 3rd one. That's the 4th question was, if we're not guilty on 2 of the charges but hung on the last one, how do we do it? So, Krankenwagen. This is an ambulance, which means sick car.
Kraken means sick?
Kranken.
The
Krank.
giant sea monster? The Kraken?
Krank, not Kraken. Krank.
There's an R in it.
Yeah, krank.
Kraken. That's what I said.
Look, I'm mixed up one of the small countries with his country again today. We have put him on the edge. Look, it has been raining all day. I don't even remember what country I'm from.
Oh, poor Baker. I feel like every time he does that, when he steps out, he just goes and like smashes something. You know what I mean? He walks outside.
That's why he doesn't
very
show that America
routinely-
puzzle anymore, because he's punching them. He's like, damn stupid Americans.
He just walks outside, grabs the sledgehammer that's leaning nicely against the wall, smashes the shit out of the TV, walks back in, sits down, all calm and mellow. No problem.
He pulls a Gallagher watermelon.
Fine. All right, let's go. I want to go hang out with my wife.
Yes. Hey, you guys, it's Mo. Tomorrow I'll have mornings with Mo as always. So, 8 a.m. and we'll do true crimes headlines and all of the absurd. Although nothing is going to top the horror that was that banana pineapple shrimp pizza atrocity. That was, I'm calling The Hague.
That was a war crime. That was. I'm Valhalla Waits. I have a small goat farm in East Tennessee, and I share some of those experiences with you guys. So come over, check me out if you'd like. If goats are your thing, you'll enjoy it. Go buy that Baconator.
Thank you so much. Send in Mr. Mo. I'm not peopling.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it on the girl, right?